Chapter 422. Without waiting for Lin Chen to reply, Ning Qingxian turned and ran away. Lin Chen did not stop her. Instead, he silently looked at the tears on the ground. For a smart woman like Ning Qingxian, she must have her reasons for not wanting him to interfere with her business. Lin Chen, who had always acted swiftly, hesitated for the first time on this matter. When Lin Chen walked out of the Heavenly Spirit Battle Tower, he became the center of attention. He looked around, but Ning Qingxian was long gone. Lin Chen frowned. He did not know why, but a feeling of irritation welled up in his heart. Ranked 10th. Is that all you've got? I can't believe that the man Ning Qingxian likes is only SOSO. At this time, Xie Hanfeng, who was ranked first in the first round, walked out of the tower. He looked at Lin Chen with a mocking and sarcastic smile. When Lin Chen entered the Heavenly Spirit Battle Tower, Xie Hanfeng followed closely behind and challenged the tower alone. With his title as the strongest heaven's pride of the ancient families in Tianju, he took the first place. Unfortunately, when he was busy challenging the tower, he did not have time to watch Lin Chen's battle. First place in the first round is enough for you to jump around like this. The best part is yet to come. Don't worry, you'll know in the next round that your so-called strongest in Tianju is nothing in front of me. Seeing that Lin Chen was in a bad mood, Xie Hanfeng smiled coldly and turned to leave. Xie Hanfeng held a white paper fan in his hand and mocked Lin Chen for being inferior and running away. Seeing Lin Chen's murderous aura, other than Yang Qianyun, no one dared to get close to him. It's amazing. You actually know Miss Ning Qingxian from the Ning family. Yang Qianyun walked to Lin Chen's side and asked curiously, "Do you know anything? Anything about her family background?" Lin Chen suddenly turned to Yang Qianyun and asked seriously, "Don't you know? Ms. Ning Qingxian of the Ning family was chosen by the Godly Spirit's servant and will become one of the Godly Spirit's concubines in the future. She has a high status and is the most special saintess in the spiritual state." Yang Qianyun's words made Lin Chen feel as if he was struck by lightning. No wonder she didn't want him to meddle in her affairs. She was actually chosen to be the concubine of a god. When will she be taken away by that god? Lin Chen suddenly asked. After that, he felt that this question was somewhat brainless. How would Yang Qianyun know about this kind of thing? It is estimated that in another 10 years or so, as long as young Miss Ning Qingxian advances to the 4th level Yuan Venerate, the god's servant will personally escort her to a region outside the 9 continents. When that time comes, the entire Ning family, which has been blessed by the god, will rise to the top. Yang Qianyun's reply made Lin Chen look at her in amazement. She blinked her eyes playfully and said, "Don't underestimate the Yang family's intelligence. We are a family of fortune tellers 10 years or so. Maybe it's not too late." Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of battle intent. Yang Qianyun's heart trembled slightly, and her green eyes flashed with a strange light. Could it be that he still dared to fight against the god? There were less than 4 days left until the first round of the Heavenly Spirit List tournament. During this period of time, Lin Chen and Yang Qianyun had been studying the fortune-telling technique together. Because Yang Qianyun had placed all her bets on Lin Chen, she wasn't stingy. She patiently taught Lin Chen about fortune-telling techniques. Other than the participants of the Heavenly Spirit Battle Tower, many of the participants didn't know of Lin Chen's name. Most of them took advantage of the time to recuperate after the first round of the tournament and didn't have time to care about the outside world. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. The first round of the Heavenly Spirit List tournament was over, and the second round was about to begin. In a secret room in the Heavenly Spirit Treasure Pavilion, Lin Chen appeared alone and flipped through the list. Bright Spring Shadowblade, Grade 6 lower grade, price, 10 Heavenly Spirit points. Pure Yang 9 Blaze Ore, Grade 7 lower grade ore, price, 90 Heavenly Spirit points. Yin Yang Revival Flower, Grade 7 lower grade treasure, price, 110 Heavenly Spirit points. True Dawn Scroll. There are 49 streaks of True Dawn Sword Qi. Each streak has the power of a late-stage 3rd level Yuan Venerate. Price, 100 Heavenly Spirit points. True Emperor Mysterious Chalcedony, Grade 7 lower grade ore, has the power to repair and refine Grade 7 weapons. Price: 300 heavenly spirit points. These treasures were all of the best quality, and 1 heavenly spirit point could buy a top-notch grade 5 weapon. The treasures on the list were all top-notch treasures contributed by the joint forces of the Skysong Academy and the Heavenly Book Academy. They were also very attractive to Yuan venerates. I took first place in the first round of alchemy, blacksmithing, and fortune tellers, so I got 3 100 points each. In addition to the 30 points for 10th place in the Heavenly Spirit Battle Tower, that's 330 points. Lin Chen sized up the 330 points. It seemed like he could still exchange them for a lot of good stuff here. Just as he was selecting a few grade 7 rare ores, Lin Chen's eyes suddenly fixed on a certain treasure. Primordial Incomplete Mysterious Scroll, Azura 9 Brilliance Transformations. Unable to appraise its grade. Price: 1,350 heavenly spirit points. The 5th scroll of Azura 9 Brilliance Transformations. Lin Chen's heartbeat suddenly quickened. He had just obtained the 4th scroll of Azura 9 Brilliance Transformations. If he could obtain the 5th scroll, there should be very few people below the 8th level of the Yuan Venerate realm who could threaten him. I have to buy it. This is only the first round, so I haven't obtained many points. However, if it's the 3rd round, it might be bought by someone else. I have to snatch it before the other party. Lin Chen withdrew his original thoughts. He wanted to save up his heavenly spirit points to buy the 5th scroll of Azura 9 Brilliance Transformations. The next day, the 2nd round of the Heavenly Spirit List Assembly was held. The duration of the competition was 10 days, and the 4th to 6th levels of the Heavenly Spirit Battle Tower were opened. Regardless of whether it was alchemy or blacksmithing, the number of people who entered the 2nd round was only 1/5 of the number who had entered the 1st round. Those who remained were all geniuses among geniuses. Lin Chen's results in the 1st round were somewhat unexpected. He was 1st in the calculation division, tied with Yang Qianyun. He was 1st in the blacksmithing division, 10th in the combat strength division, and tied for 1st in the alchemy division. There was also a mysterious genius from Tianju who had refined an elixir of the same grade as Lin Chen's in 7 days. At the entrance of the alchemy venue, Lin Chen chose to start with alchemy as usual. As soon as he reached the entrance, Lin Chen saw Yu Feilong. He had also entered the 2nd round. Yu Feilong's veins popped out when he saw Lin Chen. Before he could say anything, a group of old men pounced on Lin Chen like hungry wolves. Many of the spectators and contestants outside the venue couldn't help but gasp when they saw who it was. The geniuses who had been with Yu Feilong were especially surprised when they saw who it was. Master Sai Rufeng and Master Wei Qingmo from Tianju? Oh my god! And the 3 seniors, Qing Shuzi, why are they hugging this young man? Is the one standing behind him the divine feather blacksmith from Tianju, Meng Qianhai? Many of the contestants gasped. These were the heavyweights of the 2 continents. Furthermore, among the 6 of them, 2 of them were hugging Lin Chen's thighs from both sides. They were crying for their parents. I've finally found you. Little friend Lin Chen, this old man begs you, please take this old man as your disciple. Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 423. As long as you teach this old man the Golden Sun forging technique, no, just the first half of it, this old man will do anything for you. Little guy, my granddaughter is a perfect match with you. I think you two can meet each other. The masters of alchemy and weaponsmithing were all trying to curry favor with Lin Chen, especially when Meng Qianhai and Sai Rufeng were hugging Lin Chen's thighs from both sides. The minds of the geniuses went blank when they saw this scene. The masters who used to look down on others with their noses and who even the ancient families couldn't invite were all trying to please someone of the same age as them. Had the world gone crazy or were they hallucinating? The arrogant Yu Feilong froze on the spot when he saw Master Sai Rufeng, whom he had admired for many years, hugging Lin Chen's legs and begging him. He wasn't the only one. The heavenly talents who had mocked Lin Chen and called him a bumpkin and a monkey of the spiritual state also had their mouths twitching. They all remembered Lin Chen's words. What's Master Sai's introductory letter? Is it powerful? Looking at Master Sai Rufeng's face, who was hugging Lin Chen's legs and begging him, Yu Feilong didn't think that it was powerful at all. After all, even he wanted to be Lin Chen's disciple. Yu Filong laughed in a daze, and the introductory letter he was so proud of fell to the ground and was covered in dust. You guys are so annoying. Are you done yet? Look at my handsome face. Do I look like a man who lacks women? I'm in a hurry to participate in the competition. Get out of my way. Lin Chen didn't hold back and kicked the old seniors who were once honored guests of the ancient families to the side. The audience and contestants outside the venue felt their scalps tingle. After getting rid of the 6 people, Lin Chen walked into the venue. This was the second round of the alchemy competition, and the rule was to refine the highest level elixir within 10 days. Entering the third round would mean entering the finals. Only the 4 people with the highest rankings would be able to enter the finals. I heard that someone managed to tie with me in the first round. It seems that the Tiantian state and the spiritual state are full of hidden talents. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Although he didn't use his full strength last time, he didn't expect that there would be someone from the younger generation in the 2 continents who could compete with him in the field of alchemy. To put it bluntly, Lin Chen, who had inherited half of the Han family's potion-making experiences and records, was the best at making potions in the entire spiritual state. Not just the younger generation, there were probably no more than 3 to 5 people who could compete with him. This was also the reason why Kai Rufeng and the other alchemy grandmasters, who viewed alchemy as their lives, didn't hesitate to hug Lin Chen's thigh and ask for advice. They could tell at a glance that Lin Chen's level was even higher than theirs. What's wrong? Are you thinking about what hand seal to use to refine the pill this time? Dan Qianqiu smiled sweetly beside Lin Chen. You're right. No, I'm thinking about who's talking about my handsomeness behind my back. Lin Chen smiled seriously. Dan Qianqiu rolled her eyes at him. This time, the 2 of them were surprisingly on the same stage. Lin Chen was on stage 97, and she was on stage 96. Haha, are you Lin Chen? I didn't expect someone of this level to appear in the spiritual state. It seems that this competition is worth it. A hoarse and strange laughter wrapped in a strong and vast mind energy spread out from Lin Chen's other side. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. The green-robed figure stood proudly on stage 98. His body was as cold as 10,000-year-old ice. When Lin Chen activated his purple-gold eyes, he found that his opponent was just like him, only 1 step away from the mid-stage of the Transcendence realm. Oh, you're the guy who's in first place with me? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and said calmly. Dan Qianqiu immediately became serious and stared closely at him. You have a good eye. You're just the champion of the heavenly spirit ranking. You belong to the heavenly state. He clenched his hand slightly, and the 6th-level advanced soaring dragon incinerating sun cauldron flew up and landed on the stage. He flipped his hand and thousands of herbs floated in the air. Just like Lin Chen at the beginning, he pulled hundreds of herbs into the cauldron with one hand. Even more miraculously, when he activated the alchemy hand seal, it was only a high-grade cyan-level alchemy hand seal. In terms of alchemy speed and success rate, generally speaking, higher-level alchemy hand seals were better. However, this person was using a high-grade cyan-level alchemy hand seal. He must have cultivated this alchemy hand seal to the peak. If he could guarantee the success rate of using low-grade hand seals, then the amount of mind energy consumed by the low-grade hand seals would be greatly reduced. Remember the name of the person who defeated me, Li Shong. I will be the person who ends your illusory legend. You don't have the right to be called a god. Li Shong sneered. A mysterious cyan light flashed through his eyes under the cloak. Are you issuing a challenge to me? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and took out the 5th-level cauldron again. The spirit receiving ring glowed slightly. Lin Chen also had several thousand types of herbs. He had eliminated a large number of sky prides who had offended him in the Holy Fire realm, as well as the 4 purple merit warriors. He was not short of treasures at all. Show me your full strength, or else I will make it so that you can't even make it to the 3rd round. Li Shong laughed arrogantly. The hand seals on his hands suddenly changed. He put his hands together, his pinky fingers overlapping, his index fingers touching, and his middle fingers intertwining, forming a strange hand seal. Boom tilde tilde. The cauldron opened, and a large number of herbs rushed into the cauldron like a tornado. The cauldron spun rapidly, removing the impurities of many treasures. It was especially meticulous as it placed every 6th-level herb that required special attention into the cauldron. His hand seals also attracted the attention of many strong cultivators. It was only a high-grade Cyan-level hand seal, but his technique was close to perfection. What a powerful alchemy technique! Is this really the height of a high-grade Cyan-level hand seal? What a terrifying young man! Even in the history of the Heavenly Spirit list, there has never been a young man with such strength. Lin Chen has met a strong opponent. This person should be Li Shong of the Li family of Tianju. It is said that he is the illegitimate son of a strong cultivator. His bloodline is not simple. Some of the old spiritual state strong cultivators had heard of the name of Li Shong of Tianju. Looking at Li Shong, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. This guy has the same smell as Hun Morbai, a descendant of a god. No, he is not as strong as Hun Morbai's godly meridians. The signs of the godly meridians in his body are very faint, much thinner than a descendant of a god. Chapter 424. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, and the seals on his hands suddenly changed. His ring finger and middle finger formed a fire seal, and with a flick of his finger, the flames on the furnace immediately formed 7 fire seals, and as they intertwined, hundreds of herbs were refined. Hua tilde. The audience was in an uproar. Lin Chen was actually using a mid-level green alchemy hand seal to refine hundreds of herbs at the same time, and from the looks of it, the two of them had already refined mid-level 6th-level pills in the first round. This round, they were at least low-level high-grade, top-grade, or even mid-level 6th-level pills, using a green alchemy hand seal to refine a mid-level 6th-level pill. This was something that could only be done by a few Grandmaster alchemists. Without a doubt, their strength is not inferior to the alchemists of our two continent. Daring to use a green alchemy hand seal to refine a low-level 6th-level top-grade pill, this proves that their true level is probably above that of a high-level 6th-level alchemist. Oh my god! How old are they? They are actually already high-level 6th-level alchemists. Almost half of the audience's attention was focused on Lin Chen and Li Shong. The two's encounter was as exciting as the finals being held in advance. 8 Desolation Mysterious Fire, Dragon Spits Pearls. The 8 layered fire seals shuttled back and forth, forming a fire dragon that spat out waves of raging flames that shot into the pill furnace. The herbs within the pill furnace were being refined at a speed visible to the naked eye. They were constantly being removed and refined. As long as each herb reached the ideal state, Lin Chen would immediately take them to the lowest level of the pill furnace and begin the next stage. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. Even an outsider would be able to see a sense of pleasing fluidity. 10 suns appear, golden crow pill refinement. Li Shong's hand seals changed again, and the hand seals on his fingertips changed abruptly. The 10 suns that were hovering in the air turned into golden crows that spat out crimson-red flames and flew into the cauldron, piercing through all the medicinal ingredients and removing the impurities at a speed that was even faster than Lin Chen. The two of them faced each other head-on, and the level of excitement was not inferior to the previous alchemy finals. The audience could not take their eyes off of them. Lin Chen and Li Shong's alchemy techniques and mental power control were completely different from ordinary alchemists. The mid-level and high-level green alchemy hand seals in their hands were beyond their original level. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the energy in their furnaces became stronger and stronger. If they were refining a mid-level 6th-level pill, even if their alchemy skills were as strong as theirs, a single mistake would waste a lot of mental power and battle chi. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, his hands were like 2 dragons emerging from the sea, overflowing with pure energy that turned into a dozen streams of light that flowed into the furnace. At the last moment, he switched to the 3 pure spiritual water. Lin Chen's furnace, his pill, 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 pill chi, 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 and colorful pill clouds. His pill was finished refining his pill first. It's Lin Chen who produced the pill first. Isn't this too fast? Is his pill 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 pill? It's only been 3 days or so, and he's already done refining it. I saw that Li Shong's pill energy had only condensed 3/5. He needs at least 2 more days. The strange phenomenon of Lin Chen's pill refining once again alarmed many of the referees and higher-ups. The elders of the Sky Song Academy fell into a state of nervousness. A light blue pill lightning surged out of the 7-colored pill cloud and struck the pill cauldron. Boom! Bang! Lin Chen's legs were like the afterimages of a wind demon as he tore through the void and personally destroyed the pill lightning that could threaten a 4th-level Yuan Venerate. His silver robes fluttered as he stepped into the void and took the initiative to meet the pill lightning head-on. Kai kai! Bang! Bang! The pill lightning came crashing down one after another. Lin Chen threw a few punches and his legs spread like a meteorite, turning into streams of energy that shot out and destroyed all the pill lightning. SSS. What terrifying strength. He's only at the late stage of the 1st-level Yuan Venerate, right? Even a mid-stage 4th-level Yuan Venerate would not dare to take this pill lightning head-on. Since the pill lightning is so strong, this pill must be at least a mid-level 6th level. This kid's physique is very special. It actually has a hint of the heavenly tribulation energy battle physique. His pure strength and movement technique are both terrifying. Even I can't catch the trajectory of his movement technique. Tianzhou's Sai Rufeng suddenly stood up in shock, his old eyes revealing a fanatical look for the first time. Mid-level 6th level. It's definitely a mid-level 6th level pill. This kid refined a mid-level 6th level pill in 3 days with the green alchemy hand seal. This kid's alchemy skills are already above mine. Everyone was shocked as soon as they heard this. Sai Rufeng was one of the top alchemy grandmasters in Tianzhou. All his disciples were top-notch alchemy geniuses, and he himself was at the peak of the advanced 6th level. Even the powerhouses of the spiritual state had heard of his name. This time, he actually admitted that he could not be as outstanding as Lin Chen. A horrifying thought emerged in everyone's mind. Could it be that his alchemy skills could reach the peak of the 6th level? Everyone swallowed their saliva as they looked at the youth who was completely unafraid of the pill lightning. His talent in alchemy was so abnormal, and his battle prowess was so terrifying. Just what kind of monster did Heavenly Song Academy accept? Ha ha ha. The elders of the Heavenly Song Academy looked at each other and laughed. Their laughter was filled with joy and carefreeness. In the past, the Heavenly Book Academy had always suppressed the Heavenly Song Academy. Now that Lin Chen had appeared, it was simply 1 against 4. He had completely beaten up the geniuses of the Heavenly Book Academy this year. In less than 15 minutes, Lin Chen personally dispersed the pill lightning that covered tens of thousands of feet in the sky with ease. A pale golden pill the size of a longan floated up. Lin Chen grabbed it and smiled indifferently. Low-grade mid-level 6th level pill, mysterious sun body-quenching pill. Low-grade mid-level 6th level? The alchemists who were not participating all stood up in shock. Their faces were filled with shock. Lin Chen produced the pill so quickly that they thought it was below the mid-level 6th level. Oh! Low-grade mid-level 6th level? He seemed to have changed his alchemy hand seal at the last moment and raised the level of the embryonic pill once again. Although Li Shong did not say anything, his eyes still revealed shock. Refining a mid-level 6th level pill in 3 days. Your future is limitless. Contestant Lin Chen, are you sure you want to submit this pill as the result of your 2nd round? The referee elder stepped into the venue and asked seriously. I'm sure. I still have 3 matches left. I don't have time to waste here. Lin Chen smiled lightly. The referee elder activated his battle chi and took the pill. After carefully observing it and confirming that there was no mistake, he immediately announced. Contestant Lin Chen, results of the 2nd round of the alchemy conference. Body quenching pill, mysterious sun body quenching pill. Grade, low grade mid-level 6th level. Chapter 425. After the results were announced, Lin Chen took the elixir and left the venue without looking back. Before he left, a cold and sarcastic voice entered Lin Chen's ears. Ha ha, you can't possibly think that you can beat me with this level of cultivation, right? I've always measured my opponent's strength before considering whether to show my true strength. If you want me to show my full strength, then show me some decent strength and try to get my attention. Lin Chen waved his hand casually and left the venue without hesitation. The 2nd round of the Heavenly Spirit Battle Pagoda would open the 4th to 6th levels. In the past, It was common for no one to advance in the third round of the Heavenly Spirit List Conference. This was because there was a huge jump in difficulty from the 4th level onward. The person who could break through the 6th level would be first place. Outside the battle pagoda, the venue was in full swing, filled with shouts and roars. Many forces from the 2 continents were cheering for their young geniuses. Suddenly, the venue quieted down. The millions of powerhouses suddenly fell silent. An aura filled with battle intent stepped into the venue. The young man's silver robe was like a painting, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. The moment he stepped into the venue, a gust of wind swept up. It's Lin Chen. What a terrifying aura. Is he really a first-level Yuan Venerate? I've never seen such a terrifying young man. Who provoked him? This murderous aura. Is he going in to kill someone? Many participants gulped and hurriedly made way for Lin Chen. His gloomy expression was filled with a murderous aura. Just now, he had gone to the Heavenly Spirit Battle Pagoda to ask around and found that Ning Qingxian had been forcibly taken away by the higher-ups of the Ning family. Perhaps the Ning family didn't allow her to interact with the outside world. Haha, Lin Chen, where is Miss Ning Qingxian from the spirit state? Why isn't she with you? At this moment, Xie Hanfeng stood in front of Lin Chen and sneered. Get out of my way. Don't court death. A roar mixed with Transcendence realm mental power fluctuations suddenly reverberated in Xie Hanfeng's mind, forcing him to take 3 steps back. Lin Chen walked straight into the Heavenly Spirit Battle Pagoda and ignored this noisy guy. The spiritual power of the Transcendence realm is indeed something. However, the champion of the Heavenly Spirit Battle Tower is still me, Xie Hanfeng. Following closely behind Lin Chen, Xie Hanfeng also entered the second battle tower. Qing Xian didn't show up. This matter is not so simple. It seems that I have to go to the Ning clan in person. Lin Chen stepped into the Celestial Spirit Battle Tower and put in his ID token. Next to him, an old man in simple sackcloth slowly opened his eyes and said in an obscure and ancient voice. Contestant, Lin Chen. Are you sure you want to participate in the battle tower alone? The registration record shows that you are participating as a duo. If you insist on participating alone, you will face 2 opponents on each floor. Are you sure you want to participate? I'm sure. Lin Chen stretched his muscles and smiled indifferently. He couldn't hide the fighting spirit in his eyes. The elder glanced at Lin Chen in surprise before nodding and releasing a wisp of battle chi to open the door of the battle tower. Outside the battle tower, several light screens projected by the demonic eye stone appeared. Lin Chen and Xie Hanfeng had entered at the same time. Xie Hanfeng's opponent was an old puppet at the mid-4th level Yuan Venerate realm. It was a Yuan Venerate that had fallen in ancient times. However, Xie Hanfeng's cultivation base was already at the late 3rd level and his foundation was extremely strong. This late 4th level puppet was simply no match for him. That's not right. Lin Chen is participating in the 2-person team competition. How is he going to face 2 puppets alone? Could it be that he doesn't intend to go all out to challenge the tower? Just as the crowd was puzzled, a huge figure and an old figure appeared on Lin Chen's light screen. It was a mid-6th level scarlet striped leopard and a late 4th level primordial Yuan Venerate. Inside the battle tower, the purple phoenix wings suddenly flapped as it tore through the void in an instant. It was so fast that almost no one outside the arena could capture its trajectory. The primordial Yuan Venerate puppet pushed its palms across the void as its battle chi Yuan palace turned into 4 ghost gates to protect itself. Roar. The scarlet striped leopard reacted extremely quickly. 7 scarlet lines suddenly appeared on its body as it tore through the void like lightning and lashed out at Lin Chen. Boom. Lin Chen's afterimage turned into a bolt of lightning as his speed increased explosively once again. The scarlet striped leopard's attack couldn't even graze the corner of Lin Chen's cloth. Green dragon possession, dark dragon palm. Lin Chen's right arm turned black as the 51,000 dragon power, 7-fold dark dragon force and the dark calamity battle body were activated. He didn't even need to use any charging runes as his 5 black fingers blasted the 4 ghost gate. Bang! 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 The 7-layered dark dragon force completely shattered the 4-layered ghost gate. The dark calamity battle aura, which was as deep as an abyss, and the powerful dragon force ruthlessly penetrated the primordial puppet. Kai. There was a tearing sound as the ancient puppet was torn into several pieces and shattered on the spot. A few attribute light balls scattered. Spinning rapidly in the air, 50,000 dragon power points continued to erupt. Lin Chen, who had transformed into the wind calamity battle body, instantly turned into a gust of wind and shot toward the scarlet-striped leopard. The scarlet-striped leopard flickered a few times in succession as its mountain-like body burst forth with unimaginable speed. In just a few leaps, it had crossed thousands of miles. Lin Chen's gust of wind was like the scythe of death. Before the scarlet-striped leopard, which had always been famous for its speed, could react, it was swept by Lin Chen's godly shadow wind demon kick and split it in half. A few more attribute light balls appeared. The previous puppet's level was too low, so Lin Chen didn't drop any attribute light balls even if he defeated it. However, the fourth level was different. Host has received 1,000 points of battle chi essence, 3 points of rune energy, 1,950 points of blood energy, 1 point of wind energy. When he picked up the attribute light balls dropped by the puppet, the system screen popped up. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Even the attribute light balls dropped by these puppets couldn't compare to a true late 4th level Yuan Venerate. Perhaps it's because of the puppets. However, at least it's better than nothing. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed before continuing forward. Participant, Lin Chen. Duo Battle Tower 4th level. Time taken, 5 seconds. 2 rays of light lit up at the same time. Lin Chen and Xie Hanfeng had passed the 4th level at almost the same time. However, the difference in difficulty between the two was simply incomparable. Lin Chen was in the duo battle, and the strength of the creatures in the battle tower was higher than Xie Hanfeng's. After passing the 4th level, Lin Chen casually stepped into the 5th level. Outside the Sky Spirit Battle Tower, countless spectators and higher-ups watching the battle were all stunned. 2 moves. A late 1st level Yuan Venerate had used only 2 moves to defeat 2 late 4th level Yuan Venerate puppets in an instant. Am I seeing things? He only used 2 moves. Although Lin Chen defeated 4 purple meritorious martial artists, these 4 purple meritorious martial artists seemed to have just been born. Their strength was at most comparable to early 4th level Yuan Venerates, right? What kind of F***king concept is it to kill 2 late 4th level Yuan Venerates in an instant? No, you've got it wrong. When he defeated the 4 purple meritorious martial artists, his cultivation was only at the peak of the quasi-venerate level. His strength has soared again. He is much, much stronger than when he defeated the 4 purple meritorious martial artists in Taihao City. Chapter 426. Among the upper echelons of the Heavenly Spirit List Conference, oh my god, this batch of Heavenly Song Academy students is too terrifying. The upper echelons of the Heavenly Book Academy shook their heads and admitted defeat, calling him a freak. This kid entered my Heavenly Song Academy for less than 2 years, but he was already a Blue Merit officer the moment he entered the academy. Within 3 days of entering the academy, he single-handedly challenged 2 Blue Merit officers. Then, as a Blue Merit officer, he completed a Blue Merit officer mission and annihilated the evil sect. He became the first person in our academy to break the rules and reach Blue Merit. First, he entered Holy Fire level and killed the top genius of the spiritual state in seconds. Then, he crippled 4 of our academy's Purple Merit rankers. Obtaining this person alone is better than obtaining thousands of Purple Merit rankers. The few upper echelon elders who thought highly of Lin Chen stroked their beards and laughed. Their laughter was filled with arrogance. The talent that Lin Chen displayed today could be said to be unrivaled in the 9 state. The Vice Dean, who was hiding at the side, smiled unconsciously. She had already expected Lin Chen's strength to skyrocket after he successfully returned from the Purgatory Secret Realm. However, this speed seemed to have far exceeded her expectations. It was truly terrifying. On the 5th level of the battle tower, 2 figures, one old and one young, stood in the air. Their eyes were lifeless, but the fierceness between their brows had not changed. 2 early-stage 5th level Yuan Venerates. The difference between a 5th level Yuan Venerate and a 4th level Yuan Venerate was almost double. Coupled with the two of them working together, the difficulty rose sharply. With a thought, the first level of the 9 Brilliance transformation was activated. Lin Chen's cultivation level temporarily stepped into early stage second level Yuan Venerate. Azure Dragon, destroy them. The moment the order was given, the 10,000-year profound Azure Dragon turned into a beam of dragon light and escaped into the void. As it used the Azure Dragon shadow, its aura was completely eliminated. The same dragon race mystique was used by the ancient Azure Dragon and the 10,000-year profound Azure Dragon, but the effects were completely different. The two puppets could not sense the Azure Dragon's aura at all, and the powerhouses outside the arena were no exception. Ancient Shattering Finger. The old puppet suddenly stretched out its finger and pointed at the void. The green pillar was like a beam of light that spanned thousands of miles. An energy finger pierced through the spatial crystal wall and headed straight for Lin Chen. Heaven Essence Sword, Yin-Yang Split. The green-robed youth puppet gripped the energy sword in its hand and slashed down. As it split yin and yang, the surrounding area was filled with swirling sword energy that slashed towards Lin Chen. Bang tilde. Lin Chen shuttled back and forth like a ray of divine light. With a level 6 saber in his hand, he was domineering and looked down on the world. He slashed apart the encirclement of the sword energy and easily dodged that shocking and vast finger. 4 Netherworld Flash. With a flap of his purple phoenix wings, Lin Chen, who had used Thousand Thunder Shadows, flashed to the side of the young puppet. With the activation of his Wind Calamity battle body, the dark blue saber light leaped 4 times in a row, shattering the young puppet's energy sword light into nothingness. Raising the saber above his head with both hands, Lin Chen unleashed an explosive slash that tore apart the Yuan Venerate's defense. After that strike, his body turned around like a swimming dragon, and he fiercely slashed out with his saber again, chopping off the young puppet's head like a bolt of lightning. Dozens of attribute light balls shot out. TSK. Boom. 2 dark green light blades danced in the air, cutting open the old puppet's battle chi attack and directly striking its shoulders, leaving 2 finger-deep wounds on its shoulders. In the void, the figure of the 10,000-year black-green dragon appeared. Its dragon body suddenly trembled, and the dragon scales all over its body glowed with a dark green radiance. Its dragon power released a domain of green light and dragon chi. Within this domain, the movements of the old man puppet were suppressed by more than 40%. Black-green dragon domain. This was the new ability of the black-green dragon after its metamorphosis. With just 51,000 points of dragon power, it could still suppress an early-stage 5th-level Yuan Venerate powerhouse. Rip tilde. Bang. As the dragon tail swept over, Lin Chen's figure appeared on the other side. With a black dragon palm and the black-green dragon's raging tail whip, the old puppet was smashed into dozens of attribute light balls. After collecting the attribute light balls dropped by the 2 great puppets, Lin Chen's battle chi essence had improved slightly, and he had obtained over 1,000 heavenly Dao points and talent points respectively. It was still an instant kill. Although the 10,000-year black-green dragon's power was only 51,000 points of dragon power, it was only comparable to an early-stage 4th-level Yuan Venerate in terms of pure strength. However, the ability to evolve due to the bloodline metamorphosis was too heaven-defying, so it could single-handedly suppress an early-stage 5th-level Yuan Venerate powerhouse. This was the power of a powerful bloodline. Counting the moves of the black-green dragon, it was only 5 moves. 5 moves to eliminate 2 early-stage 5th-level Yuan Venerate. Participant, Lin Chen. Duo Challenge Tower Level 5. Time, 8 seconds. When the light screen was first displayed, whether it was the upper echelons watching the battle or the audience outside the arena, their minds were shaken, and there was a kind of horror that made them suck in cold breath. A late-stage 1st-level Yuan Venerate killing an early-stage 5th-level Yuan Venerate? If it was just a one-on-one, it wouldn't be enough to shock the upper echelons. However, the scariest thing was that he was participating in the 2-on-1 team competition alone. 1 versus 2. Was he still human? He was a complete monster. Although the puppets couldn't completely represent powerhouses of the same level, an early-stage 5th-level Yuan Venerate was a real deal. A 1-on-2 kill was unheard of in the history of the spiritual state. The 6th level. Lin Chen's strength is too abnormal. He can definitely pass the 6th level. No, I think he can make history again. Maybe he can even pass the 7th level? Difficult, very difficult. The strength of the puppets on the 7th level is completely different from that of the 5th level. It's very difficult to challenge those above the Yuan Venerate level. To put it bluntly, the puppets on the 7th level can also defeat the puppets on the 5th level. No, no, no. Have you forgotten? Lin Chen is participating in the 2-on-1 team competition. If his partner doesn't come, he can only fight 2 puppets on the 7th level alone. Even late-stage 6th level Yuan Venerate powerhouses might not be able to escape unscathed. I think so too. I think he should have a chance of passing the 7th level if he was participating in the 1-on-1 team competition. However, it's too difficult for him to pass the 2-on-1 team competition. Many veteran Yuan Venerate powerhouses were discussing fervently, setting off an unprecedented frenzy. After defeating the 2 puppets easily, Lin Chen arrived at the battle space of the 6th level. Unlike the 5th level, 2 middle-aged swordsmen in snow-white robes appeared on the 6th level. The ordinary metal swords in their hands were like 9 bright moons illuminating the entire space of the battle pagoda. They were 2 late-stage 5th level ancient swordsmen. Late-stage 5th level? This is a completely different oppressive feeling from before. Lin Chen's expression turned slightly serious as the calamity combat body in his body erupted with a powerful battle aura. The second transformation of the 9 brilliance transformations was unleash. Lin Chen's cultivation soared from the early stage 2nd level to the late stage 2nd level once again. Boom! The murderous sword intent surged like a tide. The moment Lin Chen released the green dragon, he used the green dragon shadow to dive into the void and the thunder shadow instantaneous flash beneath his feet. Kai tilde Kai tilde Kai tilde. The swords split the 9 heavens. The 2 white-robed swordsmen only used 1 sword move and 2 snow-white sword intents that split the void traversed the sky and crushed the spatial crystal walls inch by inch. The sharpness of the sword chi shocked the large number of spectators outside the arena. Even the demonic eye stone could feel the sharpness and couldn't help but be shocked. The combat power of a late-stage 5th level cultivator was almost equal to 2 early-stage 5th level cultivators. Chapter 427. Netherworld, 6 flashes. Lin Chen's pure strength exploded as he controlled his wind calamity battle chi to wield his saber. He drew out a light green saber light that flickered 6 times in a row, shattering one of the white sword intent. As the sword light exploded, Lin Chen was caught in the crossfire. He used his earth calamity battle chi to form the 10,000 mountains armor, and his purple gold eyes flash. Astral treading teleportation. 1-4. The purple phoenix wings flapped as Lin Chen activated the highest level of the astral treading battle thunder. He instantly turned into a purple flash of lightning and fire, and his saber light slashed at the first puppet on the left. Clang! The late stage of the 5th stage was not to be trifled with. The puppet's sword swept across the sky and blocked Lin Chen's first strike. Lin Chen held his saber with both hands and turned into a whirlwind of saber light. Boom! 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 Saber chi surged and roared like a dragon. A green saber light flashed 5 times in a row, each time faster than the last. It cut through the spatial crystal wall and slashed at the white-clothed swordsman's body. He quickly drew his sword, and countless sword shadows formed an impenetrable sword net, covering the sky and earth. It blocked all of Lin Chen's saber chi. Azura's fury. 2 mighty Azura demon figures with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared in a chanting position. They angrily released 2 spiritual attacks that could shatter the galaxy. The spiritual attacks collided with the white-clothed swordsman, shattering his battle chi defense and causing his battle consciousness to pause for a moment. Rip tilde. The 6th saber light slashed out like a horizontal line of the sun. It cut through the spatial crystal wall and slashed through the white-clothed swordsman's waist, tearing open a crack. Netherworld, 7th flash. Lin Chen touched his saber and activated the 3rd transformation of the Azura 9 Brilliance transformation. The 9-colored battle chi in his body condensed into a 3rd battle chi natal palace, and his cultivation temporarily broke through the early stage of the 3rd stage. As he swung his saber, 2 hellish saber lights flashed past. They were so fast that they didn't even cause ripples in space. Only faint saber marks were left behind. The white-robed swordsman brandished his sword and only managed to block the first slash. The second slash swept past his neck, leaving behind a fingernail-sized crack. Although the sharpness was faint, its sharpness did not decrease. This saber strike had completely extinguished the consciousness of the puppet swordsman. Good blade technique. Before the puppet swordsman's head was separated from its body, it actually murmured to itself with a satisfied smile on its face. Then, it fell into the void and lost its battle chi, dropping a bunch of attribute light balls on the ground. Bang tilde. An earth-shattering explosion resounded throughout the entire battle space. The 10,000-year profound azure dragon and the other white-clothed swordsman were locked in a white-hot battle. Within the area covered by the profound azure dragon domain, no matter how sharp the white-clothed swordsman's swordsmanship was, its offensive power was weakened by about 30%. The remaining 70% of its power was enough for the 10,000-year profound azure dragon, which was famous for its defensive power, to take it head-on. Looks like I can use this opportunity to see how strong the azure dragon has become. Lin Chen did not help. After taking away all the attribute light balls, he retreated to the side and opened the system interface. System, I want to increase the talent of reinforced iron bones to 10%. System notification, reinforced iron bones talent is at 5%. If you want to increase it to 10%, you will need to spend 5,000 talent points. Host has 13,400 talent points. Do you want to increase this talent? Yes. The moment he issued the command, a warm current flowed through Lin Chen's limbs and bones, and his skin glowed with an even stronger light. After strengthening the talent of reinforced iron bones, the 10,000-year profound azure dragon and the white-clothed swordsman had decided the victor in less than 100 rounds. The azure dragon swept away all the attribute light balls, and Lin Chen's battle chi cultivation bottleneck began to loosen. If he could kill 2 genuine late-stage Stage 5 masters, Lin Chen might be able to reach early-stage Stage 2 with the attribute light balls he obtained. However, experts of this level would be at the level of Grand Elders of first-rate forces in the spirit state. Looks like the azure dragon can fight one-on-one against early-stage Stage 6 masters. If it encounters mid-stage Stage 6 masters, the best result would be a draw, and late-stage Stage 6 masters would only be able to stall for time. After completely gauging the azure dragon's strength, Lin Chen stored it into his body, and a screen appeared. Participant, Lin Chen. Passed the double challenge tower level 6. Time, 7 minutes. Officially passed the second round of the Heavenly Spirit Ranking Battle Tower Tournament. Heavenly Spirit points will be distributed to the participants according to their ranking after the second round. The moment the screen appeared, many experts sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Chen fought 2 late-stage Stage 5 masters alone, and it only took him 7 minutes. Moreover, looking at the battle situation, the 7 minutes was only because Lin Chen retreated to the side and used his 10,000-year profound azure dragon to fight alone. If he had joined the battle, it would not even take him 7 minutes. Too strong, it's no doubt a half-purple level saber technique. He used that pair of purple phoenix wings and his top-tier blue rank movement technique to close in on the enemy's close combat area. He used his powerful physique to perfectly support his saber technique, and he has a special secret manual that can temporarily increase his strength by 3 levels. In addition, his mental strength that is close to the mid-stage of the Transcendence realm combined with his close combat burst to cut off the opponent's consciousness. It's flawless. This little guy's mental cultivation method can even transform his own battle chi into a heavenly tribulation battle body. This is too heaven-defying. Don't forget, he also has that 10,000-year profound azure dragon of the same origin. It has both offense and defense. With his strength, it's completely possible for him to pass the 7th level. The arrogant Heavenly Book Academy couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Xie Hanfeng's talent was indeed heaven-defying. However, he met Lin Chen. He was destined to be overshadowed in this Heavenly Spiritless tournament because the former's brilliance was too outstanding. I didn't expect that this little bastard's wings to be fully developed. If he is given another 2 years, how much will he grow? Don't worry. That lord has already appeared. It won't be long before the spiritual state will be the world of our Bai family. This kid is not even worth mentioning in front of that lord. With the lord's personality, he definitely won't let this kid grow up. This heavenly spirit list tournament also discovered quite a few outstanding geniuses hidden by the aristocratic families. When the time comes, we'll eliminate them immediately. The expert from the Bai family stood in the corner and sneered coldly. There was a hint of killing intent that had been suppressed for a long time in his sinister laughter. 8 hours later, a battered Xie Hanfeng rushed out of the heavenly spirit battle tower and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen, how is it? In the end, my heavenly book academy is still better. Ah! Before he finished laughing, he let out an owl-like cry and stared at the new record on the heavenly spirit list. The record holder of the 6th floor of the battle tower, Lin Chen. Time used, half a quarter of an hour. Half a quarter of an hour. And it's AF * King duo competition? The corner of Xie Hanfeng's mouth twitched as he stood there in a daze. At the forging hall. In the second round, there were less than 4,000 contestants left, which was 90% less than the first round. Chapter 428. On the stage, Murong Qingxue gripped the forging hammer tightly and focused on forging the weapon embryo in her hand. Meng Xiangqing was also doing the same. The weapon embryos created by the two girls were different. Even before they were born, the Heaven Dipper realm experts in the audience felt an extraordinary sense of oppression. A figure appeared at the entrance of the stage and walked straight into it. Murong Qingxue, who was extremely focused just a moment ago, felt the appearance of this aura. She bit her lips and her heart was in a mess. Ever since Lin Chen left last time, her astral jade battle chi had changed. Murong Qingxue's mind was filled with the figure of the person who saved her. Looks like the competition has entered a critical moment. I came just in time. Lin Chen, who had stepped onto the stage, chuckled. Meng Xiangqing, who was beside him, said seriously with a taut face. Big brother Lin Chen, this time, Xiangqing will give it her all. Big brother, please don't hold back. Don't worry, as you wish. Lin Chen nodded. He glanced at the beauty beside him and whistled frivolously. Beauty, your legs are quite nice. Lecture. I'll squeeze you out of the competition this time. Murong Qingxue rolled her eyes at Lin Chen. Her heart actually calmed down a bit. She subconsciously thought to herself, how can this hooligan be that benefactor? Lin Chen's appearance attracted the attention of many blacksmiths. With a wave of his hand, 2 pieces of peak grade 6 ore, 10,000-year wind mystic crystal and blazing light ore appeared. Lin Chen, who was bare-handed, displayed the grade 7 blacksmithing technique, Golden Sun blacksmithing technique. It was still so shocking. A fist covered in golden hepta chi shattered the blazing light ore. His fingers were like a gust of wind, indestructible. Lin Chen smoothly cut and cast the 2 rare ores. Then, with a flick of his finger, he shot in 2 high-grade grade 6 vicious beast cores that he had prepared beforehand and began smelting. Time passed minute by minute. Lin Chen's casting speed still far surpassed all the other competitors. He had clearly entered the venue on the 4th day of the second round, but on the 6th day, there were already signs of a finished product. When they saw that Lin Chen had 2 tool embryos, the blacksmiths in the audience suddenly stood up, their pupils constricting. What kind of joke is this? He only used such a short amount of time to forge a weapon. Could it be that he plans to forge 2 tier 6 weapons at the same time? None of the forging masters sitting outside the hall could remain calm. With Lin Chen's performance in the first round, it was impossible for him to bring out a lower standard than he did in the first round. That was to say, the 2 weapons he had forged were at least mid-tier 6. Forging 2 mid-tier 6 weapons in 2 days? Even if all of the Grandmaster blacksmiths present personally came out of seclusion, they still wouldn't be able to do it. If a tier 6 mid-grade weapon could be forged so easily, it would have long been common. His Golden Sun forging technique has already reached the pinnacle. Without a doubt, his level of forging is even more terrifying than us old fellows. Meng Xiangqing's grandfather, Master Meng, who had hugged Lin Chen's leg and begged to be his disciple, said enthusiastically. Lin Chen had perfectly inherited the memories of the previous successor of the Golden Sun forging technique, Jin Xiahua. In addition, his body refining strength was definitely not inferior to Jin Xiahua's. His comprehensive level of forging was already at the same level as Jin Xiahua when she was alive. However, when he had 2 heavenly calamity battle bodies, he had perfectly surpassed Jin Xiahua when she was alive, and he had perfectly displayed the Golden Sun forging technique. This forging technique required a strong metal elemental and fire elemental battle chi. Lin Chen's metal elemental and fire elemental combat bodies were perfectly combined. It could even be said that no one in the 9 prefectures was more suitable for the Golden Sun forging technique than him. If he was given more time, it was only a matter of time before he became a Tier 7 forging master. On the 7th day, 3 rays of light shot up into the sky at almost the same time, illuminating the entire venue. They were Lin Chen and Murong Qingxue. Both of them had completed their forging at the same time. Great, it's a Tier 6 intermediate lower grade weapon. Murong Qingxue stared at the frost ice sword in front of her. The axe light and cold energy flowing on the sword had far surpassed the Tier 6 intermediate lower grade weapon, causing her pale face to be filled with excitement. Buzz tilde tilde. Suddenly, the frost ice sword slightly rippled and spun, emitting a few rays of piercingly cold sword chi. Murong Qingxue was about to circulate her battle chi to resist, but she felt weak in her body. Oh no! Too much battle chi has been consumed when forging. The beautiful woman's face was pale. Just as the sword chi was about to hit her vital points, a figure blocked her path and a warm and strong arm wrapped around her waist. Are you all right? Why were you so careless? The young man's voice echoed in her ears. Hearing this, the beautiful woman's body trembled. This tone was exactly the same as the benefactor who had saved her that day. Murong Qingxue urgently raised her head, but what she saw was a handsome young man's face that had yet to shed its childishness. He was looking at her with a devilish smile. You. Murong Qingxue pushed Lin Chen away. Thinking about how the gentle and perfect young master was completely different from the young man in front of her, she coldly snorted and said, "No, I don't need your help." The beautiful woman lacked strength, and her soft and gentle voice sounded like a coquettish lover. Lin Chen shrugged and waved his hand. A green light that was dozens of feet long swept out and completely suppressed the sword. It's not like someone will come and save you every time. You have to be careful next time. Lin Chen waved his hand and returned to his competition stage. This casual sentence caused Murong Qingxue's heart to tremble again. She cutely and stubbornly pursed her lips and said, "It's none of your business." Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. With one hand, he took the brand new weapon that Lin Chen had forged. It was a blade that was 1.3 meters long. The body of the blade was slightly curved and agile. The edge of the blade was light green and cold. Every ray of light that flowed on the edge of the blade created a wind blade that could cut through the void. The sword was 1.2 meters long and the hilt was shaped like a pair of wings. The blade flashed with a blazing light, and the spine of the sword seemed to be entwined with dragon patterns. The entire blade was scarlet red, and a luminous pearl-like crystal core was inlaid in the center. The blade was blazing hot and sharp, and a slight slash could leave a faint sword mark on the spatial crystal wall. Lin Chen's sword and blade had been destroyed in the battle with Hun Mobai. He wanted to use this opportunity to forge his own weapons. He had only used 2 pieces of top-notch grade 6 rare ores, 10 types of grade 6 mid-grade ores, and a grade 6 high-grade beast core to forge 2 top-grade weapons that even an 8th-level Yuan Venerate would cover. Well, let's call it the sword hilt shaped like a pair of wings and the spine of the sword engraved with dragon patterns. Let's call it the Crimson Dragon. The blade is like the wind, incessant and swift. It's called the Myriad Wind Abyss Cry. Lin Chen pushed the newly forged Scarlet Dragon Sword and the Myriad Wind Abyss Cry saber forward and hovered in front of the referee elders. The group of referees immediately sized up the 2 weapons solemnly. The sword is a grade 6 high-grade top-grade weapon. The blade is a grade 6 high-grade top-grade weapon. Oh my god! This old man has lived for a long time. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'm afraid no one would be able to criticize me. In just 3 days, he has forged 2 top-grade weapons that are second only to grade 6 top-grade weapons. This brat really shocked the world the moment he made his move. How many days has it been? Even old men like us are ashamed of our inferiority, yet we are still referees. Chapter 429. All the referees gasped in amazement. When the results were announced, the audience exploded. Oh my God, what kind of monster is this? I remember that in the history of the spiritual state, it took only 5 days to forge a low-grade level 6 combat artifact. Forging a high-grade level 6 combat artifact in 3 days is already breaking the spiritual state's record. This brat actually forged 2 swords at the same time. It's really infuriating to compare yourself to others. Many of the audience members were both amazed and envious. The gap between them was simply infuriating. Some of the young blacksmithing geniuses near Lin Chen were shocked to discover that their idolized goddesses were all staring at Lin Chen with peach blossom eyes. When they looked at the result of his forging and thought of their own years of cultivation, they were so angry that they kicked over their own forging tables on the spot. F***CK. Why the hell are we still participating in this competition? Damn it, I'm not going to compete anymore. I'm going to go home and farm. What was even more hilarious was that several forging geniuses left behind their almost completed weapon embryos and left. Seeing this scene, the geniuses who were eliminated in the first round suddenly felt relieved. After all, the geniuses of the same generation as this monster would never be able to shine. Big brother Lin Chen is indeed amazing. Meng Xiangqing's green eyes sparkled as she stared longingly at Lin Chen's back. After the appraisal, Lin Chen immediately left the forging venue. He had already wasted too much time here, and there was still the fortune-telling competition. It's really impossible to surpass this monster. What kind of environment could give birth to such a monster? Murong Qingxue lowered her head and sighed. Then, she suddenly noticed that the faint glow of battle chi on the ground attracted her attention. It was a battle chi jade pendant that had been broken by the sword energy. Its surface was flickering with a faint fluorescent light. When she saw this jade pendant, Murong Qingxue was stunned. She hurriedly took out her star jade and found that hers was intact. She subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Since this star jade isn't mine, then. The moment she picked up the star jade, Murong Qingxue was dumbfounded. As her slender, jade-like fingers stroked the sword mark, many images flashed through her mind. In the end, the young man's frivolous smile and the mysterious and calm young master's face came together. It's actually you, Lin Chen, you. The beautiful woman turned around to look for the young man again, but he had already left. She was the only one left looking around, her beautiful eyes filled with tears. Yes. At this moment, there were only 25 people left in the fortune teller conference. In the third round, only the 2 people with the best results in the second round would advance. Looking at the first round, even if it was only Heaven Dipper Realm Stage 9, it was too challenging for a fortune teller to calculate the fate of the other party within 7 days, and also to avoid paying the price of reducing one's lifespan. If he expended his lifespan to calculate the fate of a heretical cultivator for the sake of participating in the competition, then wouldn't it be like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? It wasn't worth it at all. Lin Chen spent half a day, and by the time he arrived at the venue, there were only 2.5 days left for the competition. At the moment, 19 of the 25 contestants had already finished calculating the fate of their target. Of course, the outcome of this round's assessment wasn't as simple as the previous one. They didn't have to calculate the fate of their target completely. They only had to calculate a portion of it. In the second round of the fortune teller conference, they had to choose one of the 5 first-level Yuan venerates and calculate the fate of the chosen target. Because the lifespan and fate of a Yuan venerate were completely different from that of a Heaven Dipper realm, it was extremely difficult to calculate the fate of a Yuan venerate for the remaining half of his life. It could even be said that only a handful of people could do it without paying a heavy price. Lin Chen used the last 2.5 days to calculate a result that was second only to Yang Chenyun's to enter the finals. If not for the lack of time, Lin Chen would have had a chance to compete with Yang Chenyun for first place in the second round. However, what Lin Chen was looking forward to was that the 9 Tribulation Eye, which was formed from the fusion of 6 Tribulation battle bodies, was already so powerful. How powerful would the complete 9 Tribulation Eye be? The 10 days of competition came to an end. Lin Chen's results were first and second in 2 categories. He was first on the combat roll, first on the blacksmith roll, and second on the alchemy and fortune teller conferences. In the alchemy conference, Lin Chen was overtaken by Li Shong, who refined a mid-grade grade 6 pill and took first place. Dan Qianqiu followed closely behind and refined a low-grade grade 6 pill, the Taiyi True Essence pill. However, he couldn't surpass Lin Chen in terms of medicinal efficacy, so he temporarily took third place. The first place of the second round would be awarded 250 Sky Spirit points, while the second place would be awarded 200 points. In addition to the 330 points that Lin Chen had obtained previously, he had a total of 1,230 points. He was just short of 120 points to purchase the 5th volume of the 9 Brilliance transformation. Damn it, this is too unlucky. What am I supposed to do? Forget it, I might as well buy some useful treasures first. As long as I obtain first place in 3 or more categories, I will be able to purchase the 5th volume of the Azura 9 Brilliance transformation. Lin Chen, who had spent 530 points in the treasure pavilion, bought a large pile of high-grade materials. There were medicinal herbs, vicious beast cores, and rare ores. Although he had a rich foundation, Lin Chen didn't have many treasures that involved high-grade grade 6, top grade, and even grade 7 treasures. Hun Mobai didn't have many items in his spirit receiving ring, and he wasn't an alchemist or a weapon forging master. Apart from carrying some pills, Lin Chen had to prepare everything for the competition himself. For the alchemy and weapon forging finals, Lin Chen had a unique idea. For alchemy, he planned to refine a top-grade grade 6 pill recipe from the system's fusion function. As for weapon forging, he didn't plan to simply refine a high-grade weapon. The rest period this time was a full 10 days, allowing all the participants to relax and prepare for the finals. Even though it was a rest period, the entire Yang capital was bustling with noise and excitement. Various caravans had settled in, and there were also many performance troops, arena competitions, and stalls set up by Jianghu Rangers. Countless treasure hunters from the 2 continents who were interested in hunting for treasures would enter the stalls to exchange treasures and barter. Lin Chen consumed the mystic sun-quenching pill that he had refined in the second round. His fire attribute energy increased, and his pure strength rose to 37,500 dragon power before it slowly stopped. Then, he continued to consume the intermediate ability soul essence attribute points and focused on inheriting the last part of the Han family's manual. He only came out of seclusion after 8 days. When he came out of seclusion, Lin Chen rarely went shopping with his close female friends such as Yun Manqing and the rest of Class 66. He enjoyed the liveliness of Yang capital. Yang capital, Qingyun City. Sister Yu Qi didn't come this time, so she must have something more important to do. Looks like after the competition ends, I'll have to go to the Lung family to ask about it. On the street, Lin Chen wore a mask and fell into deep thought. Yu Linlin, who was in front of him, waved her small hands and shouted happily. Lin Chen, over here, over here. This shop smells really good. Let's go and try it out together. Seeing this, Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. As he walked forward, his shoulder bumped into a black-cloaked figure. A faint fragrance entered Lin Chen's nose. He smiled and said, "Sorry, I wasn't paying attention when I was walking." Before he could finish, a red system warning popped up in Lin Chen's mind for the first time. He felt a chill run down his spine, and his hair stood on end. System warning, the target's strength is unfathomable. The host is advised to leave immediately. Chapter 430. The alarm in Lin Chen's mind reverberated crazily, almost causing his ears to ring and his vision to blur. Ever since he had updated the system, this was the first time the system had issued a warning to Lin Chen. Lin Chen's scalp went numb, and he subconsciously swallowed his saliva. His pupils trembled slightly as he stared at the black-robed figure. Reflected in Lin Chen's eyes was a pair of flawless purple eyes. The pupils were like precious jade, and there was a mysterious magical power in them. It was as if time and space had stopped, and Lin Chen momentarily lost his mind. He turned around and glanced at Lin Chen, using a very low voice to ask in confusion. "You are Lin Chen?" Lin Chen couldn't see his face clearly, and he couldn't see the depth of his cultivation. He couldn't even detect a trace of danger from him, but it was such an ordinary mortal that made the system issue a warning. Even when the vice principal, who was above the war emperor, approached Lin Chen, or when he was a descendant of a god, the system didn't issue such a strong warning. You seem different. But I can't tell what's different. A bright moon suddenly appeared in his flawless purple eyes, and Lin Chen instantly felt a piercing pain all over his body. His 10,000 layers of fire web was easily pierced through. He had been seen through all the secrets in his body, the Azura 9 Brilliance transformation, the purple golden eyes bloodline, the Azure Dragon bloodline, and even the Battle Chi Natal Palace's 9 Tribulations mental cultivation method, were all seen through by this mysterious person. Roar tilde. The Azure Dragon's furious roar came from Lin Chen's Battle Chi Natal Palace, and Lin Chen hurriedly suppressed the Azure Dragon. He was very clear that if they were to fight, he wouldn't have any chance of winning against an expert who was at least on the same level as the vice principal. He doesn't seem to have any unique secrets. He's just a mortal. Maybe he's on par with the descendants of those fake gods. Just in case, I'll leave a mark. The mysterious man muttered to himself in a voice that he could only hear. His sleeves trembled slightly, and then he turned around and left. He didn't stay on Lin Chen for a moment longer. The pressure on his body suddenly disappeared. Lin Chen was sweating profusely. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. It was too terrifying. This person's oppressive aura was in no way inferior to the vice principal of the academy. The vice principal and the Yang clan are here. If this person can avoid alerting the vice principal and the Yang clan, perhaps his strength is much more terrifying than the former. Wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, Lin Chen tried to use the 9 Tribulations eye and the purple gold pupil to spy on the other party. Through the eye of 9 Tribulations and the purple gold pupil, Lin Chen could only see something similar to a purple cloud above the man's head. Other than that, there were no other secrets. He couldn't even sense a trace of battle chi. When Lin Chen wanted to take a closer look, the mysterious person had already disappeared into the sea of people without a trace. Lin Lang, what's wrong? Yun Manqing said worriedly as she took light steps forward and held Lin Chen's hand. It's nothing. I just suddenly thought of something. Lin Chen smiled as he comforted her. However, his heart was in turmoil. If a powerhouse that wasn't inferior to the vice principal had infiltrated this place, then the entire Heavenly Spirit List conference could be threatened. The next day, in a secret room in Yenju Tower, Lin Chen reported this matter to the higher-ups of the academy, causing a huge uproar. Lin Chen, are you sure? You can't be careless about this matter. This concerns the relationship between the two continents. Black and White Elder Xian asked Lin Chen seriously. He nodded with certainty. I can confirm that this person's strength is at least at the War Emperor level. Although Lin Chen was still a long way from being at the 8th or 9th level of the Yuan Venerate realm, it wasn't to the extent that he didn't even have the chance to escape. However, that mysterious person had seen through all his secrets with just a glance. Furthermore, he didn't care about Lin Chen's wishes at all. His strength was definitely superior to Lin Chen's. How is this possible? Only the Yang family and our own people know that the vice principal is attending the conference. Could the news have been leaked? Or did the other party guess his identity? Some of the higher-ups of the academy said in disbelief. Most of the higher-ups of the academy who were attending the conference looked at the vice principal. She nodded and fell into deep thought. After a while, she said seriously, I released my battle chi to search the entire Yenju. There wasn't anyone suspicious. Even if there was a war emperor who was good at hiding his aura, even a peak 9th level war emperor wouldn't be able to do it without alerting me. Little guy, are you sure you didn't see wrongly? Peak 9th level war emperor. Above that would be the Saint Realm. If a Saint Realm expert wanted to destroy Yenju, it would be a piece of cake. There was no need to sneak in or play any tricks. The remaining saints of the ancient families of the spirit state had already wandered outside the 9 continents and hadn't come out for tens of thousands of years. Little guy, could it be that you're under some kind of illusion? If it's a powerful spiritual illusion realm, it could indeed put you in an extremely powerful illusion. A high-level elder whose spiritual energy was at the Great Success Dharma phase realm hesitated for a while and said to Lin Chen, "Maybe. I don't know either." Lin Chen shrugged, but he calmed down. If even the vice principal didn't find out, then it would be meaningless to investigate further. As for the illusion realm, Lin Chen didn't believe it at all. No matter how powerful the illusion realm was, it couldn't escape from his heavenly path attribute picking system. After discussing for a while, Lin Chen left the secret chamber. What he didn't notice was that 2 spiral-shaped purple runes were outlined on his back. In the independent space of the Bai family, there was a vast altar that was tens of thousands of feet wide. All the experts of the Bai family knelt on the ground devoutly with reverent expressions as if they were waiting for their faith to arrive. Boom! On the altar, a giant space door slowly opened, and a flame aura that carried a pure and destructive aura rushed into the sky. "Welcome, Your Excellency. We hope that Your Excellency will live for thousands of years and unite the 9 state." All the experts of the Bai family, regardless of whether they were at the Heaven Star realm, the Yuan Venerate realm, or the War Emperor realm, all of them knelt and bowed to the beautiful figure in the void with fanaticism and devotion. Hee. The feeling of becoming a human is really wonderful. Soft laughter that was as pure and pleasant as the sound of a bell echoed in the sky. A beautiful figure in white slowly descended from the sky. Her hair was adorned with pearls, and her eyebrows were like the clouds on the autumn mountains. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, her red lips were like cherry blossoms, and her teeth were as white as jade. Her long dress was like snow, and her figure was gentle and graceful. It was as if everything in the world was so dim compared to her. The beautiful woman turned her exquisite body and covered her sleeves with a light veil as she giggled. "Now that I've come out, I'll start with the spiritual state. I'll take all the ancient families into my hands and wipe out all the disobedient ancient families." If Lin Chen were here, he would definitely recognize this beautiful woman. After all, there was only one woman in the spiritual state who had such a temperament and appearance. She was Bai. If Yang. Was it an opportunity or a catastrophe? The spiritual state had experienced unprecedented turmoil since the prehistoric times. From this moment on, the situation changed drastically. Chapter 431. On the 11th day, the 3rd round of the Heavenly Spirit Ranking Tournament began. The duration of the 3rd round was 30 days. Participants could display their skills to their heart's content. Countless people were looking forward to this day. Whether it was the Tianju or the spiritual state, all the powerhouses were looking forward to this moment, the peak of the younger generation. However, the most eye-catching event was the finals of the potion refining competition. 14. Lin Chen of the spiritual state versus Li Shong of the Tianju. A battle between 2 powerhouses. Only 8 people made it to the finals of the potion refining competition, including Han Ziyun and Dan Qianqiu. Han Ziyun's potion refining skills improved by leaps and bounds after reaching Holy Fire level, while Han Yizhi was eliminated in the 2nd round. For Han Yizhi, her time in potion refining competition was still too short, so this result was enough to be proud of. In the entire venue, almost 90% of the people were paying attention to Lin Chen and Li Shong. These 2 people's abilities were far beyond their peers in the venue. "You're just a loser. If I can beat you once, I can beat you twice." Li Shong flicked his sleeves and sat cross-legged in the air, sneering. "Don't be in such a hurry to brag. I'm still very tired. I ran all over the 4 venues and you only got 1st place in the 2nd round of the potion refining competition. Why are you showing off so early?" Lin Chen laughed mockingly. This time, 30 days was enough for him to finish all 4 competitions. Ha ha ha. "Lin Chen, you think too highly of yourself. I, Li Shong, have the bloodline of the Pill Saint. My ancestor was a Pill Saint. How can an ordinary person like you be my opponent in the potion refining competition?" Li Shong looked up to the sky and laughed maniacally. Some of the older powerhouses were shocked. The alchemy grandmaster of the spiritual state, Qing Shuzi, was shocked. Pill Saint. Could it be Li Wuji, the only Pill Saint in the history of the Tianju? This kid is the descendant of the Pill Saint. This is troublesome. I'm afraid Lin Chen of the Heavenly Song Academy is going to lose. Kai Rufeng's expression was extremely serious. A rank 7 alchemist was quite rare in the entire 9 state. The Pill Saint was a rank 8 alchemist. A rank 8 alchemist's status and library was far beyond the resources of ordinary ancient families. After hearing this news, the top powerhouses of the spiritual state and Tianju were astonished. He's actually the descendant of the Pill Saint. Dan Qianqiu of the Dan family was shocked. Even the ancestors of the Dan family of the spiritual state, which was an ancient family, had reached the peak of level 7 but had never been able to become level 8 alchemists. No wonder he could cultivate so many high-level hand seals to the peak in such a short period of time. Han Ziyun's pretty face was solemn as she looked at Lin Chen worriedly from the other side of the stage. However, what surprised Li Shong and most of the people was that Lin Chen was so calm that it was a little scary. He wasn't moved by this at all, as if he had already known this result. So the subtle bloodline fluctuation in his body is the descendant of a saint. Is the descendant of the Pill Saint very strong? Lin Chen's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He wasn't even afraid of the first-generation descendant of a god, so why would he, Lin Chen, be moved by a mere descendant of a Pill Saint? Are you scared out of your wits? I'll show you my ancestors' collection in a moment. Li Shong glanced at Lin Chen with disdain and raised his hands in the air. Lin Chen casually waved his hand, and the spirit receiving ring flashed. Clang! Their alchemy furnaces landed in the arena. Thousands of herbs floated in the air. Their hands formed hand seals, and the two moved quickly, leaving behind after images. Lin Chen's spiritual energy gathered into lines of fire along with the hand seals at his fingertips. 8 layers of fire seals were formed, and all the herbs were sucked into the alchemy furnace. The lines of fire were like needles, swimming in and out of each herb, perfectly removing the impurities in the first step of refining. The green light was as soft as water. Li Shong's hand seals were as fast as lightning as he threw all the herbs into the cauldron with great familiarity. The cauldron was like a whirlpool. It looked complicated and disorderly, but in fact, every herb was processed in an orderly manner. Both of them are very steady. They only used mid-level and high-level green hand seals at the beginning. The referee elder of the Heavenly Song Academy observed carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, the two's alchemy hand seals suddenly changed. Faint water-type battle chi circulated. Lin Chen switched from the 8 Desolation mystical fire seal to the Sanqing spiritual water, maximizing the spirituality of the herb. The aura of wood was overflowing and full of vitality. The rays of light were sparkling, but there were hidden mysteries hidden within them. It was the life force of every medicinal herb. Li Shong's handprint suddenly changed to the wood attribute. It was the blue rank low-green fluorescent wood seal. Boom! After the lightning calamity battle physique was activated, Lin Chen's hands were as fast as lightning as he threw in over 1,000 medicinal herbs. They gathered into a torrent of energy, and each medicinal herb was transformed into the purest source of energy under the control of 1,000 lightning bolts that were as vast as the sea. The lightning flash 1,000 seals was comparable to the blue rank hand seals. My God, such fast alchemy hand seals. What kind of monsters are these two? How much energy and talent do they have to cultivate so many high-level alchemy hand seals to such a high level? At this moment, the entire arena was in shock. The two's alchemy hand seals collided with each other, creating an unprecedented elixir-making feast. The switching of the mysterious green fluorescent wood seal, the changing of the 8 Desolation mystic flame and the 3 pure spiritual water, and the switching of the alchemy hand seals was like a flawless artistic dance, dazzling and brilliant beyond compare. The audience was stupefied. The audience in the arena was stupefied. The two of them were like the sun and the moon in the arena of the elixir-making finals, competing with each other with no stars in sight. Not only the audience in the arena, but the people of the spiritual state and Tianju who were watching with their demon eye stones were also stunned. It seemed that everyone was immersed in the two's alchemy hand seals. Watching the two compete with each other, no one noticed the passage of time. On the 5th day, Li Shong's hand seals changed again. Sizzle. Roar. The air currents were torn apart, and the heaven and earth trembled. A wooden dragon that was more than 100 feet long coiled around Li Shong, and the dragon's spiritual energy controlled it to spit out a dense and pure wood elemental breath into the cauldron. Like the blooming of hundreds of flowers in the spring or the blossoming of the flowerless trees in an autumn courtyard, the fragrance released by the cauldron released a fragrance that had never been seen or heard before, and it spread for thousands of miles. All the audience in the audience seats were shocked. Such a pure fragrance. Through the medicinal fragrance alone, this medicinal power is like a new spring of nirvanic rebirth. Li Shang's alchemy hand seals have elevated all the herbs to a higher level. Could his alchemy hand seal be the 10,000 ancient sacred wood seal? Wow! Isn't this a top-tier blue-level alchemy hand seal? My God, this thing really exists in the two continents. Staring at the dragon breath that the wooden dragon spat out, the alchemists were both envious and shocked. This level of alchemy hand seal was extremely rare, and it would take half of one's life to cultivate it. However, in Li Shang's hands, it reached the peak. Chapter 432. Just as everyone was shocked by Li Shang's primordial sacred wood seal, a bolt of lightning tore through the sky. Bang! Boom! Lin Chen's body was bathed in countless lightning bolts. His thunder calamity battle body was like the king of thunder and fire. He stood proudly, and the hand seals in his hands suddenly changed. Above Lin Chen's head, an Azura demon statue hundreds of feet tall surrounded by lightning bolts appeared. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, and its hand seals changed rapidly like Lin Chen's. Its after-images were like lightning. Countless lightning bolts gathered in Lin Chen's palms. His 10 fingers moved rapidly, and the lightning bolts traveled back and forth in the cauldron. Countless spiritual power controlled the lightning bolts and sent them into the dozens of medicinal herbs' energy essences. His spiritual power flickered with lightning bolts, and it quickly removed the outer shells of the 2 high-grade Class 6 vicious beast cores. As it removed the impurities, it instantly crushed them and sent them into a torrent of energy. Even though they were just 2 high-grade Class 6 vicious beast cores, the speed at which they were refined was still shocking. It's the Han family's 10,000 flash lightning hand. I didn't expect to see the 10,000 flash lightning hand again after 10,000 years. Many of the Han family's higher-ups were crying tears of joy, but the shock in their hearts was no less than anyone else's. Because after they gave the 10,000 lightning hands to Lin Chen, in less than a month, he had already cultivated it to the acme of perfection. In the Han family's eyes, this kind of talent was definitely more terrifying than Li Shang, the descendant of the Pill Sage. But it's still not clear who will win. The 10,000 flash lightning hand is only a high-grade blue rank technique, but in Lin Chen's hands, it's a top-grade blue rank technique. But Li Shang's proficiency with the primordial sacred wood seal is second only to Lin Chen's perfection in the 10,000 flash lightning hand. It's also a kind of peak attainment. Just as the experts were wondering which side had the upper hand, Lin Chen's hand seals suddenly changed again. 10,000 flash lightning in his left hand, and clear spring in his right. 2 types of alchemy hand seals were executed perfectly at this moment. Countless after-images rapidly formed. Lin Chen's hands actually displayed 2 types of alchemy hand seals at the same time. A wisp of energy that was as clear as a spirit spring was injected into the ball of energy. As it was refined, the speed of condensing the core became even faster. Wei Qingmo and Sai Rufeng of the heavenly state and Qing Shuzi of the spiritual state all stood up at this moment. His expression was both fanatical and aghast as he lost his voice. A single hand seal. This kid actually used a single hand seal. Using 2 kinds of alchemy hand seals at the same time to condense a pill. How crazy is he? What level of understanding does he have to have in order to dare to do this? Crazy. He must be a lunatic. If you perform 2 completely different hand gestures at the same time, you will lose the whole game if you make any mistake in the process of spiritual manipulation or battle chi operation. Forming a seal with one hand. The realm that Lin Chen had reached had completely surpassed the alchemy masters of the 2 continents. What was even crazier was that Lin Chen was using 2 different alchemy hand seals at the same time, displaying the characteristics of each hand seal to the extreme. Li Shang's eyes glanced around. Even though he was concentrating on alchemy, he couldn't help but become serious. He didn't expect Lin Chen to have reached such a realm. In terms of alchemy experience and skills, he, Li Shang, was obviously at a disadvantage compared to Lin Chen. Boom! The alchemy hand seals changed again. Lin Chen's left hand was like 8 dragons, and his right hand was surrounded by 10,000 lightning bolts. His spiritual energy was like a tide. He was still F*King changing the alchemy hand seals. This scene made some of the alchemy masters in the audience twitch their mouths. The young boys and girls in the venue couldn't help but stare at the silver-robed figure with admiration and longing. What kind of scene was that? The switching of the alchemy hand seals was as smooth as flowing water, as if they were one. The agile energy was like dancing fairies that merged into the alchemy furnace. It was as if it carried endless glory and was constantly surpassing at this moment. That carefree side profile seemed to be calm and composed, and the evil charming smile on the corners of his mouth revealed a wisp of arrogance. Another 2 days passed. On the 8th day, the embryonic pills of the two were about to be born. Just when everyone thought that Lin Chen was about to catch up to Li Shang and surpass him, a strong pressure surged out from Li Shang's body like a tide. It was like a hurricane that destroyed the venue. All the alchemy masters could feel an inexplicable sense of oppression. Lin Chen, I have to admit that among mortals, you are indeed very strong. But I, Li Shang, am even stronger. Li Shang opened his eyes and activated a mysterious force. His spiritual energy had temporarily stepped into the middle stage of the transcendence realm. His head of black hair had transformed into a grayish-white color, making him look sinister and fierce. The speed of condensing the pill suddenly increased. At this time, Li Shang's speed of using the eternal sacred wood seal was even faster. The 100-feet-long wooden dragon flew around the alchemy furnace. Its dragon breath was like a tide, tempering the energy of all the medicinal ingredients in the alchemy furnace at full speed. He used the power of the Pill Saint's bloodline. His spiritual fluctuations are like ripples that flashed rapidly. Every change is extraordinary. I'm afraid that the power of the Pill Saint's bloodline has the effect of increasing the alchemy hand seals. This Li Shang wants to use the power of his bloodline to forcefully suppress Lin Chen's experience advantage. What a pity. In terms of alchemy experience, skills, and even understanding of alchemy, Heavenly Song Academy's Lin Chen is obviously better, but he will still lose. Seeing that the wooden dragon was so lifelike, the crowd was shocked. Even Lin Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect the Pill Saint's bloodline to have such an effect. Ha ha ha. In the end, the first place on the Heavenly Spirit list still belongs to me, Li Shang. Li Shang's face was slightly pale, but he couldn't help but laugh wildly. At this time, Lin Chen slowly got up and stood proudly with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Do you think you're the only one with a trump card? As soon as he said that, Li Shang's wild laughter came to an abrupt end. Buzz tilde. Buzz tilde. A spiritual fluctuation that was exactly the same as Lin Chen's appeared, and 2 silver-robed figures stood proudly in the venue. This time, it wasn't just the alchemy grandmasters. The pupils of all the powerhouses watching the competition shrank slightly. At this time, what appeared in front of them were actually 2 Lin Chen. These 2 Lin Chen, whether at the Heaven Dipper realm or the 9th level of the Yuan Venerate realm, couldn't tell who was the real one and who was the fake one. Because they were exactly the same. Spiritual power emerged, and Lin Chen's 2 heavenly calamity battle bodies were activated, including his phantom doppelganger, with the 10,000 lightning hand in his left hand and the 3 pure spiritual water in his right hand. Lin Chen and his phantom doppelganger used 2 kinds of alchemy hand seals at the same time. One was the main alchemist, and the other was the auxiliary alchemist. The moment the 2 Lin Chen of the same level combined together, the energy in the pill furnace glowed with a new energy fluctuation. The minds of the crowd went blank. Li Shang, as if his throat was being strangled, let out an owl-like cry. Chapter 433. According to the rules, Lin Chen's clone was his own technique and didn't break the rules. However, to everyone's surprise, it was impossible for any clone technique to be as precise as Lin Chen's. It had all of the original body's strength and alchemy skills. What kind of god-level clone technique was this? This was something that couldn't be realized in theory. The 4 phantom runes made all the masters' scalps tingle. However, when the masters from Tianju came back to their senses, they were even more greedy. If they could obtain this technique, wouldn't it be the same as having an extra life-saving trump card? Although Lin Chen was from the Heavenly Song Academy, the temptation of this clone technique was too great. No one could guarantee that they wouldn't attack Lin Chen. Li Shong from Tianju, are you surprised? Class rep, kill this guy and take first place back to the spiritual state. Big brother Lin Chen, do your best. Lin Lang, don't push yourself too hard. Everyone in class 66 cheered for Lin Chen. Originally, the gap between Lin Chen and Li Shong wasn't that big. When both sides used their trump cards, Li Shong was only slightly ahead of Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen's phantom runes, which consumed 20 rune energy, completely stunned him. One Lin Chen was already so difficult to deal with. Now there was another Lin Chen. What's more, he was going to be an auxiliary alchemist and help with alchemy. It would be an unprecedented boost to the embryonic pill. How could he have such a profound doppelganger technique? No, I can't lose my focus. There might be flaws in the refinement of the embryonic pill. No matter what, before the pill is refined, it's still unknown who will win. Li Shong gritted his teeth and withstood the enormous pressure. He formed a seal with both hands to stabilize the wooden dragon as his mental energy continued to surge. While the two Lin Chens were immersed in the grand feast of changing hand seals, another day had unknowingly passed. The 9th day had arrived. The embryonic pill was about to be born. At this time, Lin Chen made a shocking move. He suddenly stood up, clapped his hands and chuckled. All right, it's done. There's nothing else for me to do now. Huh? What do you mean by there's nothing left for you to do? This embryonic pill was about to be born. There were only a few days left before it would condense into a low-grade pill. At such a critical moment, you actually said that it had nothing to do with you. What was even more amazing was that after Lin Chen stood up, his phantom doppelganger quickly took over his position and became the new main pharmacist. A portion of the battle chi of 9th calamity in Lin Chen's battle chi natal palace disappeared. The 39 spiritual seeds spun rapidly, releasing a massive amount of spiritual power that was transferred to his doppelganger along with the battle chi. He took out a homemade cigarette, lit it, and slowly walked down the stage. Seeing this scene, a thought that no one had dared to think about before suddenly emerged. His mind trembled. Don't tell me he's thinking of leaving his doppelganger behind to participate in other competitions. What else could it be? It can't be that the one who stays behind is the main body, and the one who goes to the competition is a clone, right? Isn't this too crazy? Does he want to rely on his doppelganger to determine the winner with Li Shong? Li Shong, who had noticed this scene, shouted angrily. Arrogant. Lin Chen, who the F*ck are you looking down on? Don't tell me you want to defeat me with just a doppelganger. Lin Chen blew out a smoke ring, which rotated to form the word boring, and smiled lightly. I'm not afraid of a true descendant of a god. You're just a descendant of a pill sage. Why would I need to use my real strength against you? My doppelganger is enough to deal with you. After that, Lin Chen did not even turn his head and left coolly. When he blew out the last puff of smoke, the smoke ring rotated and turned into a word that slowly rose into the air. The millions of spectators in the venue and the countless spectators who were watching the demon eye stone were all dumbfounded. Xiao. The spectators saw Xiao flying into the sky alone, but when they looked back, they didn't see him again. Next round. Half a day later, in the forging venue, the 3rd round of the finals. At this time, the battle had already reached its climax. Xing Moyu, a genius from the Heavenly Book Academy, Meng Xiangqing from the Sky State, and Murong Qingxue from the Spirit State had all advanced to the final. However, the moment Lin Chen stepped into the forging venue, he immediately attracted the attention of all the spectators, and the winds and clouds in the venue change. In this Heavenly Spirit List forging competition, there was almost no opponent who could fight against Lin Chen's Golden Sun forging technique. Is he here? Murong Qingxue felt that unique aura and suddenly turned around, her beautiful eyes staring at Lin Chen with a complicated expression. In her mind, the gentle young man who was as calm as water and the young man who had a wild and overbearing smile on his face from the beginning to the end combined together, causing the beautiful woman's heart to tremble. Just as everyone was looking forward to what grade of weapon Lin Chen was going to forge in the finals of the forging competition, he took out a dim golden war spear. Judges, this time, I plan to reforge this weapon. I wonder if it can be used as a result of the competition. What Lin Chen showed was the 5 Dragons Imperial Spear that had been destroyed in the battle with Han Morbai. Some of the judges frowned and whispered to each other. The blacksmiths in the audience shook their heads in amazement. Not only did they have to maintain the characteristics of the original weapon, but they also had to repair it with high precision. Repairing a damaged high-grade weapon was often more difficult than reforging a new weapon. With the judgment of the judges, they could naturally see some details of the 5 Dragons Imperial Spear. This item might have been a 7th-grade Emperor weapon, but it had experienced too many twists and turns. If they wanted to return to its peak, even a 7th-grade blacksmith would find it difficult to reverse the situation. Yes, contestant Lin Chen, your proposal has been passed, but you must remember that you cannot go back on your words. The final grade of this war spear that you repair will determine the outcome of this competition. In the end, several judges passed Lin Chen's proposal. A certain Lin smiled confidently. Naturally, I won't go back on my word. I can't ask for more. Lin Chen opened it with one hand. A large number of rare treasures and high-grade ores appeared like dazzling corals, beautiful and magnificent. Lin Chen grabbed a 7th-grade 5-colored glazed crystal. He only had 3 of them, and they were obtained from the inheritance of the Devil Emperor. They contained an unprecedented amount of 5 elements energy and were very suitable for forging or repairing high-grade artifacts of many attribute. The fully focused Lin Chen's hands were covered with indestructible Gang Metal Battle Chi. The Fire Tribulation and the Metal Tribulation Battle Body transformed. His hands cut down the 5-colored glazed crystal like lightning, and the Golden Sun forging technique once again shone with glory. Lin Chen's first move completely suppressed all the forging geniuses. However, this time was different from last time. This time, he was repairing the 5 Dragons Imperial Spear, and the steps were extremely complicated. The most important thing was that Lin Chen had to use his full strength and best condition to repair it. It took a very long time. On the 21st day of the 3rd round of the Heavenly Spirit List Assembly, a 5-colored dragon light shone in the forging venue. It roared into the heavens and shook the entire Yang city. This was a phenomenon suspected to be the birth of an emperor weapon. Chapter 434. Inside the venue, Lin Chen was sweating profusely as he excitedly observed the Golden War Spear floating in the air. It was surrounded by 5 rays of dazzling dragon energy. The dragon might was unparalleled, looking down on the world. Other than the legendary rank 7 weapon, I'm afraid no weapon can gain the upper hand against my 5 Dragons Imperial Spear. Quasi rank 7. This was the best that Lin Chen could forge. He couldn't forge a rank 7 weapon for now. The current 5 Dragons Imperial Spear had surpassed all the top rank 6 weapons and entered the ranks of quasi rank 7 weapons. Quasi rank 7? We actually witnessed the creation of a quasi rank 7 weapon. Am I dreaming? This is crazy. I thought he could only forge a top rank 6 weapon at most. Quasi rank 7, it's too difficult. It's not even on the same level. Hihi, it has been 1,000 years since a new quasi rank 7 weapon appeared in the Tianju and spiritual state. This kid is really amazing. The spiritual state is about to rise. The audience and the blacksmiths went crazy. Even Meng Xiangqing's grandfather, who had nearly 10,000 years of experience, was no exception. A quasi-rank 7 weapon that even he couldn't forge was made by a young man today. Lin Chen walked forward. When he held the war spear in his hand, a cheerful spiritual fluctuation came from the spear, making Lin Chen's heart feel warm. Looking at the sharpness and domineering aura gathered at the tip of the spear, even Lin Chen felt a lingering fear. With this divine weapon, his strength would increase by several-fold. If he had this grade when he fought with Han Morbai, he wouldn't have been so restrained. He didn't even dare to fight Yongyi head-on and could only fight in a roundabout way. Heavenly Book Academy's Xing Moyu sucked in a cold breath and shook his head. Quasi-rank 7, he actually repaired a quasi-rank 7 weapon? Meng Xiangqing's green eyes flickered as she softly muttered, so, this is brother Lin Chen's strength. This is even harder than forging a quasi-rank 7 weapon, right? What a monster. Gazing at the side of Lin Chen's face, Murong Qingxue was momentarily absent-minded. She couldn't help but recall that this bastard had actually disguised himself to save her. She couldn't help but gnash her teeth in anger. She didn't know if the complicated feelings in her heart were disgust or, after the referee elders verified that there was no mistake, they announced that Lin Chen's final result was a quasi-7th grade weapon. As a result, the moment they appeared, another 2 beams of pill light shot into the heavens. Dense spiritual energy surged in the vast pill cloud, and from time to time, destructive pill lightning flash. A pill rain full of spiritual energy descended. This is the omen of the birth of a high-level pill. Sensing the commotion coming from the medicine refinery hall, everyone subconsciously looked at the demon eye stone in the hall. Lin Jiufeng put away the 5 dragons' imperial spear and left, concealing his achievements and fame. Inside the medicine refinement hall, Li Shong's veins bulged as he stared at the pill clouds in the sky. It was obvious that although his and Lin Chen's pill clouds were almost the same, in terms of the pill lightning fluctuations that seeped out, the quality of Lin Chen's pills was superior. Humph. Wait until your clone withstands the pill lightning. Even a mid-5th level Yuan Venerate wouldn't dare to take this pill lightning head-on. If one couldn't withstand the pill lightning, it would also be considered a failure. If Lin Chen's main body was present, no one would be worried. However, it was his clone now. Lin Fan's clone smiled, looking just as coquettish as his original body. When he leaped into the air, a red sword with dragon patterns stabbed out. Kai. Bang. The pill lightning was torn apart by the sword light. The clone held the scarlet dragon sword and stood proudly in front of the pill lightning without any fear. Its strength was far beyond everyone's imagination. What kind of joke is this? How can a clone be so strong? What kind of clone battle technique is this? Even a purple grade technique isn't this ridiculous. His clone has been refining pills for almost 10 days, yet it's still so lively. Why do I feel like this is his main body? The corners of everyone's mouths twitched when they saw the clone holding the scarlet dragon sword and using the fire calamity battle body to fight the pill lightning. This was a clone that Lin Chen had expended 20 points of mid-grade rune energy to create. Unless a powerhouse at the 6th level Yuan Venerate or above made a move, it would be impossible to threaten him. The sword Qi soared into the sky and shook the 9 directions. The phantom doppelganger destroyed the pill lightning with his sword. Li Shong, who was beside him, had used all his trump cards. He took on the pill lightning with great difficulty. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. More than a dozen referee elders swarmed in and surrounded Lin Chen and Li Shong's pills to size them up. This is a top-grade, low-grade, level 6 Yuan Palace Dragon Qi pill. Using the Dragon Qi to break through the shackles of the Battle Qi Yuan Palace, there is an 80% chance of breaking through a small realm and a 10% chance of breaking through the cultivation bottleneck. It is still effective for powerhouses at the 7th level to the 8th level Yuan Venerate. Although his face was pale, when Li Shong held the pale golden longan-sized pill in his hand, a trace of pride still emerged on his face. To be able to refine such a pill, his alchemy skills were still better than the many alchemy grandmasters on the surface. The Yuan Palace Dragon Qi pill is effective. Looking at Lin Chen's pill, it was covered in scarlet veined patterns that looked like fiery patterns. It contained a fiery aura that seemed to contain a volcano that could incinerate mountains and boil seas. The residual heat emitted from the pill caused the space around it to distort slightly. This is a top-grade, high-level, level 610 tribulation tempering flame pill. It uses the energy of the fire calamity to temper one's body and help a body-tempering martialist break through a large realm. If a fire elemental battle Qi cultivator consumes it, they can absorb the energy of the fire calamity and break through. If a person below the 8th level Yuan Venerate consumes it, there is a 50% chance of breaking through a large realm. If a person below the 9th level Yuan Venerate consumes it, there is a 30% chance. When Lin Chen's doppelganger smiled casually, everyone was shocked. If a person below the 9th level Yuan Venerate had a 30% chance of breaking through a large realm, furthermore, it had an extremely strong body tempering effect. Although only fire attribute martialists could use it, The quality of such a pill could be seen at a glance. Some of the older generation Yuan venerate powerhouses who cultivated fire attribute cultivation techniques stared at the 10th tribulation flame forging pill with fervent eyes. They would probably have to go to the Sky Song Academy and beg this kid to refine pills for them in the future. A top grade, level 6 pill? He actually managed to refine a medicinal pill of this grade. Li Shong's eyelids twitched violently as disbelief filled his face. The grade of Lin Chen's pill was 2 grades higher than his. After the unanimous confirmation, a Grand Elder of the Heavenly Book Academy's Alchemy Department shook his head and sighed before announcing the results. Sigh. Talented people are born in every generation, each leading the way for hundreds of years. This old man announces that the grade of these 2 young people's pills is established. If nothing goes wrong, the champion should be Lin Chen from the spiritual state. Even this old man can't do better than him in alchemy. He is really amazing. In time, he will definitely become a level 7 alchemist. Who knows, we might even have the chance to witness the birth of a new generation of level 8 alchemist. The moment these words came out, they were deeply imprinted into everyone's heart. After today, his name would shake the alchemy world of the 2 continents and even the 9 states and shine for eternity. Spiritual state, Lin Chen. He was only 20 years old and had already made Elder How of the Heavenly Book Academy feel inferior. He had unlimited possibilities. Chapter 435. At the venue, all the audience members put down the demon eye stones in their hands with dark expressions. Yes, the audience members had been waiting for more than 20 days. Because only Yang Qianyun and Lin Chen had advanced to the finals, and the rules of the finals were completely different from the previous ones. Without Lin Chen, the finals couldn't be held. Finally, after many strange phenomena appeared in Yenju, Mr. Lin finally arrived at the venue. To the audience's disappointment, although Lin Chen was here, he was in a sorry state and wasn't in any condition to participate in the finals of the 2 continents' best fortune teller. Lin Chen had to run all over the city and pass through many restrictions to make top-tier level 6 elixirs and forge a quasi-level 7 weapon. Haha. Sorry for making everyone wait for a while. Mr. Lin scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. It would have been better if he didn't say anything, but the moment he said it, the audience members all stared at him. Please allow me to rest for a while, then I can fight again. Mr. Lin's face turned red, which was a rare sight. He couldn't wipe his face away from the millions of audience members, so he immediately sat cross-legged in the air to rest. While circulating his cultivation method, Lin Chen took a low-level level 6 elixir, soul-calming and essence-stabilizing elixir, replenishing his lost spirit and battle chi. When he circulated the Taisha sacred scripture and 9 calamities of creation, it caused quite a shock. Especially the 9 sacred marks between Lin Chen's eyebrows, which completely shocked the masters of the Tianju and spiritual state. 9 sacred marks. Didn't that mean this kid had absorbed 9 sacred fire seeds? The highest talent in the history of the spiritual state and Tianju was 7 sacred fire seeds, right? Also, he had absorbed them over a period of thousands of years, and this kid was at most 20 years old. In less than a day, Lin Chen's condition had reached more than 90%, and he was close to his peak state. When he suddenly opened his eyes, hurricanes, lightning, and dark flames appeared in the venue as if a demon king had awoken. Come, I'm ready. How are we going to compete in the finals? Lin Chen looked at the beautiful woman not far away and smiled faintly. This time, I'll do my best. Prince Lin Chen, be careful. Yang Qianyun smiled sweetly, and her beautiful eyes flickered with surprise and admiration. Up until now, she still felt disbelief. Exactly what kind of natural talent was capable of being such a formidable genius in the 3 great fields of alchemy, equipment forging, and divination? Cough, cough, cough. The rules of the fortune teller competition. Both parties, please calculate each other's fates. The closer they are to each other, the winner will be the one who wins. The rules of the competition this time had even left a certain Lin stunned. This rule was completely different from the previous 2 rounds. In the first 2 rounds, they only needed to calculate the target. But this time, the 2 fortune tellers had to calculate each other's fates. It was equivalent to a real battle between fortune tellers. As a powerful fortune teller, Other than being good at seeing through the fates of others, he also had to analyze his own fates to the point where he knew them like the back of his hand. One had to deduce and calculate all of one's fortune, destiny, calamity, and misfortune. Furthermore, one had to hide one's own fate to prevent other powerful fortune-tellers from detecting and deducing it. Whether one's own fates were completely calculated by the enemy or if one analyzed the enemy's fates, this battle would test the comprehensive ability of all the fortune-teller. Since we parted ways at the holy fire level, my observation scripture and 1,000 divinations of immortal countenance have been trained to the level of great achievement. This time, I don't believe that I won't be able to calculate one of your fates. Moreover, I've hidden my fates very well. With Prince Lin Chen's new standard, it's still not enough for him to calculate my fates. Yang Chenyun's cherry-red lips curved into a confident and elegant smile. She was secretly looking forward to the future. She had not calculated Lin Chen's fates. What kind of future would this young man, whom she had decided to bet everything on? Ha ha ha. It seems like I'll still be the third champion. Sigh, it's so annoying to be handsome. After listening to the rules, Lin Chen laughed hysterically. The audience and even the judges could not understand what was going on. Yang Chenyun of this generation of the Yang clan had completely surpassed the standards of her peers. She was many times stronger than the previous prodigy diviners. Even in the entire 9 prefectures, it would be hard to find someone like her. Why was Lin Chen so confident that he could win against her? What the others did not know was that this rule was against him. Destiny. Misfortune. These things did not exist in Lin Chen's body. Even the most outstanding fortune-teller in the history of Jojo and the ancestors of fortune-tellers from outside of Jojo would not be able to calculate Lin Chen's fate. He was a genuine earthling, and he didn't belong to 9 regions at all. No matter who it was impossible to deduce his fate. His fate was only in his own hands. You're just a newbie who became a fortune-teller less than 2 months ago. Where did you get the confidence to say that you can defeat me? Yang Chenyun was not happy. She pouted and snorted like a young girl who did not admit defeat. She was charming and charming. Hihi, since you also said that I'm a newbie, let me make the first move. Lin Chen smiled evilly. Yang Chenyun smiled confidently. I let you make the first move, so make the first move. I don't believe that you have any tricks. Seeing that the other party agreed, Lin Chen took out his big treasure without hesitation. It was his fortune-teller's life tool, the divine calculation disc that looked like a keyboard. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen's fingertips danced and tapped the keys on the divine calculation disc like lightning. Every time he tapped, Lin Chen's spiritual power would be injected into the disc. As he ran the mental cultivation method, the 6 types of tribulation bodies began to merge. Buzz tilde. The incomplete eye of 9 tribulations flickered with 6 colors and circulated above Lin Chen's head. He began to spy on Yang Chenyun's fate through the divine calculation disc from the perspective of the eye of 9 tribulations. Yang Chenyun's star map was extremely dazzling, like a starry sky. However, in the dazzling starry sky, Lin Chen did not see any useful information or images related to her. Little girl, you've hidden it well. I, Lin Chen, am not afraid of things that are not important. In front of me, the little black dragon in the waves, it's nothing. Lin Chen tapped the divine calculation disc energetically and continued to explore the light in the star map. The colorful star map seemed to be boundless, and it was easy to get lost in it. People could only go around in circles and could not find anything substantial. Yang Chenyun maintained her elegant smile and stood in front of Lin Chen, allowing him to calculate. But the next moment, her beautiful cheeks were dyed with a faint blush, and she rolled her eyes at Lin Chen. Oh, it's not important here, it's important there. Why is it so important everywhere? Why are you hiding it so well? I'm just looking, not going in. Isn't it good to be honest? Look at me, I'm very honest. You can look at it however you want, I don't hide it at all. We're all open our minds and speak frankly. Hey, Miss Yang Chenyun, why are you blushing? Chapter 436. Lin Chuan's mouth was full of lewd words. The girls and beautiful women outside the venue were blushing. Some were bashful, and some were throwing flirtatious glances at him. Not to mention Yang Chenyun, no one could stand his harassing word. If you talk nonsense again, I won't teach you the skills of a fortune teller next time. When Yang Chenyun scolded Lin Chen, her heart was shaken. Lin Chen clearly saw that in her vast and boundless star map, there was a galaxy that looked similar to the others that suddenly trembled twice. Although the frequency was very low, Lin Chen immediately noticed it. His 9 tribulations eyes glowed. Lin Chen immediately focused all his attention on that area. In that star map, there was a faint bloodlight, like a heavenly river. This was Yang Chenyun's bloodlight disaster. When Lin Chuan looked at this bloodlight disaster, he suddenly realized that this bloodlight disaster was accompanied by a faint blue light, which proved that danger and fortune coexisted. However, the next scene that emerged from the bloodlight disaster made Lin Chuan's mouth wide open. He was completely stunned. 2 figures were faintly discernible, and the scene was very heated. Flawless skin, like a perfect work of art, and beautiful cheeks, like rosy clouds, was Yang Chenyun. Looking at the handsome face that was hugging her, it was actually Lin Chuan. What the F***ck? Lin Chen instantly jumped up, almost blinding his 9 tribulations eyes. Brother Chen, did I just watch my own movie? What the F***ck? What kind of experience is this? It seems to be quite exciting. Lin Chen's sudden jump shocked many people. Then, he stared blankly at the large-scale action movie in the star map, touched his chin, and carefully watched it. The whole process lasted for 4 to 5 hours. In the end, when Lin Chen finished watching, almost a day had passed. As expected of the future me, sure enough, I've become stronger again. This time, I've learned a lot of postures. Oh no, I mean knowledge. Sure enough, learning makes me happy. Learning gives me a sense of reality in this boring life. I love to have sex. Oh no, I mean I love learning. Learning loves me. Exiting the eyes of 9 tribulations state, Mr. Lin looked up at the sky with melancholy in his eyes. While he was at it, he took out a few tissues to wipe away the large amount of blood flowing out of his nose. Prince Lin Chen, don't force yourself. If you really can't figure it out, then forget it. Yang Chenyun thought that he had used the secret technique too much, which resulted in a backlash or side effect. She hurriedly went forward and asked with concern. When Lin Chen saw Yang Chenyun through her clothes, he instantly remembered the learning materials that he had just studied. Blood gushed out of his nose again. Lin Chen's nose started to bleed violently again. Damn, this Yang Chenyun's figure was too explosive. Lin Fan couldn't get used to it. His mind was filled with impressions from the learning materials. This scene scared a lot of people. This Prince Lin Chen was really going all out for the first place. He had spurted out so much blood from his nose. He must have tried his best to deduce Yang Chenyun's fate. Thinking of this, everyone wasn't so angry at him for standing them up. Instead, their eyes were filled with admiration. How is it, contestant Lin Chen? Do you still want to continue? According to the rules, both parties must have the same amount of time to deduce. There are less than 7 days left before the competition officially ends. Theoretically, you have less than 3 days to deduce. At this time, the referee elder outside the venue announced indifferently. Obviously, he didn't think that Lin Chen could deduce Yang Chenyun's fate. Cough cough, no need. These learning materials are a bit heavy. If I continue reading, I'll have to drink 9 branches whole. I've already deduced the result. At this time, Mr. Lin smiled indifferently, which shocked the referee elders. Oh. Tell me, what did you deduce? The Yang family's guest elder frowned and asked indifferently. Yang Chenyun's beautiful eyes were also filled with curiosity as she stared at Lin Chen. Could it be that he had really divined her fate? With Yang Chenyun's current realm, there were no more than 3 people in the Yang family who could deduce part of her fate. And, only part of it. It was impossible for him to deduce all of it. Cough cough, then I'll say it. I hope everyone can remain calm. Mr. Lin coughed lightly and stared at Yang Chenyun. His expression was incomparably serious as he said, Miss Yang Chenyun, you have a bloody calamity. That is, in the future, you will be hopeless. Love tilde me tilde. When this was said, Everyone in the audience was stunned. The referees were also stunned. Yang Qianyun was even more surprised and stood rooted to the ground. It was undeniable that Yang Qianyun's feelings towards Lin Chen were indeed different from other men of the same age. At least, when facing men of the same age, other than Lin Chen, she would not look at a second person of the opposite sex. But in terms of love, it was definitely not considered love. At most, she had a good impression of Lin Chen and was curious about his secret. This kind of feeling was not even considered love. Prince Lin Chen, are you joking? Yang Qianyun took 10 steps back and looked as if she had seen an idiot. Although Lin Chen was shameless, he did not look like someone who would say such words in public. It's up to you to believe it or not. Anyway, I have already told you the result of my deduction. Now, it's your turn. Lin Chen shrugged and sat down cross-legged. He circulated the 9 tribulations of creation properly and recovered the energy he had expended when using the 9 tribulations eye. This is ridiculous. Could it be that he has nothing to lose? But this is not his style of doing things. Yang Qianyun's mind was full of questions. After thinking for a while, she took out her first fortune-teller's life artifact, the wordless heavenly book. As she flipped through the book, Yang Qianyun's aura became cold and mysterious. A deep and blurry light shrouded Lin Chen's head and shot out a light that was like a starry cloud. The light rotated around Lin Chen's body and formed 9 light circles. Yang Qianyun did not hold back. She used her true strength right from the start. She tried to deduce Lin Chen's destiny the last time, but there was no trace of it at all. So, even if her cultivation level had increased this time, she had to give it her all. From her point of view, she believed that there should be a powerful diviner who helped Lin Chen to conceal his fate and fate. Unless it is a fortune-teller outside of the 9 prefectures, no fortune-teller can completely seal my wordless heavenly book. Lock. Layers of light shot out from the 9 light circles and penetrated Lin Chen's body. Yang Qianyun stared at the blurry starry sky, but there was no sign of Lin Chen's star map. A day and a night had passed and Yang Qianyun still could not find any trace of Lin Chen's destiny. How? How is this possible? Yang Qianyun was shocked and could not believe it. It was exactly the same as the last time when they were in the holy fire level. Lin Chen's star map of destiny did not seem to exist. Chapter 437. Heh. The fate of the most handsome man in 9 regions is not so easy to understand. Why don't you try to deduce your own fate? Maybe there will be a surprise. Lin Zun sat in the void, holding his chin with one hand, and smiled meaningfully. Yang Qianyun didn't continue to be stubborn, instead, she fell into contemplation. He's right. I don't have to deduce his fate from him. After I come into contact with him, with his uniqueness, it will definitely affect my own fate and tribulation. I think the general trend of fate will change. If I deduce his fate from myself, I might be able to obtain some information about him. After thinking for a while, Yang Qianyun immediately withdrew her mental cultivation method, slowly closed her beautiful eyes, and entered her star atlas. At this time, in the next 2 hours, Yang Qianyun's expression had an extremely wonderful change. First, she was surprised, then she was stunned. Then, she was puzzled, then curious, and finally shocked. Finally, her face was flush. Her cheeks were flushed, and her ears were dyed red, revealing a trace of heat. Her cherry lips were trembling, and her breath was fragrant. At this moment, the extraordinary Yang Qianyun seemed to have seen something extremely embarrassing. This time, it was the Yang family's guest elders' turn to be stunned. What was going on? Their Yang family had never seen Yang Qianyun reveal such an expression. Yang Qianyun was very talented in the field of fortune-telling, so she had a certain premonition about everything since she was a child. Almost everything that happened around her was rarely out of the unexpected specification, so she had always maintained a calm and extraordinary state. However, since encountering Lin Chen, she found that the existence of Lin Chen had always been in a state of unexpected state. His words and deeds didn't follow normal logic at all, so Yang Qianyun was very interested in him. She liked to stay by Lin Chen's side or watch him do things. But this time, when she checked her own fate, Yang Qianyun was really shocked. It should be said that it was completely overturned. Her fate had been completely changed. Whether it was fortuitous encounters or blessings, heavenly mysteries, calamities, or even tribulations, all of them had undergone earth-shattering changes because of Lin Chen. But when she saw the scene of one of her bloody calamities, her face turned completely red. Who would have thought that this was not a bird? This was simply killing him. That was the learning material that Lin Luoran, who had read countless films, had a nosebleed after reading it. No matter how extraordinary Yang Qianyun was, she was still a virgin. Facing this kind of scene, she couldn't withstand it at all. Most importantly, she also saw herself taking the initiative to entangle herself with Lin Chen in the bloody disaster. That indulgence over and over again, that unimaginable posture was presented in front of her eyes in a vivid manner. In the future, I will fall in love with Lin Chen. Yes, I will fall in love with him. Lin Chen looked at it for almost a day and a night. Yang Qianyun didn't even last an hour before she quickly left his star chart. Her beautiful cheeks were flushed with a beauty that could turn all living things upside down. All the young geniuses were stunned. You, stinking bug. Liar. Stinking egg. Hooligan. You actually bullied me, boo-hoo. Yang Qianyun's beautiful cheeks were flushed with tears. At this moment, she was like an ordinary girl who had suffered a great grievance. Wiping her tears, she ran out of the hall with grievance. Everyone in the audience opened their mouths wide. What was going on? What just happened? That Miss Yang Qianyun, who had always divined the secrets of the heavens, was actually made to cry by Lin Chen? But he didn't seem to have done anything. Looking at the millions of dumbfounded faces in the audience, Lin Chen brushed his bangs and pretended to be depressed as he looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. As the most handsome man, how could you people understand my boring troubles? Sigh, being handsome is really annoying. After sighing, Lin Luoran lit a self-made cigarette and blew out a smoke ring. He didn't forget to take out an antique mirror and smiled at himself in the mirror. You are indeed the most handsome man in the Jojo continent. You live up to your name. Your specialty is really your specialty. Seeing this scene, some of the audience couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Some of the young geniuses were even gnashing their teeth in anger. Damn it, this guy is so cheap. I really want to hit him, but I can't beat him. So annoying. In the end, due to Yang Qianyun's actions and performance, not only did she verify Lin Chen's prophecy, but she also had the intention of abstaining. Most of the judges voted that Lin Chen was the #1 fortune teller in this Heavenly Spirit List assembly, the first person in the history of the Heavenly Spirit List to win 3 consecutive championships. It was born at this moment. However, Lin Chen couldn't care too much about it. He rushed to the Heavenly Spirit Battle Tower without stopping because there were only 6 days left for him. This time, hundreds of millions of people were watching. Everyone's eyes were focused on the Heavenly Spirit Battle Tower. Countless experts in the city of Yang surged towards the direction of the Heavenly Spirit Battle Tower. The number of people was unprecedented. Because this might be the moment to witness history once again, Lin Chen was one of the 2 people in the Heavenly Spirit List who had advanced to the finals. The other person was Tianzhou's Xie Hanfeng. If Lin Chen could surpass Xie Hanfeng, it would be 4 consecutive championships. 4 consecutive champions of the Heavenly Spirit List, that would give birth to a peerless monster that was unparalleled since ancient times. Outside the Heavenly Spirit Battle Tower, before Lin Chen arrived, a screen appeared in the tower. Participant, Xie Hanfeng, passed the 7th level of the Heavenly Spirit Battle Tower. Xie Hanfeng, who was battered and exhausted, looked up to the sky and roared. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen, let's see how you can surpass me this time. I, Xie Hanfeng, am the #1 genius of 2 continents. The audience outside the arena was amazed. They hadn't expected Xie Hanfeng from Tianzhou to pass the 7th level of the battle tower. He had become the 3rd person in history to pass the 7th level. With his 3rd level Yuan Venerate cultivation, he had shaken and defeated the early stage 6th level puppet that had appeared on the 7th level. Without a doubt, without Lin Chen, this generation of geniuses would have been overshadowed by Xie Hanfeng. However, Lin Chen was now shining brightly and had more than enough glory. Those who had seen Lin Chen's peerless demeanor weren't too surprised by this result. Lin Chen has entered the arena. It was unknown which side of the audience exclaimed first, but all the audience in the venue turned their attention to the entrance of the battle tower. The person in the lead, his silver robes fluttering in the wind, had an indifferent expression on his face. There was a faint, charming, and confident smile on his face as he walked straight into the entrance of the battle tower. That's Lin Chen. How calm and collected. Even in the face of hundreds of millions of people, he is still unperturbed and his sharpness is restrained. I wonder if he can pass the 7th level. Even Xie Hanfeng struggled on the 7th level 5 times and took more than 20 days to pass. Yeah, I heard that Xie Hanfeng used a total of 3 kinds of low-grade purple-grade cultivation techniques to pass the 7th level. The Heavenly Book Academy is really generous. 3 kinds of purple-grade cultivation techniques. I have been a Yuan venerate for thousands of years, but I don't even have a top-grade blue-grade cultivation technique, let alone a half-purple-grade or purple-grade cultivation technique. I reckon the Heavenly Book Academy is betting everything on Xie Hanfeng. Purple-grade cultivation techniques aren't cabbages, and the Heavenly Book Academy can't produce many of them. Lin Chen has entered the 7th level. Oh my god! Lin Chen's opponents on the 7th level are actually 2 demonic puppets. Chapter 438. When he entered the 7th level, Lin Chen was prepared and released the 10,000-year profound green dragon. He had encountered 2 late-stage 5th-level beings on the 6th level. The 7th level would be at least a 6th-level being. Lin Chen had to use his true strength to be confident of winning against a 6th-level Yuan venerate powerhouse. Lightning Calamity Transformation, Flame Calamity Transformation, Wind Calamity Transformation. After using the first 3 transformations of the Azura 9 Brilliance transformation, Lin Chen's Battle Chi Natal Palace transformed into 2 illusory natal palaces. He had temporarily advanced from the late-stage 1st level to the early-stage 3rd level. Boom! 2 figures appeared in the battle space of the 7th level. It was a man and a woman. Both of them had 2 horns on their heads. Their hair was grey and their eyes were purple. They were slightly taller than ordinary people and didn't look much different from humans. However, the aura they exuded was completely different from humans. This is the legendary demon-human race. Lin Chen was slightly surprised. It was said that there were many other races besides the beast race that were born outside of the 9 states. One of them was the demon-human race. They were the descendants of the demon race and the human race. They had the talents of the human race and the innate advantage of the demon race's bloodline. Before Lin Chen could think too much, the 2 mid-stage 6th-level demon-human race puppets raised their hands and clenched their fist. 10 finger marks clenched furiously and crushed the spatial crystal wall. They brazenly grabbed Lin Chen and his green dragon. Lin Chen's purple phoenix wings flapped and the 1,000 lightning shadows swept across the void. The finger marks tore apart Lin Chen's afterimages. Boom! Rumble! The dragon chi swept across the void and turned into a green domain. The green dragon released the profound green dragon domain and suppressed the finger marks attacks by 1/3. Then, the dragon swayed its tail and used the startling dragon roam technique. Its dragon body escaped into the void and moved away. What terrifying strength! So this is the mid-stage 6th-level Yuan venerate. Indeed, each level is more terrifying than the last. The 5-colored dragon light wrapped around his arm. Lin Chen clenched his fist and the 5 dragons' imperial spear appeared in his hand. Lin Chen's Thunder Calamity Battle Chi flashed by like lightning. He activated his Gold Calamity Battle Physique and rushed towards the first demon dweller. He raised his battle spear high and smashed it down furiously. The latter drew a short saber at lightning speed and activated a blood-red circular barrier. Heavenly Gang Transforming Dragon. The dragon power erupted, the tip of the spear danced out a huge golden dragon, tearing it apart. The indestructible golden Gang Chi destroyed the Devil Cultivator's battle Chi barrier bit by bit. Rip tilde. The sharpness of the quasi-tier 7 weapon was far beyond Lin Chen's imagination. He didn't even need to activate the charging rune to tear apart the opponent's battle chi shield. The male devil cultivator turned around like a swimming dragon. His movement technique was extremely fast. He turned around and slashed Lin Chen's neck. The spear blocked horizontally, and the Earth Calamity battle body activated the 10,000 Mountains Xian armor. Lin Chen took a few steps back, and the wind calamity battle chi circulated around his legs. The god shadow wind demon leg shot out at an extremely fast speed, and the wind calamity chi transformed into a leg shadow that exploded and sent the male demonic cultivator flying. Both sides were sent flying, but the male demonic cultivator seemed to not know how much energy he had expended, and slashed out a second time with lightning speed. The sharp aura condensed into a blood-colored blade, and a blood-colored waterfall with surging baleful aura shot out from the short saber. The blood-colored waterfall cut through the wind and waves, tearing apart the crystal walls of space. Lin Chen did not dodge at all, and the moment his body stabilized, he stepped out with the thousand thunder shadows, his battle spear thrusting out angrily. Bang! The indestructible golden gang chi pierced through the opponent's blood-colored waterfall into nothingness on the spot. The male demonic cultivator swung his saber dozens of times at an extremely fast speed. Lin Chen's spear was like a violent dragon overturning the sea, furiously sweeping through the 9 heavens. On the other side, the myriad light green blade rotated on the azure dragon claw, attacking the battle chi defense of the female demonic cultivator puppet time and time again. The 10,000-year profound azure dragon relied on its many divine abilities to fight back and forth with the demonic cultivator puppet. 2 streaks of light fell like meteors, following closely behind. Every time they collided, they would shatter a large area of space. Countless spectators were shocked. Lin Chen was fighting 1 against 2, and he was still not at a disadvantage. This time, the strong collision once again allowed Lin Chen to see the power of a quasi-7th rank weapon. In the past, when facing opponents above the 6th level, even if he used the 9 Brilliance transformation, he would still have to use the characteristic runes to fight. But now, he did not even need to use the charging runes to fight against a mid-stage 6th level cultivator. Other than the increase in cultivation, it was all thanks to the new 5 Dragons Imperial Spear. The warm-up is almost done. Next, it's time to kill the 2 of you. After hundreds of rounds of fierce fighting, Lin Chen spun in the air, waved his spear angrily, and smashed it back, causing the demonic cultivator puppet to retreat a few steps. 100 Shadows of the Wind Demon. With the transformation of the Wind Calamity battle body, Lin Chen's attacks became even more terrifying. His legs were like afterimages, sweeping out all over the sky. It forced the demonic cultivator puppet to activate its defense to block. Then, the spear that was condensed with all his strength flew out with a loud bang, ruthlessly piercing through the demonic cultivator puppet. The short saber was curved like a moon, and a blood-red edge flashed across. The demonic cultivator puppet suddenly slashed out a full-strength saber light, and the blood-red saber light swept across the sky, swallowing the stars and absorbing the moon. At the moment when it burst out with all its strength, a figure flashed behind the demonic cultivator puppet. His left arm was like an abyss, twisting with terrifying dragon energy and dark calamity battle chi, and suddenly slammed on the top of the demonic cultivator puppet's head. Charging rune times 9-fold dark dragon force. This was the first time Lin Chen used the 9-fold dark dragon force. 9 dragon-like forces coiled around his palm, vivid and lifelike, like dark dragons flying in the sky. Kai tilde. Bang. 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 The 37500 dragon power points, accompanied by the spiraling dark calamity battle chi, were like 9 dark dragons surrounding the demonic cultivator puppet, easily crushing its defense. Finally, when it invaded its body, it was shattered into pieces on the spot, and dozens of attribute light balls burst out. After Lin Chen killed Hun Mobai, the Dark Calamity battle body had become his strongest Heavenly Calamity battle body. Coupled with the power of the 9-fold Dark Dragon Force and the 9-fold Dark Dragon Force, a sneak attack penetrated the demonic cultivator puppet's defense, completely destroying the demonic cultivator puppet. Lin Chen grabbed with one hand and collected the attribute light balls that dropped. Host has received 16 cultivation technique soul essences, 1110 battle chi essences, 800 battle chi essences, 1200 blood energy, 25 rune energy, 170 heavens path points, 230 talent points. Host has opened the blue crystal treasure chest. Received 2 attribute rune evolution stones. Host has opened the blue crystal treasure chest. Received 1 top-level blue rank cultivation technique scroll. After collecting these attribute light balls, Lin Chen's attributes increased by another wave. Most importantly, his bottleneck of the late-stage first tier was showing signs of loosening. Outside the battle tower, when the spectators saw Lin Chen suddenly unleash his might and instantly kill the demon puppet, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. What? One move? What a perverted combat skill. What kind of power is that? This lethality is probably not lower than a half-purple rank, right? He easily penetrated the defense of a mid-stage 6th-tier demonic cultivator puppet with one palm. It's a close combat skill. No, although his combat skill is mysterious, the most important thing is still his own strength. His pure strength is outstanding, and his control is perfect. Moreover, he seems to have the legendary Heavenly Calamity battle body everyone was discussing. In the battle tower, Lin Chen waved his hand and the 5 dragons' imperial spear flew into his hand. In a flash, he and Azure Dragon surrounded the female demonic cultivator puppet from the left and right. In less than 15 minutes, they broke through the female demonic cultivator puppet. He collected all the attribute light balls. Before the experts could recover from their shock, Lin Chen held the golden spear in his hand. His eyes were cold and domineering. He looked down at the world with disdain. 1 man and 1 dragon, they went straight to the 8th floor. Chapter 439. He actually used less than an hour to pass the 7th level. Oh my god, this is a 2-man team competition. Lin Chen and his green dragon are too terrifying. Throughout the history of the 2 continents, there has never been such a terrifying first-level Yuan Venerate. Even the higher-ups of the referee, the Yang family, the Li family, the Heavenly Book Academy, and the powerhouses of the Skysong Academy were staring at the demonic eye stone with trembling heart. The 8th level was a completely unknown territory. Since ancient times, no one had ever entered it, let alone know what the 8th level looked like. In the space of the 8th level of the Battle Pagoda, white snow came into view. This was a vast and boundless world of ice and snow. 2 mountain peaks towered into the clouds and stood in the center of this world of ice and snow. Lin Chen's pupils trembled as he activated his purple-gold eyes. Standing in the center of this world of ice and snow were 2 early-stage 7th-level Yuan Venerates on top of 2 ice mountains. The early-stage 7th level and the mid-stage 6th level were 2 completely different realms. In terms of difficulty, the 8th level was more than 5 times harder than the 7th level. Green Dragon Possession. In an instant, the Green Dragon merged into Lin Chen's body, and 51,000 dragon power entered Lin Chen's body. The Green Dragon might not even be able to last 20 rounds in a head-on battle at the early stage 7th level. This was because it was only at the mid-stage of the 6th level and couldn't fight opponents 3 major realms above it. Even if it evolved to the 10,000-year profound Green Dragon, it wouldn't be able to cross such a large dimension. I can't remember how many years it has been since I last saw a living being outside the pagoda. I didn't expect to see a descendant of the spiritual state before my remnant consciousness disappears. The middle-aged man wore a white jade crown, was dressed in green, and carried a sword. He floated in the air with a carefree aura and laughed heartily when he saw Lin Chen. The other man wore a yellow robe and had a cold expression. He held a blade and his eyes glowed with a sharp aura that could cut through the void. Although the 2 of them were still puppets, they had their own thoughts. It was as if they were different from the puppets they had been before. Dark Calamity Change. Lin Chen didn't say anything and activated the 4th level of the 9 Brilliance Change that he had just obtained. Boom. The dark energy of the abyss that was as deep as the sea surged and condensed, almost forming a 4th illusory natal palace for Lin Chen. Peak of Level 3. Lin Chen, who had activated all 4 transformations, could advance from the late stage of the 1st stage to the peak of the 3rd stage. However, the 4th level of the Yuan Venerate realm was an important watershed and he had yet to completely break through. Oh! A secret manual with the charm of an Azura. It should be an item from the ancient times. This kid's foundation is not bad. No wonder he could make it here. Slightly surprised, the green-robed man unsheathed his sword. Clang! The sword roared like a dragon's roar. This was an incomplete 6th-grade sword, and in the hands of the azure-clothed man, it still contained the last bit of sword intent. Senior, please enlighten me. Lin Chen slightly cupped his hands, and then his hand seals suddenly changed like lightning. 2,000 feet tall asuras with 3 heads and 6 arms soared into the sky above his head, making hand gestures to chant. The combination of the Taisha Bible and the Asura's wrath had become a spiritual attack that was no weaker than a half-purple level battle skill. Charge rune, wrath, roar tilde, boom, boom. The surging spiritual sound waves were like the sun and the moon in the sky. The spiritual attack surged forward violently, destroying mountains and splitting the earth. Everywhere it passed, mountains exploded into powder, the earth collapsed, and the space crystal walls shattered. It was like the end of the world. Junior, you came at the right time. Sword illumination, 9 spirits, 1 return to origin. The sword flowed with 9 water-type spiritual lights, and the azure-clothed swordsman swung out a green rainbow that crossed the sun and flew out horizontally. The yellow-robed swordsman's eyes surged with a vast sword aura that could swallow mountains, rivers, sun, and moon. He had the power to dominate the sky with a single slash. Who would have thought that when he had just pulled out his saber, an afterimage had mysteriously appeared behind him like a ghost? Ninefold Dark Dragon Force. Dark Dragon Force formed by 51,000 Dark Dragon Force swirled around his 5 fingers. Along with the dense Dark-type battle aura, it fiercely strangled and slammed toward his back. The yellow-robed swordsman immediately slashed back. Unexpectedly, halfway through the slash, Lin Chen, who was using astral teleportation, flapped his purple phoenix wings, and the Gold Calamity and Thunder Calamity battle aura smashed down furiously. Bang! Everything happened in the blink of an eye. An earth-shattering explosion resounded through the clouds, shattering thousands of layers of snow in all directions and Ice Cloud Mountain. Clang! 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 Extremely fast sword light and spear shadows danced and collided. Lin Chen attacked the yellow-robed swordsman at lightning speed. Although the yellow-robed swordsman didn't bleed, there was a big hole in his dantian. It was obvious that he was injured by Lin Chen's ninefold Dark Dragon Force. The saber slashed at the yellow-robed swordsman's shoulder. The yellow-robed swordsman swung his saber and blocked the dark green saber. At the same time, the Golden War Spear tore through the void and smashed down, forcing the yellow-robed swordsman to retreat continuously. Every time the newly forged 10,000 Abyss Cry sword slashed out, it was accompanied by a faint, sharp sword aura. It was like the howling of 10,000 winds, cold and murderous. It perfectly combined the characteristics of the Wind Calamity battle constitution and the Netherworld's 7 flashes. Oh! I didn't expect you to have a doppelganger technique. However, you have 2 opponents. Just as the green-robed swordsman was surprised and was about to help, a blazing sword intent pierced through the space crystal wall and flashed toward him with faint afterimages of fire flowing around it. The green-robed swordsman's eyes narrowed. He blocked with his sword and stepped back. Then, he stabbed 10 times in a row and blocked all the afterimages of the sword light. When the green-robed swordsman saw clearly who it was, he couldn't help but be shocked. It was another Lin Chen. Lin Chen's doppelganger didn't give him time to think. The crimson dragon sword in his hand glowed with sword light like dragon flames. The sword slashed continuously. The dragon power supported the Fire Calamity battle constitution, and the charging runes were activated continuously. The 2 swords collided and collided repeatedly. The crimson dragon sword turned from a slash to a flick, aiming at the green-robed swordsman's neck. The opponent's sword shook, and at the same time, the crimson dragon sword slashed out horizontally. However, the slash produced faint afterimages of lightning tribulation. The green-robed swordsman's eyes narrowed again. It was the astral stepping teleportation. The sharp and blazing fire glass sword slash suddenly slashed down vertically from the sky, and a sword light that was as agile and graceful as water rushed out from the back. The 2 sword lights instantly collided and surged together, fire and water dual heaven. At this moment, even the powerhouses watching the battle outside the venue were stunned. Lin Chen could still use a second doppelganger, and its power was not reduced at all. From the fluctuations of the battle chi, it seemed to be as strong as his original body. This kind of magical doppelganger combat skill was unheard of. Doppelganger combat skills often produced doppelgangers that were weaker than the original body. Perhaps it couldn't be seen from the appearance of the doppelganger, but as long as they fought, it would be immediately clear. But Lin Chen's doppelganger was completely different. Not only was it impossible to distinguish the real from the fake, but its combat power was also as strong as the original body. It forcibly stalled the green-robed swordsman in the early 7th stage. Lin Chen's doppelganger could only stall for time. It didn't have the strength to fight the green-robed swordsman alone. Chapter 440. On the other side, the battle between the yellow-robed swordsman and Lin Chen's main body shone with a domineering aura that shook the skies. The entire battle space was trembling and shaking violently. Upon seeing this scene, all the powerhouses at the 6th level Yuan Venerate realm and above stood up in shock. Some of them gasped as they stared at the demonic eye stone, as if they were witnessing something terrible about to happen. One of the higher-ups of the Heavenly Song Academy stared at the demonic eye stone, swallowed his saliva, and muttered to himself with chattering teeth. Lin Chen actually wants to fight him head-on using a purple tier battle skill. Xie Hanfeng, who was in a sorry state, stared blankly at Lin Chen's opponent in the battle tower. He had used all his trump cards against an early-stage 6th level Yuan Venerate realm opponent and had only defeated him after repeated attempts. However, Lin Chen was actually able to fight evenly against an early-stage 7th level Yuan Venerate realm opponent. Furthermore, it was a 1-on-2 fight. The most frightening thing was that his opponent also possessed a purple tier battle skill. There was no comparison between the two opponents. Xie Hanfeng's insufferably arrogant attitude was completely shattered at this moment. It was not worth mentioning at all. On the 8th floor of the battle tower, Lin Chen's level 4 corrosive rune was constantly activated in the midst of the intense battle. Again and again, it struck the yellow-robed swordsman's body. In addition, Lin Chen's doppelganger, which had condensed 20 points of rune energy, combined with the frenzied attacks of his doppelganger, the yellow-robed swordsman, who had been ambushed by the ninefold dark dragon energy, found it difficult to withstand Lin Chen's frenzied attack. Realizing that the situation was not good, the yellow-robed swordsman immediately took out his trump card. A purple tier saber battle skill. However, what moved him even more was that Lin Chen had actually chosen to fight head-on. He had no intention of retreating at all. The three of them each occupied one side. The yellow-robed swordsman was filled with sharp sword chi that sent yellow sand flying into the sky, forming a sandstorm that was tens of thousands of feet tall. His aura shook the 9 heavens, and at the center of the storm was an endless sword chi that could swallow the stars and absorb the moon. The blade of the myriad wind cries, which was surrounded by a faint green light, was ready to unleash the sharpness of the moon and stars at any moment. Lin Chen grasped the golden spear in his hand, and demonic intent surged from his body. 5-colored dragon chi vibrated chaotically, and waves of azura demonic intent condensed above his head. Vaguely, some masters could see an azura demonic shadow with 3 heads and 6 arms. It was clad in a suit of armor, and it held the spear as if it wanted to split open the heavens. Ha ha ha. This was a great battle. Today, I will see if my soul light of 1,000 desert slash is more powerful, or if the purple level spear technique of this junior from the spiritual state is more powerful. The yellow-robed swordsman's face, which had always been cold and indifferent, suddenly burst into heroic laughter. Lin Chen grinned and said in a clear voice, "Junior Lin Chen of the spiritual state, please teach me this move, Demon Spear Rend." In the next moment, the auras of both sides reached their peak. It shook the 9 heavens. Just the aura alone was enough to make the spectating masters feel a terrifying sense of oppression. The clash of the 2 purple level techniques was completely different from Xie Hanfeng, who had barely used 3 purple level techniques. It was a kind of realm that had been cultivated to the acme of perfection. Before the moves were executed, the aura was already there. Looking down on the world. Soul light of 1,000 desert slash. The sandstorm spun chaotically, and streaks of yellow sand blade energy that stirred up the galaxy for thousands of miles whizzed toward Lin Chen and his doppelganger. Wherever the yellow sand blade energy passed, the crystal walls in the space cracked inch by inch. The blade energy's lingering charm rolled up 1,000 layers of snow, and the aura shattered 10,000 layers of ice. Demon Spear Rend. The 5 Skandha dragon light pierced out, and the azure demonic shadow above Lin Chen's head merged with his body. The moment he held the spear and pierced it, the dragon energy erupted, and the charging rune was activated. The rune's energy was reduced by 5 points, and a cone-shaped rainbow light flashed across the golden spear tip like a bolt of lightning. Netherworld 7 flashes. A dark green saber light flashed 7 times in a row. The explosive force of the dragon power was mixed in with the saber light, and after breaking a large amount of saber energy, it was annihilated into ashes by the opponent's saber energy storm. The cone-shaped rainbow light was like a shooting star, and it pierced through countless blade energy. It was unstoppable, and it fell directly toward the figure in the sandstorm, piercing through both the person and the blade. A large number of attribute light balls rolled out from the body and floated into the void, and there were also several translucent high-grade treasure chests. Kai tilde tilde. Bang. Boom tilde tilde. A shocking explosion sounded, and Lin Chen and his doppelganger were completely overturned by the aftershock of the explosion, flying thousands of miles away. More than half of his 10,000 Yuxian armor was shattered by the explosion. Fortunately, his main body wasn't injured, but he had consumed a lot of energy and was panting heavily. After continuously using high-quality phantom doppelganger and using the purple level battle technique Demon Spearrend, his 9 tribulations of creation was a little overwhelmed. Junior, well done. Unfortunately, you're up against 2 people. When the green-robed swordsman's light laughter sounded, a sword light that stretched thousands of miles away shone with a sharpness that could scare away gods and ghosts. It was surrounded by a faint water intent, and it crushed the void and pierced toward Lin Chen. Another purple level sword technique. The green-robed swordsman attacked Lin Chen's doppelganger immediately after destroying Lin Chen's doppelganger when he and the yellow-robed swordsman were fighting purple level battle technique. Unfortunately, you haven't completely seen through my trump card. At this critical moment, Lin Chen's lips curved into a confident smile. An afterimage flashed past, and he slapped the void, and 2 grayish-white talismans appeared. The moment the grayish-white talismans exploded, the 2 spaces became extremely slow, and even the sword light flashed for a moment. In this short moment, Lin Chen's figure had already been brought thousands of miles away by his phantom doppelganger. Then, the sword light shattered the space sealed by the slowing talisman, and the sword light shattered 3,000 miles. The sword light shot out, shattering the earth veins of the world of ice and snow, and tearing open a vast abyss. The other slowing talisman exploded in the space where the green-robed swordsman was. This slowing talisman was also the most powerful one, and it consumed 80 points of Lin Chen's intermediate talisman energy. What kind of move is this? Before he could recover, the wind calamity's leg shadow of the astral treading teleportation arrived in an instant, and a figure appeared behind him with a flash of lightning. An arm that was like a dark abyss stretched out of the void, and 51,000 dragon power points surged. Dark battle aura with 9 dragon patterns wrapped around the 5 fingers slammed into the top of his head. Bang! 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 A series of violent attacks exploded, and the green-robed swordsman's doppelganger was completely destroyed. In the end, he didn't even know what had happened. When he glanced at Lin Chen for the last time, he found that Lin Chen had as many as 3 doppelganger. He didn't expect that his mysterious doppelganger technique was still hidden. Good boy. I didn't expect you to hide so much. The green-robed swordsman's doppelganger dropped a lot of elemental light balls, and his sword dimmed and lost its luster completely. At this moment, 2 beams of light shot toward Lin Chen's glabella, catching him off guard. Just as he was about to use his spirit energy to push these 2 beams of light out of his spiritual sea, he found that they were left by the 2 seniors and meant no harm. The descendants of the spiritual state have surpassed their masters. After this battle, we'll become puppets with our last bit of spirit energy, but we've preserved our ultimate techniques. Kid, you're powerful. I hope that you can bring our absolute art to a higher realm. Chapter 441. 2 spiritual consciousnesses were transmitted to Lin Chen. Then, 2 pure spiritual light cocoons floated in front of Lin Chen's spiritual seed. Then, the incomplete spiritual consciousnesses vanished into thin air, never to exist again. The system detected an incomplete purple level technique inheritance in the host's mind. The intermediate technique essence can be used to speed up the inheritance. System 114, I want to inherit these two techniques. Lin Chen dispelled the 9 brilliance transformations and sat down cross-legged in the air. He consumed 30 points of intermediate cultivation technique soul essences, and a large amount of inheritance memories were rapidly fusing into Lin Chen's spiritual seed. This time, he didn't inherit directly from the system's learning function. Since the spiritual light cocoons were already in the inheritance state, it didn't require much technique essence. Plus, the speed of the inheritance was faster, so Lin Chen didn't need much time to complete it. Outside the Heavenly Spirit Battle Tower, the crowd was in a hubbub. The unprecedented commotion and heated discussion exploded in every corner of the Yenju. For consecutive championships, it was the first time that a peerless genius had won 4 consecutive championships on the Heavenly Spirit list. Moreover, his combat strength had made history by entering the 2-man team competition alone. He had passed the unprecedented 8th level, which was unparalleled in history. Some of the masters of the Tianju state were amazed, some were happy for the spiritual state, and some were jealous and even had murderous intent. Such a peerless genius rising in the spiritual state would definitely become a peerless master in the Jojo continent in the future. No one could predict the height of his growth. Finally, the spiritual state has a glimmer of hope. The vice principal looked at the young man sitting cross-legged inside the demon eye stone with gratification. His beautiful face glowed with vitality. Why hasn't he come out yet? Does he want to pass the 9th level? That's impossible, right? How is that possible? The 9th level is so insanely difficult that no one can pass it. Plus, can't you see that he's in a state of meditation? Some of the spectators were discussing, but the students of Class 66 were looking at each other with intense anticipation and excitement. Only those who had gone on adventures with Lin Chen knew that Lin Chen would never act according to conventional logic. In the crowd, there was a beautiful figure with a dazed expression as she stared at the young man who was enjoying the endless glory. You are indeed the most outstanding. Murong Qingshue's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Her slender jade-like hand held the shattered star jade, her heart throbbing and struggling. Inside the battle tower, Lin Chen had only passed on the purple tier battle skill for less than an hour. Although it was only one move, it was much stronger than a half-purple tier battle skill. Once again, Lin Chen consumed a level 6 low-grade Shenming pill to dispel his weakened state. Although Lin Chen's body was already very familiar with the first 3 transformations of the 9 brilliance transformations, this was his first time using the 4th transformation. His body was still in a severely weakened state. When Lin Chen absorbed the medicinal effects, his clone merged back into his body. The remaining battle chi and rune energy automatically returned to Lin Chen. After absorbing all the medicinal effects, more than 90% of Lin Chen's weakened state was dispelled. His battle chi had recovered 80% to 90%. He slowly got up and the 2 battle skills that he had just inherited flashed past his mind. Extreme glowing water light, extreme sword speed, extreme single target attack, low-grade purple tier incomplete sword technique. 1000 desert soul light, super large area of effect blade technique, has the power to shatter the void. Low-grade purple tier incomplete blade technique. Lin Chen was very satisfied with these 2 battle skills. With these battle skills, the strength of his 2 clones would improve further. Through this battle, Lin Chen discovered a very serious problem, his corrosive rune. Although Lin Chen's corrosive rune was at level 4, when he used it on the yellow-robed swordsman, it had very little effect. The reason was simple. After reaching the 4th level of the Yuan Venerate realm, more than 4 battle chi natal palaces would form a seamless connection. The battle chi would be as deep as the sea. It was almost unrealistic to corrode so much battle chi at the same time. Corroding a portion of the battle chi would have almost no effect on those who were at the 4th level and above, especially those who were at the beginning of the 7th level. If he forcefully used a large amount of rune energy on the corrosive rune, it would be more practical to use the slow rune. Therefore, the current corrosive rune was useless to Lin Chen, but it would be a pity to discard it. Forget it, I'll just use the other 3 runes in the future. I'll leave this corrosive rune for now. After that, Lin Chen, who had gotten up, was ecstatic as he collected the attribute light balls that the 2 seniors had left behind. His attribute value soared rapidly. Host has received 2,300 Battle Chi Essences, 80 Cultivation Technique Essences, 28 Water-type Energy, 25 Earth-type Energy, 580 Talent Points, 550 Heaven Path Points. Host has received 3 Mind Power, 85 Rune Energy, 79 Rune Energy, 55 Cultivation Technique Essences, 400 Heaven Path Points. Host has opened 2 Blue Crystal Treasure Chests. Host has received 3 Rune Evolution Stones and a Level 1 Weakening Rune. Lin Chen's second Battle Chi Natal Palace was formed, and the Battle Chi in his Natal Palace increased by more than twofold. Early second-level Yuan Venerate Realm. Lin Chen, who had killed many puppet enemies, had finally stepped into the second-level Yuan Venerate Realm. Apart from that, Lin Chen's Water-type energy had increased to 36 points, and the 7th Calamity Battle Body had been successfully condensed. Boom! Lin Chen's Mind Power and Mind Seeds had increased to 50, and he had officially entered the mid-level of the Transcendence Realm. Lin Chen's growth in strength this time could be said to be the most violent since the start of the Heavenly Spirit List Conference. A new rune. Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he opened the rune function of the system expectantly. Level 1 Weakening Rune. When the rune is attached to the host's attack, there is a 5% chance of causing the enemy to enter a weakened state. Level 1 Weakening State weakens the target's battle chi by 3%. Level 2, 10% chance of weakening the target's battle chi by 6%. Level 3, 15% chance of weakening the target's battle chi by 9%. Level 4, 20% chance of weakening the target's battle chi by 12%. The Level 4 Weakening Rune is only suitable for the 9th level Yuan Venerate Realm. The higher the cultivation, the more rune energy will be consumed, and the probability will not change. The weakened state has a probability of being broken by the enemy, so use with caution. After reading these 2 lines of annotations, Lin Chen fell from heaven to hell and cursed unconsciously. F***CK. What kind of rubbish rune is this? A Level 4 Weakening Rune can only weaken the target's battle chi by 12%, and it can even be broken? Not only that, you even added King 20% chance for me? Brother Chen, I still have to hope that this 20% chance of activating is only suitable for those below the 9th level Yuan Venerate Realm? This is too much. Just by looking at the annotations of the rune, Lin Chen could tell that it was a trash rune. It was even worse than the Corrosion Rune. The Corrosion Rune didn't have a probability, and it was a low probability of 20%. Lin Chen's interest was waning. Just as he was about to shut down the system, he suddenly had an epiphany. Subconsciously, he asked the system, "System, can my fusion function fuse runes?" Answer to the host, yes. Other than fixed growth attribute values, such as mid-level Battle Chi Essence, the system's fusion function is suitable for all of the host's unfixed growth attributes. Chapter 442. Lin Chen almost jumped up when he received the system's affirmation. Damn it, there's always a way out. If the rune can be used for fusion, then it can be fused with my Corrosion Rune. Without saying a word, Lin Chen opened the fusion function and moved the Level 4 Corrosive Rune and Level 1 Weakening Rune into the fusion furnace. System notification. This fusion will consume 3,800 Heaven's Path points. Rune fusion will completely change the rune's level and attribute. Furthermore, the rune's attribute will be completely random, and it will be the lowest Level 1 rune. Would the host like to use the Level 1 Weakening Rune and the Level 4 Corrosion Rune? Yes. Lin Chen's voice trembled slightly when he gave the order. After all, these were runes that he had obtained from Sister Ruoyon, whom he liked. 3,800 Heaven's Path points consumed. Beginning fusion. 2 breaths later, the 2 runes were placed into the fusion furnace. Boom tilde ding tilde. Fusion complete. The host has obtained a new rune, Level 1 Penetration Rune. Level 1 Penetration Rune allows the host's attacks to have a 5% penetration effect that can penetrate the enemy's battle chi defense. If upgraded to Level 4, the effect will be 20%. 20% of the attack's power will have a penetration effect. The amount of rune energy required to activate is relatively high. Please use it with caution, Just the system's simple introduction made Lin Chen completely stunned. Treasure. 20% of the attack's power can penetrate the enemy's defense. Isn't this too terrifying? Lin Chen was ecstatic. After a careful study, he understood the power of the penetration rune. Any of his attacks would have a 20% penetration effect. It could penetrate the enemy's battle chi defense, but it couldn't penetrate the defensive treasures. Even so, this was still quite abnormal. If Lin Chen saved this trump card for last and fought a protracted battle with his opponent, he would exhaust his opponent's defensive treasures before activating the penetration rune in one go. 20% of the attack's power was equivalent to if Lin Chen's punch had 50,000 dragon power, then 10,000 dragon power would enter the enemy's unguarded body. Even a high-level Yuan Venerate powerhouse would have a taste of such a feeling. Furthermore, this rune didn't have a level restriction. Lin Chen could also use it against combat emperors in the future. Just nice. I still have 4 advancement stones. I'll only have 1 left after the upgrade. Lin Chen upgraded his penetration rune to level 4 in one go. His trump card rune had increased by another. In Lin Chen's heart, a ferocious will and fighting spirit emerged, as if he had nothing to lose and was not afraid of wearing shoes. Originally, he only held the attitude of giving the 9th level a try. But now, it was different. He now had a total of 885 points of intermediate rune energy, 4 trump grade characteristic runes, and his mind power had reached the mid-level of the law phase realm. His 7th calamity battle body had also reached the 2nd level of the Yuan Venerate realm. These breakthroughs were enough to double Lin Chen's battle prowess. The attribute light balls dropped on the 8th floor are already so rich. If this is the 9th floor, I wonder if there will be a top-grade talent for me. Hee hee. A certain Lin shamelessly fantasized. Just as he was about to get up, he suddenly remembered something and activated the spirit storage ring. A fragrant pill with red veins floated in front of Lin Chen. Intense fire-based energy formed small fire dragons that shuttled through the void. That is the 10 tribulation tempering flame pill. Isn't that the pill Lin Chen refined during the alchemy competition? Is he going to consume it now? Is he crazy? How can a 4th level Yuan Venerate refine a top-grade grade 6 pill? He's not even at the 4th level of the Yuan Venerate realm. Isn't he afraid of exploding from the medicinal effects? Just as some powerhouses were about to cry out in alarm, Lin Chen swallowed the pill without hesitation. Boom! 10 rings of fiery energy surrounded Lin Chen's body like a sea of hellfire roasting Lin Chen. So hot. A top-notch tier 6 high-grade medicinal pill is indeed freakish level. His entire body and even his battle chi natal palace began to burn with raging flames. Lin Chen immediately released his azure dragon, sharing the violent and unparalleled energy with him. Lin Chen circulated the 9 tribulations of Genesis and frantically refined the medicinal effects. He wasn't strong enough to break through the 9th floor of the battle tower yet. There were already 2 early-stage 7th level beings on the 8th floor. Therefore, there was a high chance that there would be 2 late-stage 7th level beings on the 9th floor. Until now, Lin Chen had never encountered an opponent of this level. Any late-stage 7th level Yuan Venerate was a top-notch powerhouse in the spirit state and was deeply respected by billions of civilians. Lin Chen was confident that he could take on one such opponent. However, if there were 2 of them, he would have to go all out. Fiery dragons roamed around Lin Chen's body. Even with the green dragon sharing the burden, it wasn't easy. He was a 2nd level Yuan Venerate, while the green dragon was a mid-grade grade 6 beast. There was still a long way to go before they could refine a top-grade grade 6 pill. It's just a refined pill. I don't believe you can overturn the heavens. Lin Chen was enraged. He activated his Fire Calamity battle body to increase the efficiency of the green dragon's refinement. The 10 Tribulations body forging pill had the effect of breaking through the bottleneck of battle chi. It was extremely effective for those above the 7th level Yuan Venerate, let alone Lin Chen, who was only at the early stage of the 2nd level Yuan Venerate. Coupled with the Fire Calamity energy tempering his body, his and the Green Dragon's pure power was rising at an unprecedented speed. Host has absorbed pure Fire Calamity energy. The system has automatically converted it to mid-grade fire attribute. Increasing. 1 point, 2 points, 3 points. Some of the top powerhouses outside the battlefield were enlightened when they saw this scene. Good fellow. This kid used his manifold black dragon to share the medicinal effects of this pill. Both man and dragon are sharing and absorbing the medicinal effect. If that's the case, it's really possible for this kid to completely refine this pill. What an amazing speed of increase in pure power. How can this kid refine the medicinal effects so quickly? Even his manifold profound azure dragon is a freak. Could it be a demonic beast? How can it cultivate so quickly? Many powerhouses were both surprised and shocked. Time passed by minute, and the Heavenly Spirit List Conference had entered its final stage. The 29th day, the 30th day. At noon on the 30th day, there was only half a day left before the Heavenly Spirit List Conference officially ended. Everyone thought that Lin Chen would spend the last half of the day in seclusion. Just as they were about to get up and leave, 2 overwhelming auras came from the Heavenly Spirit Battle Pagoda and suddenly awakened. Boom tilde tilde boom tilde tilde. Lin Chen and the manifold black dragon opened their eyes at almost the same time. The aura condensed from pure power surged, destroying all the snowy mountains within tens of thousands of feet. The earth cracked, and the mountains and rivers collapse. The audience outside the venue was pleasantly surprised and shocked. The moment they woke up, Lin Chen and the manifold black dragon turned into streaks of light and rushed into the 9th level. They disappeared before everyone's eyes. Outside the Heavenly Spirit Battle Tower, the hundreds of millions of experts in all directions fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 443. He actually made it to the 9th level. Oh my god. What kind of creatures will he encounter on the 9th level? They should be at least mid-7th level. And there are 2 of them. How is he going to fight them? This kid really succeeded in refining a top-notch grade 6 elixir pill. What a monster. How many days has it been? Even with my half-purple grade cultivation technique and late 8th level Yuan Venerate 114 Yuan Venerate cultivation base, it will take at least half a month to refine a top-notch grade 6 elixir pill. The audience outside the Sky Spirit Battle Tower was in an uproar. Some of the spectators who were enjoying the show beat their chests and stamped their feet in regret. Because there were no demonic eye stones on the 9th level, they had no way of knowing what kind of opponent Lin Chen had encountered. In the space of the battle tower, after absorbing the 10th tribulation body forging elixir, Lin Chen's pure power had broken through to 50,000 dragon power point. Furthermore, his intermediate fire energy attribute had reached 59 points, surpassing his dark energy attribute. In terms of battle chi cultivation, he had broken through 2 small realms and reached the late 2nd level. The 3rd battle chi natal palace was already at the position of his Yuhai meridian and was beginning to form the embryonic form of a natal palace. However, according to the energy of the 10th tribulation body forging elixir, if he could safely and completely absorb it, he could at least advance from early 2nd level Yuan Venerate to mid-4th level Yuan Venerate. A top-notch grade 6 elixir pill was completely out of the norm for early stage Yuan Venerates. However, Lin Chen's foundation was different. His 9 calamities of creation allowed him to possess 9 types of tribulation battle bodies. The higher the starting point, the harder it would be to break through. However, this was mainly because the effects of the 10th tribulation body forging elixir were mainly for refining one's body. If he had consumed a top-notch grade 6 elixir pill that focused on breaking through to the battle chi realm, he might have achieved better results. Secondly, the manifold profound green dragon had also refined a large amount of medicinal power. Its dragon veins had increased from 5,100 to 10,200, which was double of what it used to be, 102,000 dragon power points. In terms of pure strength, it was enough to contend against a mid-tier tier 5. Using Lin Chen's innate offensive and defensive talents as a manifold profound azure dragon, he could at least fight a mid-tier tier 7 expert head-on. This 10 tribulation body forging pill is really awesome. If it weren't for the fact that the refining materials are hard to obtain, I would have refined 8 or 10 of them. Even a late-stage 7th level Yuan Venerate would have been destroyed in a matter of minute. While Lin Chen was happily thinking about eating farts, in the blink of an eye, he and the azure dragon flew into the space of the 9th floor. This time, The space seemed ethereal and mysterious. Everywhere was filled with clouds and mist, and mountains stood tall. Lin Chen saw a huge door. On top of the door, there were a few vague and ancient words carved in a flamboyant style. Lin Chen activated his purple gold eyes and narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to read the words clearly, two crisp cracking sounds came from the void. Crack, crack. The sound of the spatial crystal wall shattering caused Lin Chen to gather all his thoughts and focus. 9 glory change, fourfold transformation. Lin Chen unleashed the fourfold transformation in one breath. The 4 heaven calamity combat bodies with the highest attributes erupted and illusory battle chi natal palaces condensed one after another. Finally, when the 4th illusory battle chi natal palace was condensed, Lin Chen's aura soared by a large margin. He was at the early stage of the 4th level Yuan Venerate realm. By relying on the 4 heaven calamity combat bodies and the enhancement brought about by the fourfold transformation, Lin Chen could finally step into the 4th level Yuan Venerate realm for a short period of time. The 4th level Yuan Venerate realm is really a miraculous region of transformation. Lin Chen flicked his finger slightly and a ray of light streaked across the sky, instantly annihilating 10 mountain peaks and turning them into dust. He instantly felt that after the 4 battle chi natal palaces had formed a connection, the endless and boundless battle chi that was like 10,000 rivers converging into the sea was extremely powerful. Successor, you are the first to reach the 9th floor. If you defeat us, you will know the truth of this world. 2 old men, one in black and one in white, stood in the air and spoke indifferently. Oh, the truth of this world. In that case, I will have to listen to the 2 of you tell me the truth later. Lin Chen smiled and spun the golden war spear in his hand. 2 illusory clones wielding sabers and swords appeared. The 2 clones, Lin Chen, and the 10,000-year dark green dragon swept towards the black and white old men together. Yin-yang mirror. The 2 old men's hands suddenly shook, and the 2 ancient mirrors shot out 2 beams of light that could destroy the universe. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. These 2 were actually late-stage 7th-level powerhouses. Dark Green Dragon Domain, 10,000-year Dark Light Blade. Dark Green Dragon Aura surrounded the 2 old men and formed a circular dragon aura barrier. The moment the light beam shone in, the attack suddenly slowed down a little. Then, the light blade carrying the 10,000-year dragon aura slashed down from the dragon claw. Celestial Dragon Transformation. Golden Calamity Battle Chi surrounded by faint tribulation lightning burst out from the 5-colored dragon spear that pierced through the void. Extreme lack of water light, Netherworld 7 flashes. When the charging rune was activated, 5 points of rune energy were deducted. His clone turned into the Wind Calamity body and the Water Calamity body, and a dazzling blue sword aura was launched 3,000 kilometers away at the maximum speed. The sword aura was as sharp as a dragon as it collided with the saber aura. Bang! 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 Boom! The yin-yang mirror was shattered. The vast saber light and sword light slashed down and turned into a flurry of after-images. The black-robed old man casually sliced through the void with a finger, and the 10,000-year dark green dragon's dragon aura turned into nothingness. Then, he slapped out again. A palm of black light that was several acres in size knocked the dark green dragon back. The dragon's scales cracked and light green dragon blood spurted out. On the other side, the white-robed old man took a step forward. Every step he took was like a star jumping. He avoided the chaotic saber light and sword light that came at him. Flapping his purple phoenix wings, Lin Chen executed 1,000 lightning shadows, flashing 1,000 miles in an instant. He followed closely behind the white-robed old man's head. 50,000 dragon power points combined to strike the mountains and seas, exploding like raging waves, smashing down furiously. The 3 offensive heavenly calamity battle bodies, thunder, metal, and fire, were activated. One spear strike had the power to destroy the world. The old man's sleeve shook like a feather. Bang! The powerful and domineering battle chi made the white-robed old man's sleeve indestructible. It bounced off Lin Chen's spear tip and shattered the space. Lin Chen's arm trembled and went numb. Yuan Ming's blade, which had turned upside down in the air, slashed at the old man's waist. The sword tip was like a divine sword that could split the heavens. The attack was swift and fierce. The white-robed old man reached out his hand and swept above his head. 2 fingers condensed into crystal-like battle chi and clamped down on the crimson dragon sword. His fingers exerted force and he swung his hand backward. Together with the sword, he was sent flying. His clone's crimson dragon sword collided with the clone's blade. When the 2 clones collided, the white-robed old man turned around sharply. His battle chi was like a ferocious tiger that was released from its cage. It was powerful and heavy. In an instant, he unleashed a terrifying whip kick that could flatten a mountain range. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. He activated a slowing rune with 50 rune energy at lightning speed. It froze the space of the white-robed old man's whip kick for a moment before it was shattered. With a boom, the whip kick landed on Lin Chen's 2 clones. Bang! Bang! The 2 clones were sent flying 1,000 miles by the kick. They crashed into countless mountains along the way. 1 against 3. He still had the upper hand. The late-stage 7th level Yuan Venerate was so strong that it made Lin Chen's scalp tingle. Chapter 444. In the void, the 2 beams of sacred light tangled together. They fought from the sky to the ground. Every time they collided, there would be dozens of afterimages. They were so fast that even the naked eye couldn't capture the exact location of their afterimages. Even though Lin Chen used the astral treading teleportation and the purple phoenix wings, his speed still wasn't much faster than the white-robed old man's. Both sides never stopped attacking. 4 20,000-meter-tall Azura statues were chanting as they unleashed 4 devastating spiritual blasts that could destroy the entire galaxy. The white-robed old man formed a seal with his hands and a protective shield emitted tyrannical spiritual fluctuations and battle chi spirals, protecting him tightly. Kai. Bang. Bang. Boom. Wherever the spiritual attacks passed, they shattered countless mountains and soared into the 9 heavens. More than half of the white-robed old man's defenses were shattered, but it didn't hurt him at all. At that moment, the 5-colored dragon light above the white-robed old man's head flashed and the 5 dragons' imperial spear came crashing down. The white-robed old man reacted quickly and pushed his hands out. The battle chi of both sides collided through his palms and the tip of the spear, causing an explosion. The shockwave shook the clouds and mist, causing the spatial crystal walls to crack inch by inch. Lin Chen, who was in the void, retreated dozens of steps while holding his spear. The white-robed old man took 3 steps back and stabilized himself. Damn it, so strong. Lin Chen gasped. The strength of a late-stage 7th level Yuan Venerate was far beyond his imagination. These were 3 early-stage 4th level Yuan Venerates, Lin Chen, yet the white-robed old man could still fight head-on and even suppress them. If Lin Chen hadn't activated the slowing rune to freeze the space and reduce the explosive power and attack power of that kick, the white-robed old man's 2 clones would have been destroyed. Lin Chen didn't have much rune energy left to fight such a powerhouse, especially when he used the charging rune to activate a purple tier battle skill. It consumed at least 5 points of rune energy each time. If this continued, Lin Chen would use up the remaining 700 points of rune energy before long. Do I have to use the penetration rune in advance? But if I can't even deal with the penetration rune, then I really don't have any means to determine the winner. Lin Chen's mind was like lightning as he glanced at the azure dragon not far away. At this moment, the 10,000-year profound azure dragon was being attacked by the black-robed old man. Its body, which was known for its powerful defense, was covered in blood and lacerations. Facing a late-stage 7th layer profound azure dragon, even though its strength had skyrocketed, it could only stall for a moment. They were simply not on the same level. Looks like it's impossible to use the same combat method as on the 8th floor. Azure Dragon Possession. With that command, the azure dragon turned into a ray of light and shot into Lin Chen's body. His pure strength rose to over 100,000 dragon point. Lin Chen consumed another 30 points of rune energy. His battle chi of 9 tribulations decreased rapidly as he summoned a phantom doppelganger. The 3 clones were all at the early stage of the 4th level of cultivation. They flew towards the black-robed old man and surrounded him. Oh! What a miraculous doppelganger. An azure dragon that can attach itself to your body. Interesting. The white-robed old man was slightly surprised. Lin Chen smiled casually and said, There are still many things that can surprise you, Senior. Please guide me. The 3 clones could only delay the black-robed old man for a while at most. If Lin Chen could not finish off the opponent in front of him quickly, then there would be no possibility of him passing the 9th floor. Demonic spear rend. The Azura above his head held the spear. Lin Chen's 100,000 dragon points were fully unleashed, and a shocking rainbow light shot out. He had used his full strength right from the start. The charging rune and the penetration rune were instantly activated, and the rune energy decreased sharply by 100 point. A purple tier battle technique cultivated to perfection, huh? Although I don't have a real purple tier battle technique, my cultivation is still here. The white-robed old man's expression was indifferent. He grabbed at the air, and a huge, icy green claw that was over 10 acres in size suddenly grabbed at Lin Chen. Rip tilde. The rainbow light streaked across the sky and tore apart the huge green claw. The white-robed old man finally revealed a look of shock and astonishment. The murderous aura of the rainbow light swept over. He hurriedly activated his battle aura to defend himself, and his yin-yang acupoints protected his entire body. Bang tilde. A total of 20,000 dragon power points and 20% of the Dark Calamity's energy had penetrated his battle chi defense and surged into his internal organs, causing him to bleed profusely. He hurriedly circulated his battle chi in his natal palace to heal himself. His eyes were filled with astonishment. I clearly blocked this kid's attack. How could he still penetrate my defense and enter my body? Lin Chen did not give his opponent any time to breathe. His attacks were as ferocious as a raging tide. The 5 dragons' imperial spear danced and stabbed at lightning speed. Streaks of spear shadows surrounded by dark aura pierced the sky. Every spear strike was like a demon's howl, and it was as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas as it attacked the white-robed old man. 1,000 demons piercing the heart. Lin Chen quickly pulled the battle spear back and activated the second move of the Shura demonic spear, 1,000 demons piercing the heart. The penetration rune and charging rune reduced the rune's energy by another 200 point. The terrifying spear shadows crashed into the white-robed old man's defense like a violent storm. 20% of the spear's power penetrated his body. This time, the white-robed old man was unable to defend himself against Lin Chen's attacks. His body was penetrated by the spear shadows again and again. This kid's trump card is extraordinary. The black-robed old man narrowed his eyes. He took a step forward, and Lin Chen's 3 avatars tried their best to stop him. The dark spear shadows covered the sky and the moon. Finally, the white-robed old man fell from the sky. He was severely injured, and even his puppet body was bleeding profusely. The white-robed old man's injuries were so severe, and there was a very fatal reason for it. It was because of his defensive treasure. The penetration rune could allow part of the attack's destructive power to penetrate the battle chi, but it could not penetrate the special defense of a defensive treasure. Therefore, if it was outside the battle tower, Lin Chen's attack would not have caused such great damage to the white-robed old man. A late-stage 7th-stage martial artist would more or less have 1 or 2 life-saving treasures. However, it was different inside the battle tower. The creatures inside the battle tower were already dead, and their wills were attached to the puppets. They did not have any extra treasures to protect their lives. Whoosh tilde. Lin Chen used the astral treading teleportation technique and rushed toward the white-robed old man at full speed. As long as he eliminated the white-robed old man first, he would have a chance to win. He raised the 5 dragons' imperial spear and smashed it down on the old man's head. At this critical moment, as if he had expected it, a palm of energy with restrained light slammed toward Lin Chen's back. Lin Chen's eyes were like lightning. He instantly activated the 1,000 Yuxian armor and swung his battle spear backward. Bang tilde. Boom. The energy palm blasted Lin Chen away and knocked him to the ground, saving the white-robed old man. The black-robed old man had already arrived. He had already eliminated 2 of Lin Chen's 3 clones. Damn it, something's wrong. I missed the last chance to kill him. In the shattered ley line abyss, Lin Chen's mouth was bleeding. His bones were almost broken. He glanced at the 300 points of rune energy in the system. If he could not kill the white-robed old man first, He would not have much chance to fight the black-robed old man with so little rune energy. He sent his battle chi into the white-robed old man's body, and his injuries recovered a little. The two of them floated in the air. The last clone stood beside Lin Chen, holding a sword and waiting. That old man recovered a little more. I can only try to use the slowing rune now. Just as Lin Chen was about to go all out, a thought flashed through his mind. No, I can still break through the limit one more time. Maybe I won't be very strong, but I still have a chance. Lin Chen suddenly remembered the talent he had obtained before. Ultimate Moment Talent. Chapter 445. To Lin Chen, who had temporarily stepped into the beginner stage of Tier 4, doubling the power of his battle techniques was definitely not a small improvement. He, Lin Chen, still had a chance. Unify 1-1-4. I need to consume 1,000 talent points to activate the ultimate moment. The moment Lin Chen issued the command, the system instantly activated, and a screen popped up. Host activates the ultimate moment. Duration, 2 minutes. This brat's attack can penetrate our battle aura defense. Don't give him time to breathe. Attack him together, the white-robed elder said in a deep voice. He nodded to the black-robed elder. Both of them pushed the void with their palms and pulled open a yin-yang ancient mirror. 2 black and white light pillars suddenly shot out, spanning thousands of miles and illuminating Lin Chen. At this moment, as if some kind of switch had been turned on in his body, Lin Chen's entire body emitted a faint green glow. He had entered the ultimate moment state. The attack came crashing down with a monstrous momentum, and the pressure was extraordinary. He subconsciously wanted to avoid the joint attack of the two, leaving behind the last phantom clone to guard the rear. He took light steps and suddenly swept across the void, advancing at full speed through the astral treading teleportation. Boom! The light pillars swept across, and everything within 1,000 miles was annihilated into nothingness in just 2 short breaths. Bang! Lin Chen's figure swept across tens of thousands of miles and crashed into several mountains. He fell on the peak of a mountain, his mouth wide open and his expression dumbfounded. It was too fast. The speed of his astral treading teleportation was actually several times faster than before. It was so fast that he couldn't control it properly and directly crashed into the mountain peak. Could it be that the ultimate moment means that the power of my techniques will be doubled? Lin Chen subconsciously opened the talent description, and he immediately noticed a few words. The power of all the host's techniques will be double. F***CK, the power of all my techniques will be doubled. That means that my movement, defense, and attack techniques will all be doubled. Lin Chen, who was slightly sucking in cold air, was full of shock and ecstasy. If that was the case, then the value of this talent was much greater than he had expected. The charging rune could increase the power of battle techniques by 4 times, but only the attack techniques. It did not include defense and movement techniques. Therefore, Lin Chen's ultimate moment talent made up for the shortcomings of Lin Chen's other combat skills. However, Lin Chen suddenly realized that something was wrong. If it was just a movement technique that was doubled, it wouldn't be enough to make him lose control when he used it. That's not right. All cultivation techniques. My mental cultivation method for the 9 tribulations of Genesis is also included in the cultivation method. When he thought of the last possibility, Mr. Lin was completely shocked. Hiss. F***CK. If the mental cultivation method is included, then the power of the mental cultivation method will be doubled first, and then all the cultivation methods will be doubled. Wouldn't that be F***king quadrupled? Lin Chen was so excited that he cursed on the spot. All of his combat skills had quadrupled. That meant that all of his combat skills would have the effect of a level 4 charge rune in these 2 minutes. Moreover, it wasn't just limited to 4 times the offensive combat skills, but all combat skills, apart from the 9 Brilliance transformation, which was a special secret manual that could trigger Heavenly Tribulation battle aura and could not be modified or increased. All of Lin Chen's combat skills would undergo a qualitative transformation. When he thought of this, Lin Chen suddenly felt that he was really blind in the past. He actually didn't notice this detail and thought that this was a useless talent. He didn't expect it to be so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. Ultimate moment. Ha ha ha, good name. This effect is worthy of this name. Lin Chen leaped into the air and laughed wildly. Then, he immediately chewed 2 low-grade 6th-grade pills. Although the effect of the ultimate moment was strong, the consumption of battle aura was also doubled. Yin-Yang Dual Polarity Sword. A sword that could split heaven and earth suddenly slashed down, cutting through the clouds. The sword's momentum surged as it pierced toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen casually took a step forward. Boom! Boom! His astral treading teleportation erupted with a terrifying effect like jumping through space. The sword flattened mountains and seas, but the 2 old men's expressions changed drastically. The attack that they were so proud of actually didn't hit Lin Chen. The golden battle spear's edge flashed. The 2 old men grabbed at the void and broke through hundreds of miles of space crystal, but they grabbed empty air. Lin Chen's figure flickered one after another. He was so fast that even the 2 old men couldn't predict where his next attack would come from. 1,000 demons piercing heart. Lin Chen thrust the 5 dragons' imperial spear with extreme speed, rolling up a monstrous dark spear shadow. Countless space crystal walls were pierced through, creating a pitch-black and serene vacuum zone. The attack came from all directions around the 2 old men, and it was unknown how many times stronger than before. How is this possible? The 2 old men were shocked. They hurriedly activated their battle aura to defend themselves, but they couldn't block Lin Chen's dark spear. Every time, 20% of the attack power penetrated their bodies, and their injuries accumulated more and more serious. Lin Chen's 1,000 demons piercing heart this time was many times stronger than before. The ultimate moment state activated the charging rune and the penetration rune. This shocking attack completely destroyed the 2 old men's battle aura defense. Lin Chen once again brandished the 5 dragons' imperial spear and pressed forward, suppressing the 2 old men until they were defeated. Azura's fury. 2 Azura demon images appeared, and the charging rune and penetration rune were activated, bursting forth with heavy spiritual attacks. 20% of the spiritual attacks entered the 2 old men's minds, causing their consciousness to be broken in an instant. At this moment, a grayish-white talisman shot out like lightning. Lin Chen used 150 points of rune energy to suppress the black-robed old man. Boom! Boom! A dark dragon palm came crashing down on the white-robed old man, who was no longer able to resist. The palm penetrated his chest, and the 9-layered dark dragon force rotated and penetrated the 2 old men. Bang! 100,000 dragon power points in the ultimate moment state activated the 9-layered dark dragon force, and then activated the charging rune and penetration rune. This palm, a dark dragon, traversed the sky, and it actually had the feeling of destroying the world. Rumble. The space around the 2 old men was torn apart by the dark dragon phantom, creating an unprecedented vacuum. The 2 old men's puppet bodies were blasted into pieces, and a large number of attribute light balls burst into the void. Along with the attribute light balls, 2 pillars of light descended, and 2 purple crystal treasure chests appeared. Host has defeated a strong enemy and triggered a special reward with a low probability of triggering. Host is rewarded with 2 purple crystal treasure chests. Host has received 60 cultivation technique soul essences, 600 talent points, 550 heaven's path points, 1,700 battle aura essences. Host has received 300 heaven's path points, 2 points of spiritual power, 21 points of dark energy, 90 points of rune energy. Lin Chen kept a large number of attribute light balls. Because the puppets did not have any blood, they did not drop any blood attribute light balls. The ultimate moment's consumption of battle aura is too terrifying. If I fight for a while longer, my battle aura will probably be completely depleted. Lin Chen was sweating profusely. He removed the ultimate moment and the 4-layered Azura 9 brilliance transformation, and reached out to grab the 3 treasure chests. Chapter 446. The moment he opened the 3 treasure chests, Lin Chen's body went numb as if he had been electrocuted. The recovery speed of his injuries and weakened state had actually increased by a little. I actually got another God Slayer fragment. I'm still missing the last one. Lin Chen ignored his weakened state and excitedly opened the system interface. Heavenly Path Possession System version 4.0, host, Lin Chen cultivation, late stage 2nd level Yuan Venerate Realm maximum power, 50,000 dragon power. Mid-grade blood energy, 139 500 mid-grade battle chi essence, 113 300 mid-grade mind power, 11 mid-law phase realm, mid-grade cultivation technique essence, 855 mid-grade rune energy, 1755 heaven path points, 20 600 talent points, 29 880 mid-grade elemental energy, 59 for fire, 27 for earth, 8 for wood, 30 for metal, 36 for water, 27 for lightning, 29 for wind, 5 for light, 88 for dark. Cultivation technique status column, open, bloodline status column, open, talents, reinforced iron bones 10%, ultimate moment, Godslayer fragment, 2/3, health increase 1% attribute runes, level 4 slowing rune, level 4 penetration rune, level 4 charging rune, level 4 illusion rune. Treasures in possession, 95 tier 6 medicinal herbs, 7 tier 6 elixir pills, 5 top-grade blue tier 5 combat skills, 5 low-grade tier 6 combat weapons, 2 high-grade tier 6 combat weapons. New passive talent, life increase. Passive talent that can be strengthened with talent points. Increases the host's self-recovery speed, including weakened, poisoned, external, and internal injuries. All recovery speed is limited to the host's tolerance. If it exceeds the tolerance, it will be ineffective. Can be strengthened to a maximum of 100%. Lin Chen was overjoyed by this new talent. He tapped on the talent column and strengthened it. 10,000 talent points consumed. 10,000 talent points consumed. The host has strengthened the life increase talent to 30%. Instantly, Lin Chen felt his entire body go numb, like a slight electric current. After using the 9 brilliance transformations, his weakened state and the automatic recovery speed of his injuries had increased by several times. Then, Lin Chen used 5,000 talent points to strengthen reinforced iron bones to 15%. It's still more practical to bring along more than 10,000 talent points, haha. With the ultimate moment, as long as I don't encounter an 8th level Yuan Venerate, I won't be afraid at all. The harvest this time far exceeded Lin Chen's expectations. The power of the ultimate moment was far beyond Lin Chen's expectations. Aside from the fact that his battle chi was being consumed at an extremely fast rate, Lin Chen in his ultimate form was practically flawless. The attribute points of the intermediate battle chi essence that he had picked up on the 9th floor had exceeded 15,000 points. Now, Lin Chen was only half a step away from Tier 3. Outside the Heavenly Spirit Battle Tower, since Lin Chen entered the 9th floor, many experts had been waiting. No one dared to leave. Everyone was waiting for Lin Chen's result. While everyone was still discussing, a light screen appeared outside the battle tower. Contestant, Lin Chen. Passed the double challenge tower's 9th floor. Time used, 45 minutes. In a split second, the lively venue fell into a dead silence. Even the entire Swallow capital was like this. Lin Chen had passed the 9th floor. Furthermore, it was a double challenge. What kind of concept was this? There were 2 early-stage 7th level beings on the 8th floor, and there were at least mid-stage 7th level beings on the 9th floor. It might even be late-stage 7th level beings. A late-stage 7th level powerhouse would definitely be considered a top-tier powerhouse in any first-rate faction. Even in ancient families, such a powerhouse would enjoy an extremely high status. Between ancient families, the strength of their opponents depended on whether they were 6th level Yuan Venerates or above. Needless to say, the strength of a 7th level Yuan Venerate was even greater. When they thought about how Lin Chen, a young man who wasn't even a 3rd level Yuan Venerate, could actually match a late-stage 7th level being, they realized that there might even be 2 of them. Many powerhouses couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. What was even more terrifying was that this fellow was a 4-time champion. He was a young man who had reached the pinnacle of blacksmithing, alchemy, and fortune-telling. He actually did it. Indeed, he is the spiritual state's only hope. The deputy dean stared at the light screen outside the battle tower, his eyes glowing with unprecedented hope. On the 9th floor, Lin Chen didn't know that the outside world was in an uproar because of him. He collected his thoughts and looked up at the giant door in the sky. As he activated his purple-gold eyes, he scanned the blurry ancient words. Immediately, His mind jolted as he read them out loud. Fire Phoenix, Big Dipper, number 19? What does this mean? In Lin Chen's mind, he suddenly recalled a similar memory. Imperial God, Mysterious Dragon, number 47. Fire Phoenix, Big Dipper, number 19. Is there a connection between these two? Imperial God, Mysterious Dragon, number 47. This small string of memories originated from the memory words that Lin Chen had engraved in the Demon Emperor's inheritance memories when he had been in the Purgatory mystic realm. In addition to this word, Lin Chen's mind also had a strange picture engraved on it. The surface of the picture was like a snake, and the lines were complicated and mysterious. There was no mystery to it at all. Number 19, number 47? Are there dozens of code names between these two? What exactly does this mean? Moreover, given Han Morbai's previous status, there is no reason for him to search for the Devil Emperor's inheritance. Compared to his foundation, the Devil Emperor's low-level purple tier chi technique is not even worth mentioning. Many thoughts flashed across Lin Chen's mind, and his sharp senses caught the anomaly. With Han Morbai's identity, he had no reason to covet the inheritance of a Battle Emperor. If there was something he wanted in the Demon Emperor's inheritance, it would be the secret hidden in the inheritance. Imperial God, Mysterious Dragon, number 47 foot. Descendant of the spiritual state, may you become the light of hope. At this moment, an old and obscure voice sounded in Lin Chen's mind, and a ball of spirit light floated down from the void. After making sure that the ball of spirit light was harmless to him, Lin Chen reached out his hand and refined the spirit intent inside it into his spirit seed. Lin Chen's spirit consciousness saw a whole new world. It was a continent as vast as a galaxy. It was incomparably vast, and many powerhouses were flying in the sky and burrowing into the endless void. Many powerhouses of the demon race were fighting in a chaotic battle. The sky and earth were dark, and the universe was collapsing. The entire sky was filled with countless chaotic battles. This was an unprecedented war. Countless Yuan venerables, battle emperors, and even the legendary supreme saints were involved in the battle. The scale of any battle inside was far beyond Lin Chen's imagination. An emotionless and cold voice resounded in Lin Chen's mind. There is a calamity beyond the heavens, and the demon race is invading. We have joined the battle to defend the heavens, and hundreds of saints have fallen. In order to prevent the truth from being buried, I hereby leave behind my last wisp of spirit consciousness. Chapter 447. The demon race is definitely not the mortal enemy of the human race. Descendants should not be used as weapons. The fall of 100 sages was passed down by the sages. The sages left behind the world suppressing sacred stele to prevent demons and monsters from coveting our descendants in the 9 states. Although the hypocrite sage did not achieve his goal, his descendants will control the 9 states sooner or later. If our descendants achieve something one day, please overthrow his descendants and save the 9 state. Lin Chen's fragmented spiritual will become thinner and thinner. In the end, Lin Chen saw that many saints had fallen in the various realms of the 9 regions. Their bodies had turned into mountains and seas, and even condensed into a vast and majestic stone tablet, suppressing the continental plate. The stele was engraved with the divine power and spirituality of the sages. It had the power of creation and was hidden in the secular world. Some turned into mountains, some turned into storms, some turned into stars, and some turned into deserts. There were also some that turned into a tall tower that reached the 9 heavens and rushed into the clouds. As it condensed, Lin Chen saw a series of code names. Fire Phoenix Big Dipper number 19. Lin Chen was completely focused, afraid that he would miss a single detail. Then, he saw a world-suppressing sacred stele fall into the easternmost part of the continent. Finally, it turned into 2 valleys that were shaped like crescent moons. On it was engraved Imperial God Mysterious Dragon number 47. Lin Chen remembered the location of the valleys very clearly. If it corresponded to the current 9 states continent, its approximate location would be the Divine Prefecture. Imperial God Mysterious Dragon number 47 was in the most prosperous Divine Prefecture in the 9 states continent. It was said that there were servants and descendants of the gods in charge of the heavens and earth. Lin Chen's heart couldn't calm down for a long time after he finished looking at this ball of spirit light. That battle had been too shocking. He hadn't even fought an 8th level or 9th level Yuan Venerate, let alone a battle between a war emperor and a saint. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. In the 9 states continent, even children and mortals know that the human race in the 9 states continent was created by the gods. It was the gods who gave us intelligence and life. It was also the gods who created the 9 states continent and divided it into 9 continental plates. But why didn't a god appear in the inheritance of the spiritual light? Why didn't a god appear? Moreover, the 9 provinces continent wasn't made up of 9 continental plates. Instead, it was connected into one complete continent. It was only after experiencing that unprecedented war that the 9 regions continent split into 9 continents and evolved into the final 9 regions. Who's the one lying? Who represented the truth? Where were the gods, and what was with the descendants of the gods? Why didn't the gods appear during the Great War, but after countless years, the descendants of the gods ran rampant in the 9 regions? Lin Chen's heart was filled with questions. He seriously looked at the fire phoenix, Big Dipper, number 19 on the giant door. After receiving the information contained within the spiritual light ball, Lin Chen knew that this was a world-suppressing sacred stele. It was a relic left behind by a sage, and it contained the sage's inheritance. However, according to the spiritual light ball, the boundary-suppressing sacred stele would not reveal its true form. This heavenly spirit battle tower had revealed its true form for many years. Obviously, it already had an owner. What about the sacred god, mysterious dragon, number 47? According to his previous memories, the world-suppressing sacred stele number 47 was located in the most prosperous divine continent. There were countless geniuses there, and even the descendants of the gods were there. Had it also been discovered? No matter what, I have to make a trip to the divine continent when I have time. This world-suppressing sacred stele is no small matter. It contains the inheritance of a sage. If I can obtain the inheritance of a sage, perhaps I can take a step closer to the truth. When facing the so-called god behind the Ning family, I will have more confidence. Lin Chen's eyes flashed. He had already made up his mind. As long as he had the chance, he would go to the divine continent to investigate. With a flash of light, Lin Chen stepped into the exit of the 9th floor and disappeared. Outside the battle tower, an unprecedented earthquake was set off in the Yang capital because of Lin Chen. Lin Chen seemed to have expected it and deliberately used the Azure Dragon shadow to sneak into the void. Other than a few experts, no one saw when he left the Heavenly Spirit Battle Tower. The Heavenly Spirit List Conference came to an end. Hanging above the Yang capital was a majestic ranking board that was tens of thousands of zhong tall. Countless names and ranks were listed on it. There were also the names of the previous champions, but there was an incomparably eye-catching name on the list. Lin Chen, 79th Heavenly Spirit List Conference. Number 1 in calculation, number 1 in power ranking, number 1 in forging, number 1 in alchemy. This was the first time in history that he had won 4 consecutive championships. His brilliance would shine through the ages and be unprecedented, especially since he was the first person in history to reach the 8th and 9th levels. And he was the only one to challenge the 2-team mode alone. With regards to the commotion in the Yang capital, Lin Chen ignored it and rushed to the treasure pavilion at full speed. He bought the 5th volume of the Azura 9 Brilliant Transformations. Other than that, he still had more than 1,000 heavenly spirit points left. The champion of the finals could obtain 500 heavenly spirit points, and he had won a total of 4 finals. Every heavenly spirit point was extremely precious. 1 heavenly spirit point could be exchanged for a 6th level heavenly treasure. This time, Lin Chen had used up all his heavenly spirit points to buy hundreds of medicinal herbs and a small number of rare ores. After the purchase, Lin Chen buried himself in the secret room and used a day to recover to his peak state. Then, he used 90 points of cultivation technique essence to inherit the 5th volume of the Azura 9 Brilliant Transformations. After completing the inheritance of the 5th volume of the Azura 9 Brilliant Transformations, Lin Chen ended his seclusion. At this time, the experts of the Yang capital had already begun to leave. After the upper echelons of the Heavenly Song Academy had finished dealing with many matters, the vice principal personally brought Lin Chen back to the Heavenly Song Academy. One day later, in the Academy's secret room, the surroundings were filled with battle chi barriers, and Lin Chen was ready for battle. He placed a jade box from the spirit storage ring in the secret room, and then tore off the seal that contained 2 powerful battle chi. The jade box exploded. A black saber flew through the air, its sharpness like the reincarnation of the night, annihilating life silently. It was Han Morbai's 7th rank saber Eternal Night. Previously, although Lin Chen could temporarily suppress this saber, he could not completely subdue it. Han Morbai's battle chi imprint still remained on it, and it was an imprint carved by his divine veins. It would not be easy to make this saber submit to him. In addition, this saber could not be exposed to the light. Even an ordinary combat emperor might not be able to own a 7th rank saber. If he used it carelessly, it would be easy to invite a fatal disaster. In addition, if someone knew Han Morbai's identity and recognized this saber, Lin Chen would be more likely to be in trouble. Therefore, Lin Chen would only use this saber at a critical moment. My strength is not what it used to be. I can't even subdue a saber of yours. Suppress it. Lin Chen activated the 3rd level of the Azura 9 brilliant transformations at lightning speed, and his strength rose to the late 3rd level. He controlled Eternal Night with one hand and suppressed it fiercely. The 7 types of heavenly calamity battle bodies were activated one after another, and Lin Chen forcefully injected his battle chi into the saber. The Azure Dragon possessed his body, and his pure strength reached 100,000 dragon power points, firmly suppressing Eternal Night. Chapter 448. Heavenly Tribulation Battle Chi entered the blade of Eternal Night, and a green mark in the shape of a plum blossom was engraved inside the blade. Activating his battle chi and spiritual energy, Lin Chen tried to erase this mark and get rid of its remaining will. This process was very difficult. The power of the godly bloodline was still strong, and Lin Chen used 3 days to suppress, resist, and erase it. On the 4th day, he finally suppressed this level 7 Emperor-level saber. He also successfully engraved his spiritual mark. Phew. I'm exhausted. Lin Chen sat on the ground, and the saber Eternal Night leaned against him as if it had a mind of its own. Hee. I have a level 7 saber now. At least I don't have to worry about being suppressed by others in terms of weapons. After playing with Eternal Night for a while, Lin Chen put it away and sat cross-legged to recover his energy. Then, he opened the system and spent 400 intermediate cultivation technique soul essences in one go to inherit the other complete combat skill in his hand. Inheriting the low-level purple-level combat technique Soul Slayer / for the host. This combat technique was used by Han Morbai, and Lin Chen had seen the power of this combat technique with his own eyes. The level 7 saber Eternal Night was like adding wings to a tiger when paired with this saber technique. On the 3rd day, Lin Chen completed the inheritance of this saber technique. His strength would increase by another level with Eternal Night, Soul Slayer / and 9 brilliance change in the 5th volume. Lin Chen left the secret chamber and returned to his dormitory. When he wanted to get some fresh air, he was surprised to find a large group of masters blocking the entrance to his dormitory. These masters were all famous figures from the top-tier forces in the spiritual state. At this moment, they were all standing at the entrance of the dormitory with congratulatory gifts and children in their hand. At this moment, some elders blocked the entrance to the dormitory with strange expressions on their faces. It was a wonderful scene. What he saw next made Lin Chuan's jaw drop. He was dumbfounded. At this moment, some masters couldn't help but cry and beg. Elders, please allow me to meet little friend Lin Chen. I've been waiting here with my daughter for 4 days and 4 nights. Elder Liao, you know my granddaughter. She's a top-notch beauty in the cold region. Although she's not good enough for little friend Lin Chen, this old man only hopes that little friend Lin Chen can suffer for 1 night and have a few intimate moments with my granddaughter. As soon as the sun rises, little friend Lin Chen only needs to put up his pants and leave. Our sect will personally escort him back. If I dare to mention anything about status, I'm not human. A dignified 6th level Yuan venerate elder in embroidered robes was actually pleading with Elder Yuan. Your granddaughter is a top beauty. Old man Miao, are you looking down on our flying clouds palaces Yang Qian Shuangxia? Our Yang Qing Xia and Yang Qianxia are much prettier than your granddaughter, the beautiful woman in palace attire scolded coldly. Then, she smiled amiably and said to Elder Yuan, Elder Yuan, I heard that you have a good relationship with Lin Chen. I would like to trouble you to tell him that we only wish for him to indulge in our palace's twin female disciples for one night, just one night. We won't hold Lin Chen back. If he still likes them, he can choose any of the girls in the Soaring Clouds Palace. Everyone, stop. What are you shouting for? Our Han family was clearly here first. Why are you so familiar with this? Haven't you heard about the alchemy ceremony of the ancient families? Lin Chen is our Ziyun's assistant alchemist. The two of them have already developed feelings for each other. Even if they want to do it, it has to be first come, first serve. At this moment, the two grand elders of the Han family couldn't help but protest. Han Ziyun, who was beside them, blushed like an apple. Who knew that the grand elders of her family would be even more imposing? She turned around and ran away anxiously. Elder Yuan felt his scalp go numb. Crazy. They must be crazy. This bunch of old fogies were all respectable people. Today, they didn't even care about their dignity. They were all F***king crazy. The male geniuses outside the dormitory area shook their heads in amazement. It was simply amazing. What was the pinnacle of life? It was so awesome that the saintesses of the first-rate forces and ancient families in the spiritual state would send themselves to his door, only willing to spend a night with him, even if they didn't have a status. It was F***king awesome for a man to reach this level. Not far away, the boys of Class 66 were rolling on the ground laughing so hard that tears were coming out of their eyes. Even Mr. Lin, who was secretly observing, was so scared that his hair stood on end. In fact, this wasn't rare. One had to know that ever since Lin Chen defeated 4 purple merit warriors, he had been showing potential that could topple the ages. Then, he became the only person to win 4 consecutive championships in the Heavenly Spirit List tournament and the only person to step into the 9th level of the Heavenly Spirit Battle Tower. It pushed his reputation to an unprecedented peak in the spiritual state. Some people said that he was the reincarnation of a saint. Some even said that he was the descendant of a god left behind in the mortal world. He was only 20 years old. If he could have such achievements, how terrifying would it be if he inherited Lin Chen's bloodline and gave birth to his descendants, even if he only inherited 1/10 of his talent? He might have the talent to at least enter the 5th level of the Heavenly Spirit Battle Tower, or maybe he was already a grandmaster in alchemy and forging at such a young age. And this was only 1/10 of his talent. What if he inherited half of his talent? He might even have the talent to enter the 8th level of the Heavenly Spirit Battle Tower. One had to know that Lin Chen was participating in the 2-man team competition, which couldn't be measured by the difficulty of the individual competition. How could people not go crazy over such a heaven-shaking and peerless talent? Seeing more and more experts leading their own daughters, younger sisters, granddaughters, great-granddaughters, and even a few saintesses to the dormitory area, Elder Yuan was both angry and amused. You bunch of crazy old things. No matter how good my relationship with that brat is, I can't make decisions for him in this regard. No. Elder Yuan, I beg you, please help us. Many masters were wailing. In the dormitory area, Lin Fan's mouth was twitching violently. After being cocky for so long, he finally got to enjoy the treatment of being the most handsome man in the 9 states. Our class monitor, don't you plan to go out and have a harem of 3,000 women? At this time, a faint feminine fragrance lingered in the air. A group of girls appeared behind Lin Chen. They were the girls of Class 66. Yu Linlin, who was leading the group, covered her mouth and chuckled. She pretended not to care, but her beautiful eyes were observing Lin Chen's reaction. How can the girls outside be as pretty as you little cuties? Lin Chen winked and smiled evilly at the girls. Yu Linlin rolled her eyes at Lin Chen. Before the girls could speak, 3 figures rushed into Lin Chen's dormitory area. Bring them here quickly. Be careful. Junior Lin Chen, something bad happened. A series of hurried voices came from the distance. The people who came were Lin Tianjian, Xia Feiyu, and Lu Ying, whom Lin Chen had once saved. Among them, Lu Ying was carrying a beautiful figure on her back. It was Leng Yueqi. Lin Chen's eyes immediately turned cold. Chapter 449. What's going on? When Lin Chen asked, Lu Ying hurriedly said, Miss Leng Yueqi was discovered when she sneaked into the 4 Prime Ministers' pavilion and was severely injured by their people. We only found her when we were passing by the 4 Prime Ministers' pavilion to carry out a mission. We barely managed to bring her back in the name of the academy. Lin Chen immediately checked Leng Yueqi's injuries. Her blood-stained slender hand grabbed Lin Chen's sleeve. Her lips trembled as tears flickered in her eyes. Lin Chen, the enemy who killed my parents, is in the 4 Prime Ministers' pavilion. As soon as she said this, the killing intent in Lin Chen's eyes suddenly brewed with thousands of sharp rays. Late at night, Lin Chen's dormitory area. A warm current seeped into Leng Yueqi's delicate body. Her beautiful eyes opened slightly, and the young man's face came into view. How is it? Are you all right? Lin Chen asked with concern. Leng Yueqi got up from the bed. She had always been strong and independent, but this time, her eyes were red and tears streamed down. Hugging the beauty, Lin Chen gently stroked Leng Yueqi's black hair. After her emotions stabilized, he asked the reason. It turned out that Leng Yueqi did not go to the Heavenly Spirit List Assembly to meet up with Lin Chen because there was a new investigation discovery. Back then, she had always suspected that there was something fishy about her parents' deaths. According to the mission given by the family, it was only to collect some heaven and earth treasures. Although the mission location was slightly dangerous, with the strength of her parents, it was impossible for both of them to die so thoroughly. After returning from the Holy Fire level, Leng Yueqi already had enough strength. She went to the place where her parents died and investigated the truth of that year. After nearly half a year of searching back and forth, not letting go of any clues, she finally found a clue. In the place where her parents died, Frost Grand Canyon, there was a special battle trace, a crack similar to claw marks. After Leng Yueqi obtained evidence, it was a trace left behind by a combat skill called 4 Prime Azure Dragon Force. And this combat skill was the inherited combat skill of the 4 Prime Ministers' pavilion. The grade was half purple, and only a few high-level powerhouses would use it. Coincidentally, the 2 ancestors of the 4 Elements pavilion had been in closed-door training for a period of time when Leng Yueqi's parents died, and their cultivation had improved greatly. Therefore, Leng Yueqi reported this matter to the Leng clan. However, because a portion of the upper echelons of the Leng clan had gone to the Heavenly Spirit List Assembly, the other portion was afraid of the overall strength of the 4-phase pavilion. Although this sect's strength was not strong on the surface, the disciples of the pavilion had spread their influence in many top-notch first-rate forces. It would be inappropriate to rashly question them. The elder who stayed behind to guard the Leng clan replied to Leng Yueqi that they had to wait until the end of the Heavenly Spirit List Assembly and the elders returned before making a decision. However, seeing that the cause of her parents' deaths was right in front of her eyes, Leng Yueqi could not wait for the Heavenly Spirit List Assembly to end before sneaking into the 4 Ministers' pavilion. In the end, after confirming that the 2 great ancestors of the 4 Ministers' pavilion were the ones who killed her parents, Leng Yueqi exposed her whereabouts. After hearing the entire story, Lin Chen fell into a short silence. Leng Yueqi clenched her teeth and said with a tearful voice, "I'm sorry, was I too reckless? I also want to calm down, but..." "Teacher Yueqi, no, Yueqi, you did the right thing." Lin Chen held her in his arms as a cold light flashed in his eyes. No one can remain calm in front of their enemies who killed their parents. You've done a good job all these years. Next, try to rely on me. Hearing the youth's comforting words, Leng Yueqi grabbed his clothes and sobbed softly. A moment later, Leng Yueqi's face returned to its usual cold and beautiful appearance. She smiled sweetly, her beauty unmatched in her generation. "Then, let me rely on you this one time." The next morning, Lin Chen pushed open the door to his room and flew into the air with Leng Yueqi. "I say, class monitor, you're going to cause trouble and not bring us along. Isn't that too much?" That's right. I only found out now that teacher Yueqi and the class monitor are together. Hehe, this is a forbidden love. You can't leave us out of such a good thing. At this time, the young boys and girls teased behind the two. Lu Ying, Lin Tianjian, Xia Feiyu, Han Ziyun, Yun Manqing, and the others were also among them. Facing the crowd, Lin Chen smiled. Then, since everyone is interested and Class 66 is gathering again today, let's fight together. Fight where? Ying Liang and Bai Juanhao asked in unison, the two rubbing their palms together. The Four Ministers' Pavilion. How far should we fight? Exterminate those sons of B** keys of Supreme Elders. Cloud Spirit Mountain, 4 seas. This place was surrounded by the sea, but the mountain range was like a horned dragon that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. There was a Four Ministers' Pavilion on Cloud Spirit Mountain, majestic and majestic. It was 70,000 feet tall, and there were many ancient palaces around the pavilion. It had the aura of a famous sect. Yun Tsunghai, Yun Ming, get out here, you two old dogs. An angry roar was heard, and the sound was like a raging wave, shattering the mountains and rivers and shaking the wind and cloud. The waves in all directions were shaken, and huge waves that were hundreds of feet high surged continuously. Some of the disciples with lower cultivations were dizzy and some even fainted on the spot. How dare you? Who dares to offend the Four Ministers' Pavilion? The angry roar suddenly rang out, and the territory directly below the Four Ministers' Pavilion activated the sect's protective array. A pale green energy shield protected an area of thousands of miles. Bang! Unexpectedly, a strong wind kick, mixed with dragon power that could move mountains and fill the sea, burst forth with wind calamity battle chi that cut through the void and shattered the energy shield. One blow. Their sect's protective array was shattered with just one blow. The disciples of the Four Ministers' Pavilion were shocked. This was a sect's protective array that could withstand the attack of a late-stage 5th-level Yuan Venerate. A few after-images suddenly appeared in the void. They were dressed in green robes and had white hair and long beards, looking very much like those sage-like old seniors. The two people in the lead were late-stage and mid-stage 7th-level Yuan Venerate. The dragon light tore through the clouds, and the profound azure dragon broke through the clouds and lay on the horizon. A group of young figures stood in front of the dragon's head. From today onwards, the Four Ministers' Pavilion officially disappears from the spirit state. All unrelated disciples must leave immediately, or their lives will be in the hands of the heavens. The silver-robed figure in front of the dragon's head announced loudly. The elders and disciples of the Four Ministers' Pavilion could not help but turn pale when they felt the suffocating pressure of the profound azure dragon. You're young, but you talk big. The Four Ministers' Pavilion has been in the spirit state for thousands of years and has countless powerhouses. How can a brat like you threaten the Four Ministers' Pavilion? Yun Tsunghai, the late-stage 7th-level Yuan Venerate leader, sneered with a flick of his sleeve. He could see that this kid's strength was extraordinary, and it was his attack that broke the sect's protective array. However, the lineup he brought today was not enough to pose a threat to the survival of the Four Ministers' Pavilion, so it's a helper brought by the girl from the Leng family. It seems that the Four Ministers' Pavilion should not have let you off that day. Elder Yun Ming, who was at mid-stage 7th-level Yuan Venerate, looked at Leng Yueqi beside Lin Chen and laughed maliciously. Chapter 450. There were all sorts of first-rate forces in the spiritual state, and they were considered second-rate forces if they had at least 2 Yuan Venerates. They could be considered first-rate forces if they had 8 Yuan Venerates and 2 of them were at least at the 5th level of the Yuan Venerate realm. Some first-rate forces had a long history, and forces like the Sacred Sun Temple would even have a war emperor. Of course, this was only a small number. As for the ancient families, they were all powerful families that had survived from ancient times and had countless sovereigns. However, they rarely appeared in the spiritual state. The strongest powerhouse in the Four Prime Minister Pavilion was a late-stage 7th-level Yuan Venerate. There were 15 Yuan Venerates and 5 4th-level Yuan Venerates. Such a lineup could already be considered top-notch among first-rate factions. However, even though this bone was tough for Lin Chen, it didn't mean that he couldn't chew through it. Wait a minute. 10,000-year profound azure dragon? Could this kid be Lin Chen? The pavilion master of the Four Prime Minister Pavilion exclaimed. Lin Chen? Why? Does this kid have a special background? A 6th-level Grand Elder asked cautiously. The 3 Grand Elders of the 4 Prime Minister Pavilion were in seclusion all year round, so they didn't know about Lin Chen's reputation in the spiritual state. This kid is the rising star of the Sky Song Academy. Before the Pavilion Master of the 4 Prime Minister Pavilion could finish his sentence, dozens of streams of wind calamity battle aura shot toward him. The Pavilion Master of the 4 Prime Minister Pavilion retreated in shock when the streams of wind calamity battle aura turned into wind blade. His 4th-level cultivation couldn't withstand such an attack. The Grand Elder of the mid-6th-level Grand Elder stretched out his hand and clawed out. His 5 fingers shattered the void and blocked Lin Chen's attack. Lin Chen, you and I have no grudges in the past. Why did you make such a big deal out of it? Can't we sit down and talk? Is there a misunderstanding between us? The Pavilion Master said hurriedly. Lin Chen's lips curled into a sneer. Misunderstanding? Go ask Yun Tsunghai and Yun Ming, those 2 old dogs. The Pavilion Master looked at the 2 elders in panic. They were silent, and his heart skipped a beat. Seeing that Lung Yueqi was present, Yun Tsunghai knew the reason in his heart. After exchanging a glance with Yun Ming, the 2 of them reached a consensus. Since these 2 old dogs don't speak, they naturally have some idea in their hearts. Today, I said that I will destroy your 4 Prime Ministers' pavilion, so I will definitely wipe you out. Even the words of the King of Heaven don't work. Lin Chen's eyes revealed an ominous glint. He suddenly activated the Phantom Rune, Class 66, Lin Tianjian, and the rest leaped down from the dragon's head. According to the original plan, Lin Chen was responsible for dealing with the 3 highest fighting forces of the other side, while the rest of the people went to destroy the Grand Formation of the 4 Ministers' Pavilion. If they were to activate the Grand Formation of the Inner Pavilion, it would unite the power of the entire 4 Ministers and concentrate it on the 3 Taishang Elder. Every one of the 4 Prime Ministers, activate the Grand Formation of the Inner Pavilion and fight. Don't let them succeed. The Pavilion Master of the 4 Prime Minister shouted anxiously. He had watched the battle in the Sky Spirit Battle Tower. Lin Chen had even passed through the 9th level, so his combat strength was comparable to at least 2 7th-level Yuan Venerate. Rumble. Lin Chen's 2 phantom doppelgangers used the astral treading teleportation technique and crippled the 2 3rd-level Yuan Venerate elders who were about to activate the Grand Formation. Inside the 4 Prime Ministers' Pavilion, Class 66 and the rest, led by Lin Chen's doppelgangers, immediately charged into the 4 Prime Ministers' Pavilion. The entire mountain range fell into chaos. Some of the outer pavilion disciples had already fled in panic, leaving only a few inner pavilion disciples who were hesitant. Not good. His doppelgangers actually used them without any warning. We can't let him destroy the foundation of the 4 Prime Ministers' Pavilion. The Pavilion Master's expression changed slightly. He changed his movement technique and rushed down, leading the entire 4 Prime Ministers' Yuan Venerates to fight Lin Chen's doppelgangers. In the void. Yueqi, wait for me here. I will personally capture these 2 old dogs alive. Lin Chen turned to look at Lung Yueqi. His gaze suddenly became much gentler as he smiled and said, "Take it as a way to comfort my future father-in-law and mother-in-law. Okay. Be careful. I'll wait for you." Lung Yueqi gazed at Lin Chen tenderly. The green dragon turned into a stream of light and attached itself to Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen's 3rd doppelganger carried a purple scabbard black saber and guarded Lung Yueqi closely. The pure power of his main body soared to 100,000 dragon power point. "Do you think you can fight the 3 of us alone?" Yun Tsunghai was so angry that he laughed. The Pavilion Master secretly transmitted his voice. "Patriarch, be careful. This lad has the strength of at least 2 7th-level Yuan Venerates. Don't be careless." As soon as he said that, the 2 old men's expressions changed. Lin Chen's body surged with battle chi that blotted out the sky and covered the moon. 9 brilliance change, first change. The Thunder Calamity battle body suddenly exploded. Lin Chen's body released thousands of lightning bolts. Thousands of thunder roared and the wind and clouds changed abruptly. His battle chi soared to the early stage of level 3. Second change. The Wind Calamity battle body merged into an endless wind eye and swallowed everything. Lin Chen's wind calamity battle chi shattered the space crystal wall with just a glance. Mid-stage of level 3. Third change. The gung metal battle chi hung in the sky like a Milky Way. The gold calamity battle body transformed, and every strand of Lin Chen's hair glowed with an invincible sharpness. Late stage of level 3. Fourth change. Millions of volcanoes erupted at the same time. The mountains rumbled and the earth rumbled. A sea of fire swept across the sky. The fire calamity battle body was like the end of the world. The fourth battle Chi Yuan Palace condense. Early stage of level 4. Fifth change. Activate. The surging dark battle Chi was like a bottomless hell that spanned across the sky. The aura of the dark calamity battle body was like the sun and moon in the sky, making Lin Chen look like a demon king that had descended upon the world. Finally, his cultivation stopped at the late stage of level 4. At that moment, all the Yuan venerates within a radius of 100,000 miles were alarmed. The aura of the 5 heaven calamity battle bodies fused together and was released in the form of the 9 brilliance change. The battle chi fluctuation was equivalent to a large-scale mixed heaven calamity suddenly descending. What an overbearing battle chi fluctuation! Isn't that the direction of the 4 prime pavilions? What exactly is going on? There's a big battle in the 4 prime pavilions. What's going on? Could it be related to the infiltration of the Lung clan's holy maiden a few days ago? Many powerhouses looked on in shock. The 4 prime pavilions were a subsidiary force of the Murong clan. They were backed by genuine ancient families. Who would dare to touch them? When the 5 transformations of the 9 brilliance transformations were completed in less than half a breath's time, the 3 Grand Supreme Elders' expressions revealed shock. They could still feel the aura of Lin Chen's heaven calamity battle body from thousands of miles away. It was so tyrannical that even late-stage level 7 prime pavilions trembled. Attack! Suppress him! The moment Yun Tsunghai shouted, the 3 Supreme Elders attacked. Blue veins popped out on their arms as battle chi condensed like dragon patterns and fiercely clawed out. 12 light white dragon claw marks crossed the sky and suddenly attacked Lin Chen, who was thousands of miles away. This was the third move of the 4 prime azure dragon. It was a half-purple grade technique of the 4 prime pavilions. Against this junior, the 3 Supreme Elders did not hesitate to use their strongest attack on Lin Chen. Chapter 451. The aura of the 7 apocalyptic battle bodies soared crazily. Lin Chen's body emitted a faint cyan light. Talent points decreased by 1,000. His rune points decreased by 150. Ultimate moment, Shura's 9 glory change, 5 changes. Lin Chen's strength had reached an unprecedented peak. He wielded the 5 Dragons Imperial Spear at an extreme speed, unleashing his 100,000 dragon power points. Dark spear shadows shot into the sky and pierced through all the dragon claw marks. 1,000 demons piercing heart. The vast dark light pierced through the void and crushed the 3's attacks. It didn't weaken at all and continued to attack the 3. Lin Chen's palm shook fiercely, and the power of his spear became even more ferocious, causing the 3 people's expressions to change greatly. How can this kid be so strong? Retreat. Yun Tsunghai wanted to cover the other 2's retreat. He slapped 3 times in a row, and the wood energy turned into dozens of wood energy palms. They stacked on top of each other and suppressed Qian Yu. The terrifying weight of the battle aura crushed the crystal walls within 1,000 miles. The dark light spear shadows pierced through the wood energy palms, and countless spear shadows pierced through Yun Tsunghai. Although the other 2 managed to escape the attack range, he was severely injured. How can this be? This kid destroyed half of my purple sun armor with 1 strike. Blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Yun Tsunghai clutched the broken purple sun armor in front of his chest. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Half of his superior rank 6 life-saving weapon had been destroyed by Lin Chen. Lin Chen, who had reached the late stage of Tier 4, relied on the ultimate moment, the penetration rune, and the power of the 7 apocalypse battle bodies. He didn't even need to use the charging rune to break through Yun Tsunghai's defense. Rip tilde. A flash of lightning flashed by at an unimaginable speed. 9 streaks of black dragon inscriptions swirled around his palm as he slapped the 6th Heaven Intermediate Stage Elder. Oh no! The mid-stage Tier 6 Elder was terrified. He subconsciously activated his battle aura to defend himself. Bang! 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 The dark dragon energy twisted and exploded, shattering the Elder's battle aura defense. He fell from the sky covered in blood. He was unconscious and didn't know if he was dead or alive. The incomparably ferocious dragon claw suddenly attacked, and the golden battle spear swept out. Yun Tsunghai desperately approached Lin Chen, madly trying to delay his movement. Hurry up and catch that brat's woman. Yun Tsunghai transmitted his voice at the top of his lungs. Yun Ming immediately understood what he meant. His body shuttled back and forth like a streak of starlight, and in just a few steps, he appeared not far away from Lung Yueqi. Yun Tsunghai had thought that Lin Chen would recklessly rush over, but he didn't expect that Lin Chen would actually focus all of his attention on the battle with him. As the golden war spear swung and smashed repeatedly, Lin Chen suppressed a late-stage 7th-rank powerhouse and could only barely defend himself. Are you kidding me? Isn't he worried about his woman? Yun Tsunghai was shocked, but he was more confident that he would win. This guy dared to attack the 4 Prime Minister Pavilion for his woman. As long as he controlled his woman, he would not dare to act rashly. On the other side, facing Yun Ming's attack, Lin Chen's phantom doppelganger stepped out indifferently and grasped the hilt of the purple-sheathed black saber in his hand. When Lin Chen performed the ultimate moment, only his real body was effective. If he wanted his doppelganger to enter the ultimate moment state, he would have to spend additional talent points. Therefore, the phantom doppelganger at this moment was only Lin Chen activating the strength of the 5th stage. Do you think a mere doppelganger like you can stop my real body? Die. Yun Ming grinned hideously and slapped his palms forward. His 5 fingers were filled with the aura of destruction, and the dark green battle aura in all directions was destroyed by the dragon claw marks. Clang! Bang! 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 With a sound that sounded like a dragon's roar, the phantom doppelganger unsheathed the saber. The saber aura was as thin and condensed as a horizontal line, cutting through the void. Even the light within 1,000 miles was caught in the cycle of reincarnation, and the void instantly fell into eternal darkness. Hiss! What kind of saber technique is this? Yun Ming's pupils trembled slightly as he sucked in a breath of cold air. Just as he was about to retreat, a stream of light flashed past and cut through the spatial crystal wall. Blood sprayed out from his arm. Yun Ming, who was in the middle of the 7th stage, had his arm cut off by the phantom doppelganger, who was in the late 4th stage. This scene was reflected in the eyes of the surrounding experts, and they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It's Lin Chen. How did the 4 ministers provoke him? No wonder he was able to enter the 9th floor. My goodness, he broke through the attack of the middle of the 7th stage with a single saber strike and cut off an arm? Because Lin Chen had unsheathed his saber so quickly, no one could see that the saber had already returned to the scabbard the moment the eternal knight was unsheathed. Yun Ming bit the tip of his tongue and changed his hand seals rapidly. 4 ministers' life sacrifice. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged into a terrifying vortex of blood clouds. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the elders of the 4 ministers all change. No, don't. 2 grand ancestors, please reconsider. A large number of elders of the 4 ministers, including the pavilion master, wailed. Seeing this, Yun Tsunghai flew back and made the same hand seals as Yun Ming. Bang! 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 Countless explosions occurred in the 4 ministers. All the elders above the 5th stage of the Heaven Star Border realm exploded into a bloody mist. Boundless bloody mist began to rise rapidly into the sky and converge into Yun Ming and Yun Tsunghai's bodies. Their cultivation began to fluctuate, and Yun Ming's cultivation temporarily stepped into the late stage of the 7th stage. As for Yun Tsunghai, he vaguely touched upon the 8th stage. However, the price was that more than half of the 4 ministers were destroyed. All the elders were killed, and the current pavilion master was no exception. You don't even need to hesitate to kill your own people. Lin Chen sneered indifferently. He used another 1,000 talent points to maintain his ultimate moment. Yun Ming, let's kill this brat together. Don't bother about his woman. Yun Ming transmitted his voice to Yun Ming. He gave up on Lung Yueqi and surrounded Lin Chen. Clearly, they had paid a heavy price and didn't plan to capture Lung Yueqi alive. Instead, they planned to take Lin Chen's life. No matter who you are, you will bear all the losses that you have caused the 4 ministers to suffer today. Yun Songhai's hair was messy, and he looked cold and crazy. He and Yun Ming instantly reached out and pointed their fingers at the void. 2 giant fingers of energy that could shatter the crystal walls of space pressed toward Lin Chen. 100,000 dragon power erupted like 10,000 dragons. Lin Chen activated the Azure Dragon's divine ability, the profound Azure Dragon domain, to slightly slow down the attack of the energy fingers. At the same time, the 5 dragons' imperial spear stabbed out rapidly, and 2 streaks of spear light crossed the sky. The spear light collided with the energy fingers, and an earth-shattering explosion swept across the sky. In the sky above the 4 ministers, Lin Chen's other 2 doppelgangers hurriedly protected the people of Class 66. In the void, the 2 elders retreated a dozen or so steps, and Lin Chen only managed to stabilize himself after retreating 50 steps. It seems that if I don't use the recharge rune, the 5-fold transformation and the ultimate moment will be my limit against the peak and late stage 7th stage. Lin Chen made up his mind. Seeing that Lin Chen was beaten back, the 2 elders were confident that victory was in their hands, and they immediately followed up with another attack. As their battle auras surged, they unleashed another finger to crush Lin Chen. Chapter 452. Lin Chen's body was instantly covered with surging dark energy and fire tribulation flames from hell, causing his body to grow more than 30 meters tall and condense into a brilliant demon. Charging, penetration rune, brilliant demon worships the heavens. Lin Chen transformed into a brilliant demon and held the 5 dragons' imperial spear with both hands. The 5 dragons' imperial spear was intertwined with abyss-like dark battle chi. When he furiously stabbed out, the tip of the spear shot out a spiral spearlight that was intertwined with dark fire. It was like a rainbow crossing the sun, crossing tens of thousands of meters in the sky, containing the power to shatter the chaos. What? How can this be the power of a late-stage 4th layer? The 2's incomplete purple rank battle skill, Meteor Finger, was suddenly crushed. The spear light pierced through the 2 and swept through the sky. There was no earth-shattering momentum, only a flash of silence. Heaven and earth returned to silence. Countless dark sparks dotted the sky, fluttering in the wind. It was as if the world was in a desperate situation. In the void, a purple phoenix flapped its wings, and the Azure Dragon appeared. It bit the 3 people and threw the 3 elders in front of Lung Yueqi like throwing dead dogs. At this time, the 3 elders were dying. Their limbs were broken, and even their battle chi natal palaces were sealed by the Azure Dragon's dragon breath. They couldn't even self-destruct. Many experts watching the battle couldn't help but tremble. To be able to capture 3 supreme elders of the 4 prime ministers alive, just how strong was Lin Chen? Are you going to end them with your own hands? Lin Chen stepped into the air and flew over. After dispelling the 5 layered transformations and the ultimate moment, an extremely drained and weak feeling came from his body. This was especially true for his battle force. After using the ultimate moment twice in a row, Lin Chen's battle force had been depleted to the point where it was about to affect the foundation of his battle chi natal palace. Are you okay? Lung Yueqi hurriedly supported Lin Chen. He shook his head and smiled. After swallowing 2 Shenming pellets, his complexion improved. He softly said to the beauty, "If we kill these 2 people, I believe your parents will be able to rest in peace. In the future, don't do those risky things again." "Okay." Lung Yueqi happily agreed. Then, her expression returned to its usual coldness as she questioned the 3. "Back then, were you the ones who killed my parents? My parents shouldn't have any grievances with your 4 prime ministers. Why did you commit murder?" The dying Yun Songhai looked at Lung Yueqi with a cold smile on his face. "Little girl, how can there be so many reasons? Your parents were carrying out a clan mission, and the target of the mission was the 7-colored glazed flower that we wanted. We were just following the law of the jungle. Your parents' skills were inferior, so they were defeated by us. It was only natural that they died, wasn't it?" It's just that I didn't expect their descendants to grow so fast and even let you bring such a strong helper. It's really our miscalculation. If we had known earlier, we wouldn't have been afraid of those 3 brats from the Heavenly Song Academy and killed all of you together. Yun Ming smiled sinisterly, and the coldness in his eyes made one's heart palpitate. It was as if they no longer regarded human lives as human lives. Lung Yuechi's pretty face turned even paler. Then, a palm wind suddenly penetrated Yun Tsunghai's body. His 5 fingers pierced through Yun Tsunghai's body. Lin Chen's gaze was so cold that it was somewhat gloomy. He smiled emotionlessly and said, "Since you all have followed the law of the jungle, then it is only right for me to eliminate you all now, right?" Lung Yuechi covered her sobs. Lin Chen smashed their skulls with a palm strike. The 3 of them died on the spot, and a large number of attribute light balls rolled down. Host has defeated a strong enemy and triggered a special reward mechanism. 1 purple crystal treasure chest has been obtained. Lin Chen hugged Lung Yuechi for a long time before she finally calmed down. Just as the 2 of them were about to speak, a crack suddenly appeared in the void and a cold laugh echoed through the sky. Very good, very good. Lin Chen from the Heavenly Song Academy, you actually dared to destroy the subordinate forces of the Murong family. I'll capture you first and let the Vice Dean of the Heavenly Song Academy come to the Murong family to retrieve you. As soon as he finished speaking, an energy crystal seal that could suppress eternity crashed down from the sky. It was an attack from a peak 9th level Yuan Venerate. It was a powerhouse from the Murong family. Just as they were about to rush to the 4 Prime Minister Pavilion, they discovered that the 4 Prime Minister Pavilion had been destroyed in such a short time. How dare you mention our Vice Dean? Coward who hides his head and tail, scram. 2 streaks of battle chi light rays that spanned thousands of miles collided and crushed the energy crystal seal. 3 figures slowly stepped into the air. They were Meng Qianmo, the Vice Dean, and another senior elder of the academy. Heavenly Song Academy? The Murong family Yuan Venerate, who had yet to show himself, exclaimed. His aura dissipated as he hurriedly fled. Little fellow, did you enjoy destroying a first-rate force single-handedly? Meng Qianmo landed beside Lin Chen. Her small and delicate body jumped in front of him. Her beautiful blue eyes sparkled as she smiled. It was very enjoyable. I even want to do it again. Lin Chen chuckled but suddenly coughed violently. Everyone wanted to ask him about it, but he waved his hand and smiled. I'm fine. I just overexerted myself. I'll find some time to recuperate later and I'll be fine. By the way, how did the elders find me? Meng Qianmo rolled her eyes at him and played with her hair. The Vice Dean noticed you as soon as you left the academy. You are now the hope of the entire academy. Even the Vice Dean came out to meet you personally. We can't let anything happen to you. At this point, Lin Chen cupped his fists at the Vice Dean very seriously. Thank you, Vice Dean. Haha, you are now a famous person in the entire spirit state. Whether it is in Tianju or the spirit state, there are many people who want your life. Naturally, I have to keep a close eye on you. The Vice Dean covered her mouth and chuckled. This seemed to be the most energetic moment Lin Chen had ever seen her. At this time, everyone from Class 66 rushed back excitedly. They were holding a large number of high-grade weapons, spirit-receiving rings, and all kinds of cultivation techniques. They were all the property of the 4 Prime Minister Pavilion. They had actually stolen the property of the 4 Prime Minister Pavilion. Their skillful methods were exactly the same as Lin Chen's. Ha ha ha. As expected of a first-rate force. They even have top-grade blue-tier cultivation techniques. We have struck it rich. Bai Juanhao and the others laughed excitedly. When they saw the Vice Dean, they were even more excited. This legendary figure was equivalent to a godlike existence in Class 66, who came from the Waste Realm. The Vice Dean did not put on any airs and calmly communicated with everyone. In her opinion, these young children were full of possibilities. Lin Chen laughed and shook his head. Then, he took the attribute light balls dropped by the 3 Grand Elders of the 4 Prime Minister Pavilion, the purple crystal treasure chest in the purple light pillar floating in the void, and their spirit-receiving rings. Host has received 850 Heaven's Path points, 100 Cultivation Technique Essence points, 5,800 blood essence points, 12,540 battle aura essence points, 1 spirit point. Host has received cultivation technique attribute light ball. Received top grade blue tier cultivation technique. Host has received 1,500 talent points, 25 wood elemental energy points. Host has opened the purple crystal treasure chest. Received 10,000 talent points. Boom. Lin Chen's third battle Chi natal palace was successfully condensed. The Vice Dean looked at Lin Chen in amazement. He had stepped into the third level Yuan Venerate realm just by grabbing the air. This little guy was really full of secrets. Chapter 453. Because Lin Chen had set up the 10,000 layer fire web technique, no one other than the Vice Dean could see through Lin Chen's true cultivation. The system status bar popped up. Congratulations, host, for reaching the early third level Yuan Venerate realm. Heavenly Path Possession System version 4.0, host, Lin Chen cultivation, early third level Yuan Venerate realm. Limit, 53,000 dragon power points. Intermediate, level 1 to 4 blood energy, 158,700 points. Intermediate battle chi essence, 156,400 points. Intermediate mind power, 12 points. Mid-transcendence realm, intermediate cultivation technique soul essence, 1,200 points. Intermediate rune energy, 2,655 points. Heaven path points, 33,590 points. Talent points, 38,750 points. Intermediate elemental energy, 59 points for fire element, 47 points for earth element, 49 points for wood element, 35 points for metal element, 36 points for water element. 27 points for lightning element, 29 points for wind element, 5 points for light element, 88 points for dark element. Cultivation technique status bar, open, bloodline status bar, open, passive talents, reinforced iron bones 15%, life increase 30% active talents, final moment, Godslayer fragment, 2/3, attribute runes, level 4 slowing rune, level 4 penetration rune, level 4 charging rune, level 4 illusion rune. Treasures in possession, 482 types of tier 6 medicinal herbs, 22 types of tier 6 elixirs, 11 types of tier 6 peak battle skills, 7 types of tier 6 low-grade battle weapons, 4 types of tier 6 advanced battle weapons, 3 types of half-purple battle skills, 1 type of incomplete purple battle skill. Lin Chen had obtained a large number of battle chi essence attribute light balls after the battle at the 4 prime pavilions. He had finally broken through the bottleneck and reached the third level Yuan Venerate realm. Apart from that, his 9 calamities of creation already had 8 types of calamity battle bodies. Only the last type, the light calamity battle body, was left. Lin Chen had obtained a new high-grade cultivation technique after seizing the 3 Elders' Spirit Storage Ring. System, I would like to use 10,000 talent points to strengthen life increase. 10,000 talent points have been used to strengthen life increase to 50%. A warm current flowed through Lin Chen's body. This was the first time he had used the 5th transformation 9 brilliance transformation, coupled with the Xianming elixir and the breakthrough in his talent, he recovered. I'll find a chance to fuse them together again. Who knows? I might be able to obtain a new complete purple tier cultivation method. Lin Chen shut down the system. The vice principal immediately said to him with a serious expression, "You need to prepare and finish everything you need to do in the spiritual state. Don't miss it. The spiritual state is no longer a place for you to stay. Although there are many resources and secret realms in the academy that are suitable for you, the most suitable one is still the most prosperous divine land. If you can enter the firmament tower in the divine land, your growth rate will skyrocket." Lin Chen's eyes lit up when he heard the vice dean talking about the divine land. He asked, "What's the firmament tower?" Everyone in class 66 also cast curious gazes. Divine land's firmament tower. This was probably the most colorful piece of history in Jiuzhou. The firmament tower is the most popular place in the divine prefecture and also the most mysterious place in the 9 states. It is a supreme treasure that has existed since the immemorial era. The space inside is endless and vast, containing countless opportunities and dangers. It is said that the entire Jojo continent combined might not be as vast as the space inside the tower. The Firmament Tower is a place that all the peak masters in the 9 states yearn for. As long as you can enter it, you will have a chance to become stronger. Even the combat emperors are no exception. There are even saints in the tower. It is the most precious civilization in the history of the 9 state. When the Vice Dean talked about the Firmament Tower, her beautiful eyes shone with endless charm and nostalgia. Beside her, Meng Qianmo secretly whispered to Lin Chen. I heard that the Vice Dean met our Dean in the Firmament Tower. Then, she was delayed by our Dean and had to help him manage the Tiange General Hospital. Lin Chen suddenly understood. The Vice Dean glanced at Meng Qianmo, and the latter immediately shut up. Anyway, you should take care of everything in the spiritual state. After you are fully prepared, you will depart for the divine land. If you have anything you want to do, I will try my best to help you. The Vice Dean's words made Lin Chen's eyes light up. Vice Dean, you said it yourself. Seeing Lin Chen's fearless eyes, Meng Qianmo's heart trembled. What is this guy trying to do? He chuckled evilly as he enunciated each and every word clearly. I want the Vice Dean. Come with me to the Ning family. The Ning family was located in the southernmost area of the spiritual state. In the recent hundreds of years, the Ning family had changed their style and became very low-key. But today, the Ning family would welcome a special guest. Ning family, Chenyang Mountain Range. This was the entrance to the Ning family's base camp. Today, Elder Ning Xiao, who was guarding the mountain range, was very free. He was about to find a beautiful woman to sing, dance, play chess, and play ball with when a dragon's aura swept across the sky from tens of thousands of feet high. The tens of thousands of feet long dark azure dragon's body was vast like an upside-down galaxy. Its aura was majestic, and it looked down on the world. Who is it? How dare you come to the Ning family and cause trouble? Do you want to die? Elder Ning Xiao stepped into the air, and a dozen Heaven Star Border Stage 9 masters around him formed a combat formation. Want to die? Elder, don't be so rude. I'm here to propose marriage today. On the dragon's head, the silver-robed young man crossed his arms in front of his chest casually. Lin Chen? So it's you who came to the Ning family. I wonder which girl Lin Chen likes. Seeing the visitor, Elder Ning Xiao immediately cupped his fists respectfully. It's not up to you to decide who I like. I want to enter the Ning family now. I don't know if you'll let me in or not. Although I'll go in regardless of whether you let me in or not. Lin Chen laughed mockingly. Elder Ning Xiao froze. In the Ning family's inner space, hundreds of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers were opened up here. It was simple and grand, and it had the aura of the wilderness and ancient martial arts civilization. It was very ancient and respectable. On the peak of the mountain, in the Ning family's Imperial Army's training ground, an armored young man was training 100 geniuses in the field. He was Ning Zhon, who had fought with Lin Chen before. Rumble tilde tilde. The dragon's aura was vast and mighty, and it pierced through the entire sky. The Imperial Army on the peak of the mountain looked up in shock. A vast and shocking 10,000-year black azure dragon flew over the Ning family's sky. When Ning Zhon saw the silver-robed young man on the dragon's head, his expression changed drastically. It's Lin Chen? This name was too famous in the spiritual state. After a while, it would reach the point where everyone would know about it. Thinking back to 3 years ago, he, Ning Zhon, was still able to exchange blows with Lin Chen. Today, 3 years later, he was only at Heaven Dipper Realm Stage 8. For someone like Lin Chen, he could crush him countless times with a flip of his hand. As if he felt Ning Zhon's gaze, Lin Chen turned his head slightly with a casual smile on his face. It was exactly the same as it was back then, but now, it looked so mocking and powerless. Even the elders in the family can't compare to him, let alone me. What a monster. No wonder the young lady likes him. He didn't even need 10 years. In just 2 years, his legend has spread all over the spiritual state. Ning Zhon smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Okay, stop looking. Whatever happens, it's not something we can interfere with. Continue training. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.